académico y científico está llamado a proporcionar recursos conceptuales para la explicación y comprensión de la realidad sobre estos fenómenos y para la orientación de la acción individual y colectiva. Las humanidades y las ciencias sociales se ven confrontadas hoy al imperativo de reflexionar en torno a lo que ha sido su bagaje conceptual y la actualidad del mismo frente a los fenómenos emergentes, así como en torno a la tradición epistemológica y sus paradigmas dominantes. Desde estas perspectivas se delinean los objetivos de este encuentro académico en esta universidad, que ha buscado enfrentar con éxito la realidad de una nueva época pospandemia y mantener el papel destacado que ha jugado en el desarrollo del conocimiento y los saberes sobre los fenómenos del alcohol y las drogas. Toda vez que los planteamientos centrales de cada uno de los trabajos que integran este encuentro académico se orientan a explicar cuál es el estado del arte, el papel de las drogas y el alcohol, sus interacciones e interrelaciones con las posibilidades sociales, culturales y políticas dentro de un contexto histórico que favorece la demanda, el consumo, la producción y distribución de estas sustancias. Son aportes y encrucijadas del desarrollo cognitivo que frente a estos compromisos la universidad tiene. Los desafíos teórico-metodológicos y la investigación nutren hoy día tanto a las humanidades como a las ciencias sociales y a la universidad para aportar nuevos referentes conceptuales y así generar una necesaria y renovada agenda de investigación como la que se va a desarrollar en este encuentro académico. Deseamos, a nombre de la doctora Guadalupe Valencia, coordinadora de humanidades, que este encuentro tenga el mejor de los éxitos por emprender uno de los desafíos cognitivos más importantes de la preservación de esta nueva civilización. Gracias.
Gracias, doctor Carlos Hernández. Como lo acordamos ahora, daré unas breves palabras. Estimado doctor Carlos Hernández, secretario técnico de esta coordinación, en representación de la doctora Guadalupe Valencia García, apreciable profesor Paul Gutenberg, presidente de la Alcohol and Drugs Story Society, doctor Luis Astorga Almanza, investigador de este instituto, apreciables participantes y colegas, investigadores y estudiosos sobre estos temas. Como director del Instituto de Investigaciones Sociales de esta universidad, es para mí un gran honor estar aquí en esta ceremonia de inauguración de la Biennial Conference Rethinking Alcohol and Drugs, Global Transformation, Local Practices and History, uno de los eventos más importantes sobre el tema o sobre este par de temas. Agradezco la colaboración atenta, diligente de la Coordinadora de Humanidades, doctora Guadalupe Valencia García, para que esta conferencia pudiera tener lugar en la universidad, desde luego en la coordinación y en el instituto que dirijo. Agradezco particularmente al doctor Luis Astorga, investigador del instituto, por la idea y la promoción para organizar en la Ciudad de México esta conferencia y por mantener los lazos de colaboración estrecha con la Alcohol and Drugs Story Society. En estos días, esta conferencia será un espacio de convergencia de académicos y estudiosos acerca de las drogas y el alcohol. Las redes de colaboración e intercambio que existen en torno al tema tendrán, en estos días, la posibilidad de difundir avances de investigación, proponer nuevas perspectivas de estudio y analizar el conjunto de fenómenos que definen la agenda de varios países en el mundo en estos días. Temas como las políticas de control y prohibición de estupefacientes, los espacios de control territorial, los cambiantes mercados de los narcóticos, las rutas de traslado, los consumidores y las adicciones, la dimensión simbólica del consumo, los vínculos con el crimen organizado, entre otros, se encuentran presentes en las preocupaciones e intereses académicos de las y los participantes, como se puede apreciar claramente en el programa que ustedes conocen. Es importante destacar, y perdón que haga esta referencia contextual, que esta conferencia tiene lugar en un momento difícil para este país, en el cual la violencia se ha agudizado en los últimos años con motivo de disputas entre grupos del crimen organizado por el control del tráfico ilegal de drogas, entre otros delitos. No es la única de las violencias que padecemos, pero sí es quizás la más letal y significativa, dado que cuestiona la eficacia del Estado para contener el problema, ya no solamente para atenderlo. En esta dirección, creo que esta conferencia puede aportar elementos para una discusión más amplia sobre los límites, consecuencias y alcances de las políticas públicas en la materia. Deseo que así sea y que los trabajos de esta conferencia sean productivos para todas y para todos. Muchas gracias. Le cedo ahora la palabra al doctor Luis Astorga. Adelante, Luis, por favor.
Bueno, pues ya hemos escuchado las palabras de agradecimiento. Una vez más, quiero reiterar ese agradecimiento a la Coordinación de Humanidades, al Instituto de Investigaciones Sociales, cuyo director es Miguel López Leiva. Y esta iniciativa que fue justamente de Paul, insistiendo en que fuera en México esta conferencia, y el papel destacado también de la doctora Cecilia Utrique, cuya colaboración creo que esto hubiera sido mucho más difícil, y sobre todo en los tiempos que corren. Yo no quiero abundar más, creo que las distintas mesas van a tratar con mayor profundidad los temas de esta conferencia, y como bien señalaba el doctor López Leiva, la situación no solo en México, sino en distintos países en el mundo se ha complicado cada vez más en el tema que nos ocupa en esta conferencia y en otros, evidentemente, que tienen que ver con la economía, la salud en general, la seguridad o la inseguridad que se ha extendido. Y es una buena oportunidad para que ustedes nos provean de insumos, de análisis, de distintos aspectos, las distintas maneras en que han trabajado los temas de sustancias legalizadas y sustancias psicoactivas ilegalizadas. Yo hacía la referencia de por qué drogas y alcohol y drogas, ¿no? Seguramente Paul va a hacer alguna referencia al respecto, ¿no? Muy probablemente tiene que ver con la legalización y la ilegalización de ciertas sustancias psicoactivas y el impacto que han tenido algunas de estas sustancias en la vida cotidiana desde hace milenios, ¿no? Creo que Paul va a hacer una extensa presentación de bienvenida de por qué aquí, ¿no? Y no en otro lugar. Y pues les damos la más cordial bienvenida y esperemos que su estancia, en la medida de lo que cabe, sea lo más placentera y segura posible. Muchas gracias y Paul, tiene la palabra.
Gracias. Buenos días. Este no es mi charla extensa, pero algo breve. Quería tomar la oportunidad de agradecer especialmente a mi colega de muchos años, Luis Astorga, y también en el nombre del Alcohol y Drugs History Society, ADHS, que curiosamente es SHAD en español, exactamente el nombre de nuestra revista académica. Luis, gracias para todas sus contribuciones a los estudios de las drogas en América Latina y también tu apoyo y esfuerzos en facilitar, traer nuestra conferencia tan importante aquí en UNAM y al importante Instituto de Investigaciones Sociales. Entonces, y esa es la parte de vergüenza, algo para ti, pero en el nombre de la sociedad, entonces quiero presentar y para el instituto un ejemplo del nuevo libro y muy pesado. Ojalá que mi charla no sea tan pesada. Así, el Oxford Handbook of Global Drug History, nuevo. Tenemos muchos de los autores aquí en la audiencia. Y aquí para tu recreación y edificación. Gracias, Luis.
Gracias. Bueno, muchas gracias por las palabras de Luis y de Paul. Y pues con esto daríamos propiamente por inaugurado, y si me lo permiten, a las 9:20 damos por inaugurada esta conferencia. Esperemos que sea productiva, fructífera, y como ha dicho Luis y ha dicho bien, que todos tengan una estancia agradable y segura. Muchas gracias. Hacemos una pausa de unos 5 minutos y procederemos a la conferencia del doctor Gutenberg. Muchas gracias.
Al contrario, gracias por todo. Gracias, bienvenido. Gracias.
Es súper largo.
¿Este es tuyo o mío? Ah, sí, ¿verdad? Es que está bonito, por eso lo quiero conservar.
Pero una cosa curiosa es que es un poco débil en
Oiga,
el caso de América Latina moderna.
podemos reunir.
Sí, ha sido como un blind spot.
Ya sé que estamos.
En este momento estaba tratando de
Bueno, es que a lo mejor habría que hacer un
de encontrar gente hábil para hacer y era difícil. Entonces enfoqué en otras cosas. Pero es muy bueno. Sí, eso sí.
Y vamos a especular. Mientras haya uno o dos de cada grupo, usted puede desahogar.
Fue del martes.
Sí, ella escribió que tenía 2 horas nada más. Sí, sí,
Las
la verdad.
formalidades.
No, ¿se quiere desahogar un poco?
Todo bien contigo.
Sí, y hay que. Pero si quieren, ponga eso.
El lunes
Me veo en el apartamento. ¿Tú conoces?
Sí.
Hubo algunos daños. Sí, pero
El lunes tengo una mesa.
entonces, desde hace como un año, nos fortaleciendo y no han terminado todavía. Acá en Puebla enfrentamos una casa que es mucho más sagrada que el apartamento. Entonces, la idea es, cada vez que termine el apartamento, conseguir es una casa con jardín. Está muy cerca. Bueno, pues sí.
Pero el barrio donde vivías era amable. Yo lo recordaba.
No, bien, y el apartamento de buen tamaño. Pero los vecinos ya no. Entonces,
Esa es su razón. Oye, me voy al baño para un segundo antes del charla, pero ¿tú vas a quedar aquí?
Sí.
¿Vas a hacer algún comentario final? No.
Lunes a las 11.
A las 11 que escriba y pues ya vamos a revisar. Gracias.
Bien.
Se ve muy bien todo.
No, pues de nuevo, gracias a los dos por este apoyo.
La doctora Valencia luego dijo, pero hoy salía con el doctor a Ensenada. Perdón, a Tijuana. Van a inaugurar una serie de jurídicas.
La estación norte.
La estación noreste.
¿Cuál?
De Tijuana.
Van a estar cerca del Valle.
Van a ir a sufrir bien. Bueno, Luis. Bueno, pues yo escucharlo y ya lo mejor que tengo otra inauguración, pero me quedo aquí sentado y ya nada más me despido. Me quedo para escuchar
Sí, también.
un momentito. Gracias, Luis.
Ahí. Okay. All right. Good morning, everyone. So we've started a new custom here. We're going to call it Aura ADHS. And that means that we're going to try to start on time with every session, including this one. Anyway, hopefully in English, I'll be a little less awkward as I move into the so-called presidential address. But we might as well begin with our new Aura ADHS. So thank you and mil gracias for the, especially to UNAM and its renowned Instituto de Estudios de Investigaciones Sociales for hosting and welcoming us to our International Biennial ADH Conference, as noted before, on the theme of rethinking alcohol and drugs, global transformations, and local practices in history. It is a deep pleasure, despite what to me at least is an ungodly early academic hour, to deliver the ADHS presidential address, particularly here at UNAM, the intellectual heart of Mexico and even of Las Americas. So, why are we here in Mexico? Well, there's easy answers: an iconic university, a beautiful people world cosmopolis, wonderful food and tequila, and all the everyday associations with the drug wars, which need not be addressed here. Of course, we're here mainly for the serious purpose of intellectual exchanges through new research papers, roundtables, and exciting keynotes around our booming, increasingly recognized field of global drug and alcohol history. And I need to stress the word global, because over the last decade, the ADHS has rapidly transformed into a genuine global enterprise beyond its Anglo-US roots. To wit, our last three meetings were in Utrecht, Shanghai, and now beautiful Mexico City, places at the shifting geographies of drugs research. So here we are, hundreds of us, including many Latinoamericanos, Mexicanos, for the first time in what is now called the Global South, the latest frontier of drugs and alcohol history. Now, this morning, for the question, why are we here in Mexico? I'm repurposing a very broad essay. Essay comes from Latin, to try, to capture some 5,000 years of drug histories in Las Americas writ large, not just to situate and illustrate the long shifting crucial roles that the Americas have played in our revised narratives of global drugs, but one that draws out key dynamics that connect this deep history to the historical present of global drug dilemmas. Número dos. Okay, so today, mid-2022, if asked to imagine drugs in the Americas, certain kind of hot or menacing images come immediately to mind. Untold billions in addictive criminal coke, meth, weed, flowing across borders, infamously brutal drug lords like Colombia's Pablo Escobar or Mexico's wily escapist El Chapo Guzman, massive corruption and horrific violence, such as the so-called and never-ending Mexican drug war that has cost hundreds of thousands of lives since 2007. But here, I want to offer a much longer 5,000 or more years and hopefully more dispassionate perspective on hemispheric drugs, beyond sensationalized good or bad drugs or the poor drug policies that caused such bad guys to arise. Not only longer, but a much wider lens, because these drugs, for want of a better term, include some of our most cherished stimulants and pleasures. For example, chocolates, coffee, tequila, and Coca-Cola, as well as forgotten intoxicants such as Teonanancatl. Oops, my Nahuatl is so rusty. Or the San Pedro cactus of South America, along with the now infamed illicits that cause so much controversy, so much concern today. Now, in the course of drawing this big historical picture, I also want to see if we can score a couple of takeaway points besides conveying this less heated view of drugs. First, which is mainly descriptive, and one that I think specialists like you will agree on, that Las Americas have in fact made the deepest or most diverse impact of any region on global drug culture for peculiar ecological, geographic, and historical reasons. Secondly, more interpretive or analytical, and I'm not sure specialists recognize or will especially agree with, is to show that this shifting menu of drug cultures Latin America has offered the world are best seen as changing forms of commodities and their historical connections to the outside world, including today's aggressive trades in goods like cocaine and heroin. Anyway, to preview this big picture of moving, shifting drug cultures, let's just look at this broad, very broad periodization that it fits into, which you can follow here on the chart. And so this is what we're going to be talking about. The first period, as it were, 3000 to BCE to 1520 CE, shamanistic to psychedelic civilizations. Second, 1520 to 1820, round number, colonial psychoactive goods and revolutions. 3, 1820 to 1960, drugs of nations, good and bad. And lastly, 1960s to the present, hemispheric drug wars and peace. Okay, so you can ingrain that in your mind before I start going. Okay, so let's start with the first broad area, and that is what I've called psychedelic civilizations from about 5000 BCE to 1520. Technically, my title lied. It's more like 7,000 years of drug histories. Anyway, many thousands of years ago, early Americans in isolation from the rest of humanity discovered and developed the world's most diverse and wild set of mind-altering substances and practices. Ethnobotanists, the anthropologists who studied drugs, people, plants, and drugs, call this the American drug complex. Scores of stimulants, from intoxicating cacti and fungi to alkaloid-rich plants, such as the solanaceous nightshade family, as well as unique alcoholic brews based on agaves, fruit, or maize. Some 80% of the world's top used varieties of plant drugs come from what is today called Latin America, especially today's Mexico and Western Amazonia or lowland Colombia, were part and parcel of local, indigenous, small-scale, shamanistic, holy, and medicinal drug cultures. Now, these include well-known stimulants like tobacco, nicotine, all across the hemisphere as a cure-all, social peacemaker, and vision tool, cacao, the active ingredient in Mesoamerican beverage chocolate, to hallucinogenic mushrooms like psilocybin, toxic datura and ayahuasca brews, to even the skins of poisonous frogs and toads. Please don't try that at home or on vacation. Scientists speculate on the why of this American drug cornucopia. For example, that shamanistic wanderers from Asia thousands and thousands of years ago carried with them the original mushroom cults of Siberia, the stunning biodiversity of the American tropics with countless alkaloidal, insecticidal plants, and the meteoric rise of indigenous alcohol. Oh, number 4. Of indigenous agriculture after about 3000 BCE, which kept early Americans always toying with new types of ingestible plants. Whatever the reasons, this rich diversity of mind alterants became integral to the ritual, medicinal, social, and ecstatic lives of small-scale societies throughout Mesoamerica and the Amazon Andes. Numero 5. Oh, yeah, there we go. However, as in other realms of culture and related to that very swift agrarian revolution, A big, still mysterious change in drug usage came between 500 BCE and 500 CE with the rise of stratified state societies in the Americas, the legendary Mayas and Aztecs of Mexico, or the scores of more obscure Andean state civilizations prior to the Incas. Mind drugs became subsumed and essential to their institutional power hierarchies. Just for some examples, and for some reason I've been collecting these examples for a long time. Mayan city-state priests hoarded cacao use and used a visionary opiate-like water lily. Later, Aztec military castes tapped Nancato, or flesh of the gods, what that means, which was basically psilocybin, and Oyoyokwi, an LSD-rich blue morning glory seed, to commune with their terrifying gods. The Andean mother culture, Chabins monument building, linked up to San Pedro mescaline sites. Highland Wari's pioneering empire held rave-like encounters. That's how the archaeologists have described them in recent articles, with rivals using Bilca-laced psychedelic beer in order to exert kind of peaceful domination over the Andes. Moche coastal water authorities channeled yaje and other Amazonian chemicals into power visions for their militarist water projects. And finally, the Incas of the 15th century, who are more well known, redefined the ancient coca leaf into the top-down sacred leaf of their Cusco ruling class. In other words, the mind powers of drugs fed into other kinds of power, authority, ideologies, though mostly of a non-monetary nature. In fact, highly mercantilized or traded Mesoamerican cacao beans were the rule-proving exception here. Now, the big change over time with exploitative states and empires was from psychedelics, now more relegated to specialized elites, to lighter mood-altering or labor-enhancing drugs for the peasants, such as regulated gifted coca leaf, tobacco, or low-grade social alcohols, such as Andean chicha or Aztec agave pulque beer, known as octli. Now, if this is a hazy, long ago prehistory of drugs and isolated from Western world history prior to 1492, what were the contributions of such psychedelic civilizations beyond powering their own ideologies? Some, as we'll see, like tobacco and chocolate, would soon become world-changing hybridized global commodities in the coming post-conquest era. Others, mostly hallucinogens, would move deep underground, scattered into small societies, such as remote highland Mexican Indian villages or mobile Amazonian bands. Digressing way ahead, such hallucinogens would later be discovered by the outside world some 4 centuries later by modern post-war ethnobotanists, or in the rise of figures like the celebrated shamaness of Oaxaca, Maria Sabina, whose knowledge of shroom tripping influenced global 60s hippie LSD culture, along with the more fictionalized desert Don Juan shaman of Carlos Castaneda, and from there to still thriving new age psychedelic movements. Even today, it's happening with the recent transformation of Amazonian ayahuasca, a form of diabolic DMT, into the stuff of hipster drug tourism and new age Brazilian vegetal religions. Now, let me suggest something bigger. Our ongoing fascination with American high cultures, the pun intended, the intellectual, cosmological, architectonic, aesthetic complexities of Mayans and Teotihuacans, those of you who are visiting the pyramids with us on Saturday, is in part, if unknowingly, an orientalized fascination with the drugs that powered them. Okay, Now, let's turn to the second big shift, which I have labeled Psychoactive Colonialism, 1492 to, or we really should say 1520 to 1820. So after 1492, or the 1520s fall of Tenochtitlan, which is here in the Valley of Mexico, most of the Americas were conquered by European empires, and the majority Spanish Portuguese colonies would last a formative 3 centuries until the early 19th century. This world-shaking event not only broke the world isolation of core Amerindian civilizations, but also, as ecological historians insist, began the iconic Columbian exchange of plants and germs that, for better or for worse, forever changed our planet. The same happened with drugs, now dubbed by David Courtwright in Forces of Habit, the psychoactive revolution of the 17th century. And we're honored to have David here with us today. So hopefully I won't too mangle your thesis as I use it here in my talk. And that is the idea that previously scattered, isolated stimulants and drugs flowed together, propelled by European conquest and commerce. Now, these revolutionary soft drugs, or drug foods in the terms of anthropologist Sidney Mintz, tobacco, coffee, teas, quickly circled the globe, along with Europe's much stronger alcoholic drinks, habituating millions, building world empires, and changing modern cultures and consciousness forever. Most of these bitter alcohol drinks or smokes came from the Americas, cacao, tobacco, or were forced transplants of colonialism, the case of coffee and rum. Spread via colonial charter companies, these became, along with their sweetener sucrose, which is a drug food, among the first and foremost global commodities of the modern world. To be sure, Spanish authorities, or Portuguese or other imperials, were first appalled or perplexed by the paganism or just plain weirdness of the drug cultures they encountered. And the Catholic Church worked militantly to suppress them and replace them with ritual wine or acceptable workaday alcohols. However, within a half century of conquest, taking 3 or 4 prime examples, some exotic American drugs became culturally hybridized and then repackaged as highly profitable, habit-forming world commodities with new, distinctive meanings on the world stage. Historians like Norton and Breen have been debating these kinds of transculturation processes. For example, cacao, that cold, bitter, spiced-up luxury beverage of Mesoamerican elites, by 1600 became first Mexicanized and then exported as the warm, sugary drink of Catholics and kings, emblematic of Mediterranean lifestyles, and that is centuries before its next transformation into the solid, sweet candy of the Protestant North. Número 7. Tobacco, that bizarre, pernicious, nicotine-filled alkaloid factory, and once the most pan-American of social lubricants and vision drugs, was repackaged by Europeans into their cigars, snuff boxes, and pipes, all novel forms of drug ingestion and paraphernalia. Tobacco overcame its strangeness as a smoked dry inebriant, even awarded healthful medicinal properties in the humoral system, becoming a pan-European, even middle-class practice by 1750. A key good in colonial finances, tobacco was soon widely planted, taxed, and traded by Portuguese, English, and Dutch merchant states, strongly penetrating Africa and China to become, in effect, precious coins aside, the first true global commodity. Of course, some drugs were simply too devilish or perishable for dissemination. And for example, mushroom or cactus cults, in their case, the church tried to extirpate them in a preview of modern anti-drug laws. The case of Andean coca leaf lay somewhere between. Too fragile to ship abroad, instead it became tolerated, despite its subversivity, as the nasty chewed labor stimulant to Peruvian Indians forced into the deep silver mines like Potosi, or it even became a marker over time of their oppressed colonial caste status as Indians. Ironically or indirectly, via this monetary bonanza in silver, coca helped fuel a revolutionary global economy. Coffee was a fascinating colonial implant in reverse. Originally from East Africa via Islam, Portuguese and Dutch merchants globalized it by the 18th century, and the French virtually monopolized world supply from their hellish, massive Caribbean slave colony of Saint-Domingue, or Haiti, by the 18th century. As Chivalbus shows, in Northern Europe, coffee and coffee houses, meanwhile, became the clarifying, rationalizing temperance drink of rising Protestant bourgeois business and intellectual classes, with thousands of shops like Lloyd's of London and intellectual capitals like London, Antwerp, and Paris. Now, these are just a few examples of the 16th to 18th century psychoactive revolution supplied by pioneer colonial and commodity routes and cultural webs from the Americas. Historians trace their multiple reverberations. For example, coffee and tobacco, if deeply rooted in Afro-Caribbean slavery, were to revolutionize the way Europeans elites thought and treated their bodies. These drugs helped trigger modern capitalist mentalities. Even in another irony, the French Revolution of 1789 allegedly hatched in the cafes of Paris in the name of rationalism and liberty. So drugs, like other colonial trades, helped usher in the modern world. Okay, so we've now reached the third phase I want to talk to you about, and the one that I call the drugs of nations, 1820 to the 1960s. At the start of the 19th century, Spain and then other hemispheric empires collapsed, splitting into 20 plus national states in the Americas. Those nations, as Benedict Anderson shows, that really pioneered that political genre of nation state. I term this era from the 1820s to the 1960s, the drugs of nations, an obvious nod to Smith's 1776 treatise. It was also to be Latin America's classic export and development era. It was a century of bifurcation when certain American drug commodities became tied to national wealth, progress, and identities, while others, by 1900, became antithetical to national elites and racial values. Coffee is an ongoing example. Following that cataclysmic Haitian revolution of the 1790s, coffee's epicenter shifted dramatically to Brazil, where slaves, then immigrant worked plantations, expanded the Brazilian Empire, then Republic, and in the 20th century underwrote modern national products like industrialization. Brazil became a caffeine superpower, or even cartel, if you like. By 1900, supplying Santos beans for 80% of world supply and for 3/4 of its national exports. In a novel, now Western Hemispheric commodity chain, half of Brazil's coffee flowed to the United States with its burgeoning mass democratic frontier markets for new consumer goods like coffee, and with its expanding power across the Americas. And in other ways, coffee proved central to the politics of Colombia and the struggling mini-states of Central America. Numero 8. Caffeine endures. It's still by far, including novel teas, commercial forms like Starbucks, energy drinks like Guaraná now from Brazil, the world's most indulged drug. Many other examples fostered national identities. For example, mate, sí, perfecto. For example, in Argentina, which was basically a newly formed white country of the 19th century, the Guarani Indian colonial Jesuit traded Xananintine tea, known as mate or yerba mate, was reinvented into the gaucho-tinged marker of Argentine culture. Similarly, in Mexico, one very special regional mezcal, that is distilled liquors of the agave cactus, tequila from Jalisco state, became whitened up into Mexico's emblematic national drink, and later tipsy touristy commodity, which we're all going to learn about very well on Friday when we have our what is it called? The tequila finale. Andean coca remained fascinatingly changeable. A late 19th century French entrepreneur, Angelo Mariani, enhanced it into a deluxe commercialized wine drink, which in 1887, in turn, was transformed into a dry energy cocktail by an Atlanta, Georgia pharmacist. Coca-Cola, which still uses coca leaf in its not-so-secret formula, became the 20th century's iconic American soft drink commodity, then globalized with the American way of life. Yet, for all the drug contributions to national commerce, states, and allegiances, other drugs by the 20th century began to stir anxieties among Latin American and Caribbean elites, becoming racially downgraded goods in their increasingly unequal national communities. Andean coca, for example, became seen locally by medical men as an Indian vice, even a kind of social addiction. Ganja, marijuana, maconha, an Asian, African, Caribbean import to the greater Caribbean, Mexico, and Brazil, became negatively associated with Blackness, poverty, or even insanity. And opiates from Chinese immigrants everywhere became linked with anti-Chinese racism and phobias. So, 150 years of nationality in the Americas exalted and packaged certain drugs as national or even export quality and began to deplore and restrict others, a prelude to drug wars as degenerative of their modern national character or hygiene. Okay. Número 10, entonces. Okay, so finally we're coming to the last epoch that I want to talk to you about, which I call from drug wars to drug peace, question mark maybe, 1960s to the present. Now, unlike this hazy, if rich, long drug past, the historical present since the 1960s and 70s is one that we're very familiar with. The decades when Latin America becomes synonymous, even notorious, for trafficking of drugs to the United States and now well beyond on a global scale. Drugs like cocaine, marijuana, heroin, meth, even counterfeit pills. This is the era of hemispheric drug wars. We could go into deep depth, and we're all drug historians here, how these particular drugs became globally prohibited and separated from the cornucopia of legal and popular stimulants Las Americas provides, and how this divide morphed after the 1960s into illicit trafficking networks and so-called cartels embroiled in an escalating war on drugs led by the United States. And this is overlooking complexities like the recent regeneration of healing indigenous psychedelics, or even of long devalued practices like coca. But instead, I'm going to zoom in on a few key
historical points, you might say simplicities or generalities, that lead us to some sense of where we stand now. First, the ideal of prohibiting certain drugs, whatever its merits, is historically fairly new, dating to the start of the 20th century and mostly pushed, excuse the expression, by US authorities over time. Though we've seen the historic precursors and the facilitating and very local 19th century hygienic anxieties that helped. Indeed, one prominent historian of drugs, and that's Musto, originally termed drug prohibition the American disease. That is, the United States, me, are that once Protestant nation that led the world in desires and demands for all kinds of drugs, alcohols, and medicines, but in extreme political ambivalence has also puritanically clamped down on them and moreover elevated these values and laws to global, now UN conventions. This is not to say, however, that Latin American elites and states did not embrace this crusade over time. They did for their own racialist or later Cold War reasons in places like Peru, Colombia, and Mexico, but an embrace that they're beginning to regret. Second, while the Americas, as just shown, have always been a ground zero in the global emporia of mind drugs, and the high-end tequilas, coffee, and new age psychedelics keep on coming, these trades pale in magnitude and ferocity to the illicit streams of drugs, cannabis, marijuana from Mexico, where it took its recent name, Colombia or Jamaica, cocaine, at first a medical miracle isolated by German chemistry in 1860, from Eastern Peru, Bolivia, later Colombia, and probably next Venezuela, and other dangerous flows of drugs. Illicit recreational drugs, once criminalized into black markets, became bare, mean, savage commodities without the legalities or social niceties surrounding or containing other goods. And for a host of reasons, proximity to the world's hottest market, the USA, a history of marginalized peasantries and marginalized regional entrepreneurs, and by the 1960s, the wild price incentives of drug prohibition turned small-scale border smuggling during the 1970s and 80s into one of the most successful homegrown profit industries in Latin America's history, and one strangely in sync with the decade's neoliberal capitalist model. The OAS today estimates hemispheric drug consumption at $150 billion. Well, that's a suspiciously round number. The commodity chain of illicit cocaine, which I know better, connecting impoverished peasants of the Amazon Andes to processors in Colombia or Brazilian cities to nodes and gangs of international distribution in Mexico, not to mention all the profiteers and money launderers in the USA, hit $80 billion in inflated values already by the year 2000. And now cocaine, bigger than ever, enjoys over 22 million regular customers worldwide. In short, these are now huge global goods, though goods with deep local roots. Wait, isn't that the theme of the conference? Yeah, I hit it by accident. All right. Let's make one more massive generalization before heading towards a conclusion about the era of drug wars. Sure, there are likely a few kind of contributions of this criminalized drug cultures, but in balance, they are far outweighed by the unfathomable human costs of modern drug trafficking and warring. Many folks in the USA and elsewhere, those with an excess of cash, have had their long fun partying with imported goods. Some remote peasants have gotten off by supplying them, but barely. And our cultures have become infused by drugs. Movies and series like Miami Vice, Scarface, and Narcos, televised narconovelas, and some serious literature, narco corridos and reggaeton across Latin transiting zones, reflecting and glorifying the money-making cultures of drug lords and their minions. Many of these cultural products, I'm afraid, though, consumed as racist, shut down the border discourses from the North. But we know the steep costs of these hemispheric drug chains and their aggressive prohibition. Corruption of entire governments, even a few true narco economies, militarization and attacks on democracy, and repression of destitute farmers, degrading of fragile biodiverse rainforests, and millions of addictive, ruined, and racially profiled and imprisoned over illicit drugs. Since the 1980s, Reagan-era escalation of drug wars, which has never really stopped, a torrent of violence has first hit Colombian cities, US communities of color, and by the 2010s, huge swaths of Mexico. The suffering and costs in blood and chaos and ruin of illicit drugs, drug wars has been astronomical. The US alone has spent well over $100 billion since 1990 prosecuting overseas drug warfare, and in the process at home became the most incarcerating nation in all of known history. 25% of the world's present prisoners, mostly Black and Latino youth. And our drugs have only grown more plentiful, but also deadlier. Witness the now 100,000 plus record deaths from heroin fentanyl in the United States yearly. Now, to their credit, since 2010 or so, a series of Latin American nations and leaders from Bolivia, Uruguay, Colombia, Guatemala, now Mexico, Jamaica, Chile, articulated by 2010 by the elite Latin American Commission on Drugs and Democracy, have begun to voice and coalesce an open and still growing opposition to the violence and insecurities of hemispheric drug war. This call for a pragmatic, harm-reducing, we might call drug truce, is being felt at the highest tiers of the United Nations and beyond. And popular overturning of drug prohibitions has also spread now to half of US states as well. We'll see if this anti-puritanical, anti-drug war movement, which is another possible Latin American contribution to global drug cultures, continues to build and help resolve a half millennium of growing tensions around mind-altering drugs. Oh, there was one more. Muy dramática, no? Drug war in the Andes. Okay, let me get to the conclusions, and then we could open up for a little discussion, debate, or condemnation. So I've tried over the past 45 minutes to give an extremely big picture of drugs in Las Americas. I'm sure many specialists are already fuming at some of the things that I've generalized about, and why we're here in Mexico, trying to go beyond today's headline narcos to broadly define sweeping historical arrays of mind-altering plants and their derivatives. The ancient Americas gave the world the shamanistic botanical diversity of the American drug complex at its pinnacle, expressed in the intellectual power of civilizations like the Mexica Aztecs. The colonial Americas saw 3 centuries of European domination that launched some stimulants into pioneering global goods with notable impacts on Western mentalities and early modernity. The new national states of the Americas from the 1820s on elevated some drugs and drinks into symbolic goods of national communities and expanded drug-like export commodities, while casting suspicion on others of lowly origins. But it is this last age of illicit drugs and drug wars, the 1960s to 2010s and beyond, which has overshadowed in many ways this rich prior history, overshadowed with its stark black market commodification of mind and pleasure drugs, its terrible violence, state and non-state, and sensationalized global drug cultures. Okay, gracias. Thank you, obrigado. And you questions, if you will. Sure.
I was saying so many questions, but I want to ask one that is a little bit forward-looking with these developments since 2010 that you have described. Let's say hypothetically in 10 more years, some of these drugs are legal. We prevent, or how do we think about the fact that they could then be monopolized by large multinational corporations?
That's a very thoughtful question, actually. It kind of goes with the theme that I tried to, maybe not clearly enough, draw out in the talk, which is the idea that maybe we haven't recognized that the problem with drugs, mind drugs, is this ever increasing commodification, and that we need to find some kind of alternatives to the gross commodification or stark commodification of drugs. And that, of course, is a danger. I mean, we're already seeing that in the United States. In the United States, which has obviously a very strong, how should we say, business or capitalist culture, there is a growing struggle between large corporations that want to invest in and develop and, in some sense, probably monopolize the commerce of cannabis versus small-scale, low-level, social justice-oriented, cooperative, individualized responses to the growing decriminalization of pot. And so I think it's a big struggle. Now, I'm not a futurologist, I'm a historian. What is it that it's so, who said that, Yogi Berra, that it's really hard to predict the future. It's really hard to make predictions, especially about the future. So I think I'll leave it at that, but I do think that that will be one of the larger struggles in the coming age. And that's one of the reasons why I wanted to try to suggest that it's not the drugs themselves. It's not even the drug war itself. It's this growing commodification or simplification of drugs into commodities that is part of the problem. How you reverse that is a very thorny problem. Yes. Oh, Zinnia. Hola. Sure. That's a very good question. Well, I mean, there are different kinds of global anti-drug war movements going on, which have begun to accelerate since, I would say, about the 1990s. In fact, we have one of the world's greatest experts on this right here in the audience, Ethan Nadelman, who was an actor in these movements from its early beginnings. And all that I would say about this is that when I look at the panorama of global anti-drug movements, and of course, everybody knows, or most everybody knows, well, there was always the Dutch and their tolerance policy, and then there was Portugal, and then there was New Zealand, and then there was a more wider kind of NGO-based global harm reduction movement. And then there's been the United States and this kind of very populist movement for medical marijuana and now recreational marijuana, the one that really has the greatest danger of becoming a highly commodified capitalist movement. And now we have even other ones coming from states in the United States about the decriminalization of psychedelics. But the thing that I'd like to note that's different about Latin America is that it is, maybe this is a overgeneralization, but it is the only area of the global South that has begun to raise its voice against drug wars. And that's very important because it is the area that was so strong in the transiting export business and took so many of the social and political costs. We can't underestimate those of global drug prohibition and of the drug policies of their northern neighbor, the United States of North America. So it's significant in that way, and a very significant sector of particularly Latin American, I might call them intellectual elites, you might call them security elites, started after 1910 to begin to look around at the situation, and they began to go, whoa, this is a disaster. Our societies will fall apart if we continue to move in this direction. And even here in Mexico, although you continue to prosecute in different ways a Mexican drug war, there's exceptionalisms. There's movements for harm reduction. There's movements to legalize cannabis. There's movements to try to blunt the force of this. So I think it's significant in that way. It's an ideology that's more deeply rooted in trying to reduce the harms, very large harms associated with the transiting and commercialization of drugs, violence reduction. There's violence in other areas of drug trades, or witness, say, during the crack era in the United States or Cracolandia in Brazil, but it is this large scale transiting and drug organizations where most of the violence has occurred. So I think it's a significant movement. I think it's significant that Latin American countries and elites have joined it. I think in some ways it's linked to the idea of trying to maintain highly fragile democracies because the drug wars have been an imminent threat with militarization and co-optation to the democratization process in America Latina, which has been, kind of on and off since the 1990s. Yep.
Overlap. Like if you think about the ways, I mean, I think it could be generative, in other words, if you think about the ways in which shamanism continues, but it's kind of forced underground into your colonial drug era. And then when you think about the ways that, US business started, was very colonial in behavior and drug production in Latin America into the period that you call the national period, and even like the nationalization aspects of like the Vietnam War or the Reagan era and how that's like identity creating. So not a complaint exactly, but just like let them overlap.
Oh, yeah, I totally agree with that. I mean, the whole purpose of historians' periodization is to make a simplification that then afterwards can be contradicted and can be the source that launches 1,000 new studies. Yeah, I totally agree. They're not clear markers. They're more movements or processes, and some of them continue in other ways, underground, overground, in fragments. I agree with the critique of overarching histories. I think it's a little too much sometimes, but on the other hand, it can be, it's pedagogical in a certain sense. And what I'm just trying to show here is that there is some connective thread here. Why is it that the Americas were the home to the American drug complex, these hundreds of early stimulants and hallucinogenics? And why is it that the Americas today are on the global map as one of the largest sort of drug-infused, drug-associated zones in the world? And there's a rocky road that connects those thousands of years apart eras. But I agree with you that it is not a clear or clean one, and that the overlaps and the fragments and the historical memories of these things are almost as important as the periodization itself. Uh-oh, David Herzberg.
No, I had a question about, in US historiography, there's an independent strain of analysis that isn't necessarily as connected to commodification that has to do with race and the way that the drug war and drug policies are so shaped by the agenda of governing racialized populations in the US. And I'm just wondering whether, taking a broader America's perspectives, how does that change or alter, or what can it add to this dimension of drug policies and drug wars? How does it change that story? And I'd just be interested in any kind of thoughts on that.
That's a very good question, David, because I agree with you that there's a difference in the way that we've organized the historiographies in Anglo North America, which is still evolving, like with your work, which is so principally tied to the idea of race and racial distinctions and segmented drug markets, and the ways in which we tend to organize it in Latin America, which I think is more related to the idea of commodities and goods. But there is a racial element in Latin America, and I think that more and more historians have found that. But one thing I would say, though, is that there's tended to be, maybe there's a convergence happening, in the sense that there's tended to be among some North American historians about drugs a backing down about the early generalizations about race, that drug prohibition was all and only about race, only anti-Black racism, anti-Mexican racism, et cetera, and that there are other complicating factors, corporate factors, or pharmaceutical goods factors, or these types of things. But pharmaceutical goods are market commodities. We're talking about some of the biggest market corporations in the world. So there you also have a commodity analysis and how certain drugs become commodified drugs, legal commodified drugs in the United States, and others, as you call them, become Black drugs. Now, in Latin America, the analysis is more and more paying attention to the racial or ethnic aspects of drugs. And if you look at the case of marijuana in Mexico, and Isaac Campos's work, there was this generalized sense that marijuana by the late 19th century, which was relatively new to Mexico, is associated with the darker classes. But it's not only about that. Or in the Caribbean, there's been a lot of work now on ganja. There's a distinction between the Blackness of former slaves and the imperial immigrants from India and the use of ganja. Or in the case that I made a cite of, there's a very inventive series of books now that are coming out about the whitening of certain drugs, which goes well. For example, the case of tequila, the book of what's her name, Sarita Gaitan, a sociologist of drink, is really illuminating about the way tequila in Mexico went from just being another regional mezcal, which had, kind of iffy connotations among, say, the dominant elites in Mexico City, to becoming associated with the whiteness of the Jalisco region, the whiteness of modernization. And so tequila emerges by the middle of the 20th century as a white form of Mexican mestizaje. So there is some convergence, but we'll have to talk about it a little bit later. I mean, Latin American is the thing that I would say is that we are born with the racial category ingrained in us because of colonialism and caste categories in Latin America, because of the predominance of slavery in certain societies. And so it's almost a given for us, where I do feel that a lot of North American, please excuse me if North American historians are still in the process of discovering race. and integrating it with things like drug policy or integrating it with other issues in US history.
Yes, thank you very much for your interesting keynote. My question is, did you mention that in your keynote that the first stage it's related with shamanism in Mesoamerican cultures? Have you ever considered that this framework of shamanism, witchcraft, sorceress is a colonial tool that tends to hide indigenous knowledge on psychedelics? Or in other words, this framework could be a projection of the Western framework that can provoke the exoticization and commodification of psychedelics and indigenous knowledge?
Yes. No, I'm aware that there's a very broad anthropological debate about the utility of the term shamanism, and it's quite easy once you look into it closely in either its classic anthropological roots and taking the Siberian or European categorization of what was the shaman and applying it directly to the Americas, where they saw active, living shamanistic cultures, that this is a form of Orientalism. And I'm not, what's not clear to me, and that it's incorrect. It hides more than it reveals to just say these are shamanistic societies, but they are small scale societies. They're more fluid societies. They're more diverse societies. And I would search for a term or a concept that might do it better. The link between so-called, now I can say so-called shamanism and commodification, I really haven't thought about that much, but you can certainly see it in the present era. Once New Age movements start in the 1960s and 1970s, shamanism becomes a kind of a big, advertisement. Yes, this is like this cool thing. Carlos Castaneda, we've got this packaged. You go to Latin America, you bring it to Queens, you can sell it, you can have shamanistic tours, you can elevate shamans, some of them perhaps, spiritual and medical authorities who were genuine, but you have many, many charlatans as well. But I don't want to call it the era of charlatans. But yes, I'm aware that it's a deeply misused term, both for the ancient Americas, where it's projected anachronistically, and for the present Americas, where, in fact, if you look closely at a lot of the drug cultures of, say, the Amazon, they're not really as indigenous as people believed in the past. A lot of them are hybridized. A lot of them have mestizo roots that even go back to labor migrations in the late 19th century with the rubber trade. It's really complicated. And so part of the fetishization of the shaman is the same Orientalism that goes with the fetishization of indigenous culture. That this is indigenous, is set apart, is not modern, is different, is the other. And that is a political category, including here in Mexico, as was illustrated. I don't know how many of you read the book by Alec Dawson about mescaline and the kind of rise of the mescaline regulating state in Mexico. Basically, it's a kind of a racist categorization that puts indigenous people safely in the past.
Thank you.
Oh, all right. Hay una question. Oh, okay. ¿Hay una pregunta más? Okay. En Zoom. Oh, hay una pregunta en Zoom. Oh, no entendía. ¿Dónde está el Zoom? ¿Podría introducir la pregunta porque yo no veo o escuchar nada. Ah, aquí viene.
I could speak if it saves time.
Certainly, historians in the future will be talking about the age of Zoom. Hmm. We have a question here that's not Zoomed.
Thank you. I wanted to ask, following on your response to David's question, particularly the
That's the hard one.
the association of psychoactive substances with indigeneity and with darkness, so to speak. So the colorism there. I wanted to ask what that looked like in Paraguay. So if there's a state history of promoting mestizaje and embracing the combination of indigenous and European heritage. What does that look like for associations with drugs there and drug policy?
Wow. I don't know much about Paraguay. Are you Julia Suriel? Oh, there you are. Maybe you could answer that better since Julia has just published a magnificent book. She is a specialist on Paraguay, and she just published a magnificent book on the long history of mate. Yeah. I mean, I would imagine that Paraguay, like in many things, has a different, more hybridized history of thinking about things just because of the bilingualism of the state and whatnot. But I don't really know how that translates into current drug policy in Paraguay. In fact, Paraguay today is quite well known as being a major exporter of maconia. It is one of the world's largest producers of cannabis in the world for the Southern Cone. But I don't in particular know or see the relationship between that and the Guarani colonial import. It has, I think, much more to do with the border situations there, with the corruption of governments. But also, I understand I published a book a few years ago about development in drugs. The area that has become I don't even know whether to call it the Maconia basket or something like that of Paraguay, was originally an area that was for the development of coffee and other export goods that failed. So therefore, another more profitable illicit good stepped in afterwards. But that I don't know that much. I see we're running out of ADHS time. But we will have some, what did you call them? Laundry lists? So, housekeeping. Okay. Some directions as to what we're supposed to do next.
Mexico? Oh, wow. Are you staying afterwards? Oh. Yeah, you can't stay longer. more expertise on two colonial chapters. Okay. Okay. So I'm downloading my. And then Julie also already downloaded it. Oh, I can download. Oh, and we don't have. How can give you the full presentation? Yeah. So let me go. So it's part of the project. Yeah. Well. So And how far along are you on? I have clean draft ball.
Christine.
Yes, hello.
Hi, Christine. How are you?
Fine, thank
See if
you.
we can hear you.
Can I put my video on? Here I am.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, so just in a few minutes. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ok, Marco, ya estás aquí adentro. No tienes audio, que bueno, no pongas el audio, está excelente, pero sí me gustaría, no, sí vamos a tener el audio porque vamos a tener una presentación, una persona por el Zoom que va a hacer una presentación. Y si tú no tienes el audio prendido, no, no está bien, no he dicho nada. Quédate como estás, no pasa nada. Nada más, sí, si quieres hacer una prueba para pasar una presentación, yo dejo de compartir, regresamos en un minuto y tú me pasas una presentación, ¿te parece? Ok, ¿listo? Perfecto. Nada más le damos ándale. Excelente, ya estamos. Perfecto. Ya si quieres deja de compartir y yo me regreso a compartir regresamos en un minuto. Perfecto, ya estamos ahí. Muchas gracias.
Okay, this works now. Good. I just pressed the push, there's a push button. Hello. Hello. Uh-oh, now I can't turn it off.
Sí, los micrófonos los controlamos aquí en cabina. Nada más avíseme si va a querer usar el podio o la mesa.
Podio, pienso, para
Ok.
mí. Y Christine, que está en Zoom, ¿ella puede escucharnos?
Perfectamente bien. Y la podemos escuchar a ella también.
You want to introduce yourself? Yes. So it's just forward and back. Should we? Sí.
Sí, perfecto. Yeah. Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Julia Sariel. I'm an associate professor at Arizona State University. And I am going to be talking today about yerba mate. Thank you very much for being here. It's a pleasure to be in Mexico City. And thank you, Julie, for doing all the organizing and making this possible. So I will begin. There we go. So what I'm talking about today is I'm talking about yerba mate, and this is an excerpt from a chapter in my forthcoming book about yerba mate that will be coming out in January. So for a few months in 1731, a 1 shilling political pamphlet circulated on the streets of London. The pamphlet was titled A Proposal for Humbling Spain. And the anonymous author informed readers that if the British could find a way to wrest control of Buenos Aires from the Spanish, and in the process gain control of the yerba mate trade in South America, it would open the door to immense profits. Quote, no one place or country under heaven is so capable of increasing the trade and riches of Great Britain, unquote. The author, described only as a man of distinction, predicted that by taking Buenos Aires, the British would eventually gain control over all of South American trade because the city's port and resources would allow the British to sell European goods cheaply and dominate the region's markets for European merchandise. But then he added, okay. ¿Podemos mover el zoom por abajo? No sé. Sí, está bien. Okay. So then he added, without trusting, quote, without trusting to that, we should have them in a manner at our mercy by having the herb of Paraguay in our hands, unquote. As the pamphleteer highlighted, yerba mate was more than just a drink. It was a critical commodity in Southern South America. In this chapter, I argue that although yerba mate did not expand beyond the Americas, the independent actions of priests, merchants, and Spanish officials at all levels of the hierarchy nonetheless made yerba mate an improvised and informal tool of empire. Like chocolate and tobacco, yerba mate was widely consumed thousands of miles from where it was produced. But unlike the other two stimulants from the Americas, yerba mate grew in an isolated frontier region. No puedo avanzarlo. Bien, perfecto. From the late 16th century all the way until the wars of independence in the 19th century, it was the glue, yerba mate was the glue that connected Paraguay with the rest of Southern South America, not only economically, but also culturally and politically. And here we see where Lima is, which was the center of the Southern South American part of the Spanish Empire. So what is yerba mate? Yerba mate, first of all, is a tree. It's called Ilex paraguarensis is the scientific name. It's part of the holly family. And it is drunk with a gourd and a metal straw called a bombilla. And the bombilla has a sieve at the end so that when you drink it, you don't get the powder and the leaves in your mouth. It is not only a caffeinated beverage, it is also a social practice. It is typically shared. Everyone drinks from the same bombilla. They pass it around. And you can see this in a colonial image and also in a more recent photograph. And during the colonial period, it spread from Paraguay throughout what is today Argentina, Uruguay, Chile, and much of Bolivia and Peru. The yerba trade broke Paraguay out of isolation and connected the distant imperial backwater with other parts of Spanish South America. In 1658, a Frenchman who traveled from Buenos Aires to Potosí in Peru observed that the yerba mate trade, quote, obliges the merchants of Chile and Peru to hold a correspondence with those of Paraguay, unquote. The vital importance of the yerba mate trade was also repeatedly mentioned in a lengthy dispute about Indians laboring in yerbales, or the wild yerba forests, that reached the Audiencia of Charcas, the appellate court with jurisdiction over Paraguay and the Rio de la Plata region, and the Council of Indies in Spain. In 1696, the Audiencia of Charcas responded to a request from the king about the matter, confirming that yerba production was critical to Paraguay. Quote, the production of Paraguayan yerba is necessary, in the opinion of everyone, for the conservation of that region. Since if they lack this, without any doubt, the people would be jeopardized because the inhabitants of the region maintain themselves with this, the only good that is produced, and because no other province produces this yerba, and its use being common and the healthful effects it creates, especially in these regions that have extremely dry climates and the majority of them cold, yerba is part of the necessary sustenance. Merchants go and look for it, bringing trade goods that the inhabitants of the city of Asunción need to exchange and trade for yerba that they bring to these provinces. Because without yerba, it would be impossible to conserve said city, being only yerba that has sustained that province, unquote. Spanish officials pressed for cash recognized the financial potential of tapping into the yerba trade. It became burdened by countless levies as South American bureaucrats at all echelons saw yerba as an easy target for generating much needed revenues. In 1778, the governor of Paraguay complained to the king that yerba was taxed at a much higher rate than all the other goods produced in the Americas, including precious metals, and that the total of the taxes on yerba far surpassed its original price. He speculated that yerba produced revenue for the royal treasury 10 times more than its value in Paraguay. Local Spanish officials repeatedly taxed yerba mate when they needed funds. As a widely consumed and habit-forming substance, demand was inelastic. In other words, consumers still purchased yerba mate even when its price increased, and thus taxes were guaranteed to generate revenues. In Buenos Aires, Lima, Potosí, and Santiago, it was convenient to tax yerba because it was not produced locally, and distant Paraguayan yerba mate producers had little clout to influence such taxation decisions. So one example is in Santiago, Chile. It's a far distance from Paraguay. In fact, today it's a 27-hour drive from Asunción to Santiago. In the 1780s, Ambrosio O'Higgins, Captain General and Governor of Chile, proposed taxing yerba mate in Santiago to construct dikes to defend the city from serious threat of natural disaster. The flooding of the Mapocho River had threatened the city ever since 5 years earlier. A flood had destroyed previous dikes and many buildings. O'Higgins claimed that this was a pressing need and that there were insufficient funds. Thus, he recommended a tax of 1 peso per bag of yerba from Paraguay and sugar from Lima, products widely consumed in Chile that played an important role in Santiago's broader commercial trade linkages. O'Higgins justified the yerba mate taxes because they promised to generate revenues, given the beverage's habit-forming characteristics. Moreover, O'Higgins rationalized the tax as a tool of social engineering, claiming that both yerba and sugar were associated with immoral behavior, and thereby suggesting positive outcomes if the tax happened to reduce consumption. Quote, in no other article could a tax be assessed with such naturalness and justice, since these goods insinuate vice and indulgence and are so burdensome to this territory, unquote. He concluded his appeal by stating that Santiago's town council considered the tax, quote, the only possible means for safeguarding the capital. Did Spanish officials recognize the profits generated from the yerba mate trade? Writers and officials from other European countries also highlighted the profit potential of yerba mate as an important consideration in proposals for their homelands to challenge Spanish hegemony in the region by taking Buenos Aires. One such proposal came from a French military engineer named Bartolomé de Massiac, who was engaged in the trade of slave and merchandise between Luanda and Lisbon. Between 1660 and 1662, de Massiac had become waylaid in Buenos Aires, where to avoid trouble, he disguised himself as a Catalan. During his stay, he became convinced that France should rule the Rio de la Plata region. And later in 1664, upon his return to Europe, he argued to King Louis XIV that France should invade and conquer the region. Pointing to the economic potential of yerba mate, de Massiac wrote, there is an herb that they call yerba santa, whose commerce among all trade goods is the most important in the region, unquote. De Massiac noted how widely yerba was consumed. Quote, its use is common among Spaniards and Indians, such that they would rather be deprived of eating than of drinking, and at all hours, this yerba in hot water like chocolate, unquote. He then concluded that its high price had the potential to garner great profits as, quote, they buy it at 1 peso of gold in places where there is a shortage, unquote. Similarly, in the pamphlet that circulated in London half a century later, described at the beginning of this talk, the anonymous English author wrote about the profit potential from yerba mate as a key opportunity for why Britain should declare war on Spain and seize Buenos Aires. After describing the port city's trade with Potosí and Peru, the author drew attention to the centrality of yerba mate. Quote, but what is yet of more importance than all the aforementioned commodities is the herb of Paraguay that is only to be found in the country adjacent and depending upon the government of Buenos Aires, a thing of that mighty consequence to Peru and Chile, that without it, they would find it impossible to dig any silver ore out of the mines, unquote. The author asserted that Britain could use yerba mate to force the Spaniards to trade on England's terms, which would be an even more effective tactic than selling British trade goods at predatory prices. Quote, we should have them in a manner at our mercy by having the herb of Paraguay in our hands, unquote. Lastly, he emphasized how a high tax on yerba mate and a smaller taxes on hides and African slaves would defray all of the governing costs and make Buenos Aires, quote, one of the most important colonies the crown of Great Britain ever had, unquote. Others who spent extended periods of time in the Rio de la Plata region explicitly discussed what they saw as yerba mate's great potential in Europe. Martin Dobretzhofer, a Jesuit priest from Bavaria, who spent almost 2 decades as a missionary in Paraguay from 1749 to 1767, observed, quote, Europeans, having never so much as tasted the herb, have no desire to fetch it from America, which they would certainly do if acquainted with its virtue, unquote. Similarly, the Spaniard Felix de Azara, who spent 2 decades in the region as a member of the delegation fixing the Spanish-Portuguese border, assessed in the late 18th century, quote, if the government provided a way to introduce its use in Cadiz and other ports, maybe in less than a century, it will replace tea and coffee in Europe with great benefit for this province and for the metropolis, and new delights for humankind, unquote. So, why didn't yerba ever become popular in Europe? First, the Crown's trade policies. Until the late 18th century, the Crown's mercantilist trade restrictions severely limited transatlantic commerce from Buenos Aires and elsewhere along the Atlantic coast of South America, as Madrid sought to monopolize trade between its American territory and Europe, based on the belief that there existed a fixed amount of wealth to be gained from trade. With few exceptions, all legal trade from Paraguay took a convoluted, indirect, and costly path to get to Europe. After going downriver to Santa Fe, they had to cross the Andes to the port of Cacao near Lima. From there, the goods were loaded onto a boat for sea travel to Panama, where they were again unloaded and transported by land across the isthmus to the Atlantic port of Portobello and onto Havana to join the fleet on its way from New Spain to Spain. This epic and costly journey made it prohibitively expensive to send large quantities of yerba mate to Europe, relegating it to the status of an exotic and foreign substance, while other caffeinated beverages, chocolate, tea, and coffee gained inroads in Europe. But some yerba mate did arrive in Europe. Between 1715 and 1739, yerba went to England, sometimes in significant quantities, under the official asiento license to transport and sell African slaves in Spanish territory. Between 1714 and 1718, each of the British asiento ships that departed from Buenos Aires, for which Victoria Gardner Sorsby has found data, they all transported yerba mate, with quantities ranging from 948 to 1,508 pounds. Several decades later, in 1741, the broker Samuel Doran placed 3 advertisements in the Daily Post of London announcing the public auction of 6 bags of Paraguay, along with other various exotic goods from around the world. Despite limited availability of yerba mate itself, learned audiences in Europe were aware of it. For example, the Encyclopedia, edited by Denis Diderot and Jean Leronde de Alembert, and published in France from between 1751 and 1772, included a 2-page entry about herb du Paraguay. Spain's late 18th century trade reforms created new opportunities for exporting the beverage to Europe. From 1778 on, policies known as Comercio Libre, or free trade, allowed direct trade between 13 ports in Spain and 27 in the Americas. As a result, Rio de la Plata trade goods could now be legally shipped directly across the Atlantic Ocean to Spain, instead of taking the convoluted mercantile route across the Andes and the Isthmus of Panama. The more direct trade route stimulated transatlantic trade and made the Viceroyalty of Rio de la Plata one of the most dynamic regions of the Spanish Empire during the last quarter of the 18th century. So, why didn't yerba mate also make this transatlantic journey from the Rio de la Plata region to Europe after the 1778 reforms? Complete in Britain put downward pressure on the yerba mate trade, and British tea interests had reasons to obstruct the widespread introduction of yerba mate into Europe. In the late 17th century, the British East India Company entered the tea trade in an effort to boost sugar sales. At the time, Britain consumed approximately 10 times more coffee than tea, but by the 1730s, tea consumption had surpassed coffee. Evidence suggests that the East India Company, together with the West Indian sugar lobby, applied political pressure to create market conditions in Britain that favored tea over coffee. British fiscal policies helped drive this shift in consumption. By mid-century, tea prices were low enough that common people could regularly drink tea, and by the end of the 18th century, tea was consumed in both urban and rural settings throughout British territories. The East India Company's tea sales in London grew exponentially over the 18th century. 18th century authors frequently claimed that British tea interests took much more forceful measures to prevent potential competition by yerba mate. For example, as Juan Francisco Aguirre reported in the 1780s, quote, "It is also said that the English found yerba superior to tea, so they prohibited its introduction," unquote. Similarly, the Jesuit priest Dobretzhofer, who claimed that Europeans would want to fetch yerba from the Americas if acquainted with its virtues, described how British tea merchants promoted false information so as to discourage the use of yerba mate. Quote, Paraguayan yerba had just arrived in England, and the high class and humble people of both sexes preferred it to all others. When the merchants of London saw that Asian tea was being spurned and their trade in tea, generally so profitable, was languishing, they did everything possible to banish Paraguayan yerba as soon as possible from all of Great Britain. And to do this, they made seductive promises to whoever could achieve this. There was not lacking a venal doctor who, with a strong gesture and booming voice, protested against the innocent yerba, who claimed it extremely dangerous to the beauty and fertility of women, warning all against it like a poison. This salaried writer must have made such a great impression on the spirits of the English that immediately in all of London, Paraguayan yerba was rejected, outlawed, and forgotten, unquote. By claiming that yerba mate threatened feminine beauty and fertility, the negative propaganda purposefully targeted women because 18th century British society considered tea drinking a feminine activity. Decades later, Alexander Gillespie, who came to Buenos Aires as part of the British invasions of 1806 and 1807, also blamed British tea interests for blocking yerba mate. Quote, if East India monopoly would allow of yerba mate's importation, it would soon obtain general consumption amongst the lowest orders as a healthful, nourishing substitute for tea. And I doubt not, but the apothecary might be much indebted to its virtue, unquote. As these authors highlight, yerba mate faced fierce competition in Europe. By the late 18th century, tea, coffee, and Mesoamerican chocolate had established a strong foothold in Europe. Even though there was interest in yerba mate's potential, little opportunity existed to act on such optimism. Despite its failure to become a global consumer good, yerba mate served a critical role in South America. Its immense popularity led it to become an informal tool of empire. Yerba mate connected the Paraguayan periphery and its people to the rest of Spanish South America. And it provided this financial means for impromptu and decentralized empire building projects throughout Southern South America. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for being here. And pardon me. I'm Julie Landweber. I just wanted to explain briefly and with regret that Scott Hain, who was supposed to be our chair, wrote to me this morning. He's here, he's at the hotel. He woke up not feeling well and he was afraid he might have COVID. So rather than risk, he didn't want to risk infecting anybody. So he went for a COVID test. So thus we are introducing ourselves. Thank you, Julia. And also thank you, Scott, for being here. And on Zoom, hello, Christine. So just a brief introduction. I'm Associate Professor of History at Montclair State University. And I'm currently working on a book with the provisional title, Embracing the Queen of Beans, How Coffee Was Adopted in France, 1660 to 1789. And the present paper is drawn from that project. And also just to toot my own horn for a moment, with Dr. Elizabeth Heath, I am at work on a digital humanities project called Visualizing the Data of the 18th Century French Caribbean. Okay. There we go. In 1776, Michel René Hilliard de Berthuis, a white resident of Saint-Domingue, published a book in which he hoped to win a reputation as a thoughtful member of the Enlightenment and earn a lucrative judgeship in the colonial administration. Instead of accomplishing these goals, considerations on the present state of the French colony of Saint-Domingue proved to be highly controversial for its sharply negative view of the colony. The one subject upon which de Berthuis reflected positively was Saint-Domingue's source of wealth, the agricultural production of staples such as sugar, indigo, and cotton. Yet here too, he found something to criticize. Coffee, he declared, would be the island's ruin. Although no longer a novelty by the 1770s, coffee was newer to the colony than other crops. Daubertuy despised coffee planters for, as he saw it, their willingness to experiment with increasingly marginal lands and to work their slaves to death in the never-ending quest for profit. Let's see if I can raise this up a little bit less loud. Calling coffee a destructive culture, he complained, coffee, and I quote, "Coffee attracts those Europeans who will always be strangers in the colony, men who are too easily dazzled by prodigious crops that once sold at excessive prices. Since the peace of 1763, they have employed over 40,000 Negroes and killed the greater part of them. They didn't foresee that this luxury food, becoming better known and multiplying, would fall into disrepute and become worthless." In Daubertuy's view, the very nature of the coffee tree, which typically lived only 20 years, precluded any interest among its planters in making long-term investments in land management or slaves. Worse, just when planters were clearing the remaining wild lands to raise coffee, the price of beans was undercut by competition from Dutch Suriname. For this reason, he lamented, "Oh, coffee, deadly gift of Arabia, how will you compensate the colonists for all that you've stolen from them?" End quote. That Daubertuy identified coffee as, quote, "a gift of Arabia" was telling. Coffee had indeed originally come to France from Yemen in the 17th century, but by 1776, that time was long past. During the previous 50 years, French-controlled coffee production had overtaken commerce from Arabia to the point where the coffee traded globally was more a French imperial product than anything else. Despite this, coffee had still not shed its status as an exotic drug commodity, simultaneously desirable and dangerous, a gift some feared as deadly. From its arrival in France through the French Revolution, coffee provoked strong emotions from both adherents and detractors, whether metropolitan consumers or colonial producers. Through an analysis of coffee's perceived qualities, I will argue that we can see French mores becoming recognizably modern. In France, attitudes shifted from a moral religious perspective in the 17th century to a secular and increasingly evidence-based medical understanding of coffee consumption's risks and benefits in the 18th century. Meanwhile, in the French East and West Indies, colonial producers initially adopted coffee with the mercantilist goal of protecting the French economy from outside specie drain. However, by mid-century, this protectionist attitude began giving way to a proto-capitalist worldview focused on profits for the individual planter. Now, a little back history. For centuries, coffee beans were produced commercially only in Yemen. Coffee reached Europe circa 1615 and France around 1650. As reports of its exotic origins and physiological effects spread, socially elite early adopters grew curious to try it. Theologians and doctors, alarmed by the popularity of this new drug, launched a debate that would last over a century. In fact, we could easily say it's still going on till today. Was coffee beneficial or dangerous? And if so, for whom and in what ways? Initially, Marseille was the chief point of entry into France for coffee. In 1679, Claude Colomb, a medical student in that city, publicly attacked the new import. He accused coffee of possessing tyrannical qualities, which made it impossible to stop drinking, encouraged gluttony, and thereby corrupted drinkers' morals. With Colomb's justification in hand, Marseille city leaders promptly banned coffee and burned what beans they had. While their actions may have been spurred more by economic jealousy against Armenians, who then dominated the fledgling business of coffee importation in France, others also grew worried about coffee. In 1705, Montpellier doctor Daniel Duncan invoked God to chastise what he called the abuse of overdrinking coffee. The 1709 treatise on Lenten dispensations by doctor and theologian Philippe Ecquet applied Colomb's and Duncan's observations to the Christian tradition of religious fasts. Ecquet agreed that coffee was, quote, highly seductive and so able to corrupt the palate that once tried, it is forever desired, end quote. He concluded that coffee was not acceptable for Christians. Nicolas André de Beauregard disagreed. In his 1713 treatise on Lenten foods, he cited a Persian legend as proof that coffee cooled sexual ardor, leading to chaste marriages, focusing less on bodily passion and more on spiritual union. Coffee, he theorized, could actually improve average Christians by, quote, making marriages more holy, end quote. I'm not sure anybody actually wanted that, but he tried to promote it that way. Unfazed by these assaults, French consumer demand for coffee grew steadily. Contrary to the moralists and doctors, apothecaries encouraged consumption by claiming coffee was a perfect cure-all. Pierre Pommet, in his 1695 General History of Drugs, confirmed that it, quote, heats and fortifies the stomach, is a powerful remedy against chest ailments and loss of appetite, and is esteemed for curing headache, end quote. In the 1750s and 60s, partly in response to coffee's increasing ubiquity, a new genre of medical analysis began appearing in print. It dropped all pretense to morality, instead viewing coffee's effect on consumer health through the newest fashionable malady, the so-called vapors. Whereas earlier doctors had been united in their opposition to coffee, mid-century experts could no longer agree on whether coffee was benign or beneficial or bad. To François Thierry, coffee was always, quote, a cause of sickness, end quote, due to its potential to thicken women's blood and heighten their nervous tension. Other vapor theorists believed coffee could be curative or harmful, depending upon the user's constitution. Joseph Rollin hailed coffee's ability to, quote, revive the mind, strengthen memory, keep the blood flowing, encourage perspiration, prevent comatose sicknesses, and aid digestion, end quote, which sounds wonderful. Unless, he warned, unless you happen to be, quote, thin, tubercular, bilious, or melancholy, in which case coffee would reduce the liquidity of your blood through sweat and urination and lead to hectic fever and dysentery, end quote. Pierre Pomme agreed, calling coffee in the same breath a, quote, pernicious drink and, quote, very helpful to those who do not ordinarily consume it, end quote. A 1774 treatise pushed these contradictions to their logical conclusion, noting that if coffee was universally dangerous, it would never have been so widely adopted. But if coffee was universally safe, it would never have inspired so many doctors and even coffee partisans to warn against its use. And I quote from this text, this conflict in opinions demonstrates that coffee cannot be classified as an indifferent thing, end quote. How then should coffee be used? Who could safely consume it? The anonymous author decreed, quote, coffee considered solely as a simple beverage is safe for corpulent people with robust constitutions who are accustomed to regular exposure at good tables, end quote. But the same author went on, for everyone else, coffee was so risky that it should be, quote, banished from classification as a foodstuff and relegated to the class of drugs, end quote, available only by special prescription. In the 1780s, medical opinion became firmly pro-coffee. André Legentil, a University of Paris professor of medicine, theorized that in its raw state, coffee might have benefits that roasting destroyed. He conducted 14 case studies of patients to whom he prescribed a special infusion of unroasted coffee. His patients included both men and women, ranging in age from 14 to 78. Some were single, some married, some widowed. Socially, they were all over the map, the daughter of a valet, the wife of a cook, gentlemen of rank, and their maladies were likewise diverse: menstrual troubles, unbearable chest congestion, and severe gout, among other issues. In every case, within 3 weeks, each patient was cured of their ailment. Legentil concluded that coffee, quote, furnishes most men today with the most delicious of pleasures, end quote. It was only dangerous when, quote, prepared without method, end quote. Royal physician Pierre-Joseph Boucause was similarly encouraging. His 1788 dissertation on coffee attempted to say everything about coffee from its history of discovery and cultivation to its modern value in France. And I quote, one needs coffee today more than ever to calm the surprising vapors afflicting both men and women excited by all the newly invented liqueurs. Coffee is good for everyone, declared Boucause, overlooking the fact that in the preceding centuries, many doctors had leveled the same accusations against coffee itself. Turning back the clock now, let us consider the flip side of this history, where we will find that producing all that coffee created just as much controversy in the colonies as consuming it did in the metropole. Early in the 18th century, creative individuals began thinking of ways to liberate France's expenditures on coffee from dependency on high-priced Yemeni exports. And this is a double-page spread from a beautiful atlas of 1715 that, for interesting reasons, is not oriented to the north. So let's just rotate it here. And now it should look a lot more familiar to you. And there's the two spots we're interested in. Because of its relative proximity to Yemen, tiny Bourbon Island, which is today modern Reunion in the Indian Ocean, was the first place targeted. In 1710, the French East India Company was running the colony purely as a rest stop for its ships. A financier named Vauvray made the crown a radical proposal: transfer control of Bourbon to him, and within 8 years, he promised to turn it into France's very own Spice Island. In his view, this colony, quote, could produce considerable advantages for the state if plantations of coffee, cloves, and pepper were to be attempted, end quote. His clinching argument was a mercantilist plea. Quote, our kingdom consumes annually over 2 million pounds of pepper, 100,000 pounds of cloves, and 200,000 pounds of coffee at a cost of 4 million livres per year, end quote. All the money to pay for those luxuries was going to strangers. And he concludes, if we French could produce these things ourselves, we would enlarge our trade and enrich the king's subjects. Vauvray never won his concession, but his proposal shocked the company directors into launching a coffee growing enterprise rather than lose control of the island. They were in luck. In 1711, an indigenous variety of coffee was discovered growing wild on Bourbon, and in 1715, the Imam of Yemen gifted the company 60 coffee trees. However, what should have been an easy project turned into a painful struggle. Despite having a native source of coffee at hand and receiving Coffea arabica plants directly from Mocha, the island's leaders had to force uninterested colonists to grow coffee. They tried debt forgiveness, arm twisting, price manipulations. When these tactics failed, the governor threatened to sequester the harvest of any planter with less than 200 coffee trees. This made some planters so angry that they ripped out their trees. In turn, the governor invoked the death penalty for self-vandalism. At last, in 1725, a full 10 years after the company had committed the colony to coffee, the governor could report, quote, coffee is making incredible progress on this island, despite all the hitches. I believe the quickest way to make this island valuable to the state would be to shut off trade with Yemen. Our coffee is of equally fine quality. The harvest in 1726 will be of good size and will doubtless grow every year thereafter, end quote. Coffee was associated with conflict at some point in nearly every French colony where it took hold. Caribbean basin colonists considered the prospect of cultivating coffee vastly more positively than had been the case on Bourbon. Their problem was not lack of interest, but rather lack of plants. The same company which forced Bourbon planters to grow coffee tried to prevent plants from reaching the West Indies. In 1718, the governor of French Guiana arranged to liberate some coffee seeds, steel, of course, from neighboring Dutch Suriname, and by 1722 had produced enough seed to share with colonists both locally and in Martinique and Guadeloupe. As it became evident these American colonies could rival Bourbon as colonial producers, the company fought back with a series of edicts forbidding any ships other than theirs to carry coffee to French ports. This threatened, quote, grave consequences for the American colonies where coffee was being heavily developed, unquote. In 1729, the Windward Isles governor worried that, quote, it would be difficult to convince planters to abandon coffee, having already invested so much in it, end quote. He was right. Guadeloupe recorded its first commercial harvest later that year, and in Martinique in 1730. French ships could not legally carry this coffee, but they smuggled it to France anyway. In 1730, the company tried again, quote, arguing that its right to import coffee from one French island, Bourbon, gave it the right to trade in coffee produced by any and all French islands, end quote. But this was too broad a claim. In 1732, the crown broke the company's privileges at last, provoking joy amongst the Caribbean planters. Coffee's success gradually rendered it dangerous in the eyes of the white plantocracy. Across the Caribbean, coffee was embraced by those whom the sugar complex had shut out. Poorer whites and free people of color who could not afford to grow sugar could make a decent living cultivating coffee. This alarmed the colonial elite, who feared an economically and racially equalizing society and blamed coffee for these changes. First adopters made production look so simple that many colonists lacking resources saw a future in coffee. In the mid-1740s, Élie Monnereau, whose witness to early successes on Saint-Domingue and the failures that followed, began circulating a coffee cultivation guide. He focused on misconceptions to warn planters against thinking coffee plantations required neither effort nor manpower. Coffee culture, he wrote, seems golden at first. The ease with which it is cultivated is completely charming. The few workers needed to plant vast numbers of trees will have you dreaming about how the best revenue comes from that which costs the least and produces the most. But, he warned, this fantasy vanishes at harvest time. Only then will you realize that those handsome coffee trees that promised so much, in fact, threaten ruin from their first appearance, end quote. Monnereau knew from experience that planters were interested in profit above all else. Thus, he focused on what not to do as much as what to do in order to cultivate coffee successfully. For example, while it was possible to plant many coffee trees with only a few slaves to help, those same trees would require 6 to 10 times the number of workers to pick and process the beans. Unless one could afford to purchase or borrow sufficient slave labor, one's investment would be entirely lost. During the next 30 years, coffee production on Saint-Domingue expanded exponentially, forming a period historians have dubbed the Coffee Revolution. Some, notably Daubertuis, whom we encountered earlier, deeply feared coffee's power to destabilize colonial society and ruin the land with its low startup costs and wild value swings. He may have had a point, insofar as in France, many maintained a bias against colonial coffee. It was cheaper than mocha, but that was virtually all that could be said for it. Unlike sugar or cotton, even as coffee production boomed, it remained a commodity associated with luxury and connoisseurship, and hence risked not selling if consumers found the quality subpar. Some retailers lumped all colonial coffee together as island coffee, as you can see here. Mid-century cookbooks ignored the American product altogether in favor of mocha, seconded by Voltaire, who in Candide of 1759 called all colonial coffee bad, whether from the East or the West Indies. Rarely did anyone acknowledge that Bourbon, Guyanese, and Caribbean coffees had distinct qualities which a gourmet might find interesting. By the late 1780s, coffee cultivation had reached a state of maturation in many French colonies, and some people's opinions shifted accordingly toward a new positive outlook. Moreau de Saint-Méry based his thorough description of the French part of Saint-Domingue on the island as it was in 1789, just before the revolution broke out. Unlike Monnereau and Daubertuis, Moreau de Saint-Méry regarded the colony's coffee production as a crucial centerpiece of its economy. He detailed every parish's plantations, pausing to consider the suitability of situation for coffee in each case. For the major coffee growing parishes, such as in the north, he provided an even more granular breakdown of different sizes of coffee estates, which he cataloged according to how many pounds of coffee each produced per year and at what value. Very importantly, he also rebutted metropolitan buyers' distrust of the colonial product. He pointedly identified specific coffees of Saint-Domingue as being respectively superior to all the rest in the region, or a bean regarded as the best in all the Antilles, or most impressively of all, quote, indistinguishable from coffee from the Levant, end quote. Of this last, he managed to simultaneously praise its flavor and challenge the expertise of those who claimed to prefer coffee from mocha over all island coffees, remarking proudly, quote, these beans fool the eye of the connoisseur and the palate of the gourmet, end quote. Now to wrap up. Alarmed by coffee's inexorable spread, for decades, colonial planters and metropolitan dietary experts fought a losing battle against small farmers and everyday drinkers for overproducing and over-consuming this strange bean. Initially, coffee was desired in the colonies, or in the case of Bourbon Island, pushed on colonies for its potential to protect the French protect the French economy from outside drains. However, in the process of becoming established, coffee became a threat to the established colonial hierarchy of wealthy white sugar planters on top and free people of color well below. Meanwhile, in the metropole, dropping prices allowed ever more members of French society to partake of this new sociable stimulant, despite a long campaign by moralists and physicians to restrict its consumption. By 1789, coffee had become so valuable in the colonies and so popular in the metropole that removing it from the French economy, diet, and culture had ceased to be thinkable. Thank you. So we're now going to have our one virtual presenter, Christine Jones.
Hello, everyone. Can you see me? Am I sharing my PowerPoint? Hello there. Can you hear me?
Christine?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Okay. It's your turn.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Am I sharing my PowerPoint? Is that the way we'll do this? I will go ahead and do that. Can you see the PowerPoint? Hello?
We can't see it.
You can't see the PowerPoint. Okay. I will need perhaps to be able to share my screen.
Can you do that?
I also uploaded it. I was not sure if that would be easier, but I'm happy to share it if I can share my screen.
I think if you can, do you want to do the? We're trying to figure it out for you.
Sure. Thank you.
Can we see the presentation, please?
Is that working? Sorry, I can't hear anyone. Have I succeeded?
Okay, you can share the presentation.
Yes, I'm okay. Let me try again.
You have the permission to
Yes, excellent. Thank you.
Okay. There it is.
Yes.
Perfect.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. It's my pleasure and privilege to be here. Sincere apologies for the technical difficulties, which are an effect of the fact that I could not be with you. I'm so sorry about that. It's really something for me to be zoomed into this meeting, a meeting of the ADHS, which is a first for me, and specifically to be talking about chocolate to historians and to an audience in Mexico City. These are extraordinary firsts for me as well. As I broach this topic in the home of the Aztec about an ancestral crop of the Maya, I want to identify myself as a Europeanist. I'm a settler currently on the unceded land of the Piscataway in present Maryland, USA. My research is on French literature and the documentary history of material culture at the turn of the 18th century. So I'll cover the period we've been talking about, and it's material that probably many of you or most of you know. I hope simply as a literature scholar to offer some potential insights that are food for thought, as it were, for us today. So my talk will be in 3 parts. First, I'll situate our discussion briefly in England and France in the 17th century. Again, a period that you know. I'll offer you some insights about how I situate this work there. And we'll call this the century of awe and angst from the purposes of chocolate discussion. The next sections each construct an 18th century story about the drug through verbal and visual representations that show it first as a variously deployed synecdoche for empire, and second as a naturalist tonic rebranded as European. And again, I will be following the pattern of the previous talks, in fact, covering some of the same material as Julie just showed you, and hopefully weaving it into a story that also takes into account the literature of the period when material culture moves into literature. Writing about chocolate first emerged, again, as many of you know, most of you know, from colonial Mesoamerica and Spain in the late 16th and early part of the 17th century. Of those humoral debates about nature, the virtues, and the vices of chocolate, Antonio Colmenero de Ledesma's treatise on chocolate, published in Madrid in 1631, became the authoritative source on information regarding the drug. He was trained as a medical doctor and surgeon and had also served a Jesuit mission, where you are in Mexico, and introduced chocolate to Europe by reconciling it rather definitively with the dominant theory of the humors. So his treatise was really the most important to come out of the early period in Europe. It was highly influential. Translations into English appeared in 1640 and 1652, in French in 43 and 71, in Latin in 44, and in Italian in 78. And publications that followed for more than a century. Colmenero supplied the science of cacao. The writers in this section, one armchair prurient and one panicked marquise, all supplied wild mythologies about it. The first and second published translations of Colmenero in English are both by Captain James Wadsworth. His second edition appeared under a title that firmly located the information in its colonial context, chocolate or an Indian drink. But it quickly pivots with the lengthy subtitle you see here into something quite different. So Wadsworth does not really translate Colmenero's science. He frames the information culturally with his verbose titles and pages of introductory material that include a 4-page ode to chocolate, which, so pronounced, turns out to rhyme with all sorts of words. In his introduction, Wadsworth pitches the drink as a cure-all, promising help to, quote, every individual man and woman, learned or unlearned, honest or dishonest, who could afford chocolates, what he suggests are chocolates reasonable costs. We know that not to be true, especially in the later period. The benefits of ingesting chocolate swirl inventively around the promise of bodily repair and vigor. The virtues thereof are no less various than admirable, for besides that it preserves health and makes such as drink it often fat and corpulent, fair and amiable, it vehemently incites to Venus and causeth conception in women, hastens and facilitates their delivery. It's an excellent help to digestion, it cures consumption, etc. But I shall not attempt to enumerate all the virtues of this confection, for that were impossible, every day producing new and admirable effects in such as drink it. As much as Wadsworth's translation anchored its knowledge in Colmenero's firsthand medical testimony, the litany of diseases that make the case for taking the chocolate cure speak directly to threats to the body in England around 1650. It's no accident that sexual arousal, inciting to Venus, tops the list of ways in which chocolate from the West Indies would fortify the British subject. This stereotype, of course, came from the oldest associations of chocolate with Montezuma and hence with virility. But then the list moves progressively up the torso, from the groin, through the digestive tract, to the lungs, to the teeth, and finally to sites of evacuation as it locates the afflictions that the drink attacks all over the body. Chocolate proved stronger, claims the introduction, than any hazard life might throw a Londoner's way. And of course, in a century of dirty cities, plagues, and terrible infant mortality rates, a drug that could do anything, the case Wadsworth makes in his inaugural publication for the British, would justify any cost. Wadsworth's treatise was conveniently also sold at a tavern that peddled chocolate, making it one-stop shopping. Writing about 10 years after Wadsworth, Henry Stubb also rehashed Colmenaro's humoral theory, and in an attempt perhaps to stand out against the background of his British predecessor, turned the medical argument into a religious experience. In his book concerning the City of God, it is avowed by St. Augustine that Adam in paradise before the fall could have erected at pleasure, and that the motions of the flesh were so perfectly subordinate to his will that he could as easily have moved his blank, that's in the text, as his hand. But since the fall of Adam, those amorous inclinations are less constant to men. As for chocolata, how effectual it may be herein, I understand not by experience. But since the most amorous nations in the world drink it, it is very possible it may conduce thereunto much. Without doubt, physicians cannot decline to recommend it. A holy Viagra, chocolate returns man to his prelapsarian glory, says Stubb. And via a racist stereotype about the indigenous libido, well known, and proximity to nature, chocolate becomes a Christological figure of salvation. The digestion, it dies for man's sins and restores the divine wholeness with his body. Stubb was, of course, not the first or last to invoke venery, but he does appear to be the first and only writer to suggest that St. Augustine would recommend chocolate. The mythologies about chocolate worked in Britain and in France. The Marquise de Sévigné, a regular at the court of Louis XIV and a diarist of social fashions, was among the first group of French aristocrats to attempt to incorporate chocolate into their daily diet on the advice of a physician. Luckily, that occurred during the first year that she undertook what became an extensive and legendary correspondence with her daughter. She wrote about her experience consuming chocolate in 1671. The letters tell a tale of carnal pleasure and danger. If chocolate was portrayed as an excellent and foolproof drug in a lot of the medical literature of the mid-century, the drug trials she inadvertently did with her own body revealed a whole other side of the experience. Note that Sévigné personifies the drink as though it has a will of its own. That's her helpless body talking. Once you take it in and react badly to it, it's too late. You live with that discomfort until it passes all the way through you. Like Stubb, she registers it as a kind of possession, but an unholy one that does terrifying things to the body. She wonders aloud, is it diabolical? Sévigné registers above all that the chocolate cure has become de rigueur at court for health problems with novel and unwieldy effects. Over the course of 1671, it did become a vogue, and via Catholic racism that associates the drug's effects with Blackness, a cautionary tale. Nonetheless, by 1672, even Sévigné had settled into a chocolate routine. So had much of the continent. Decades of awe and angst. And again, I've taken these particular writers as sort of a dominant trend in the 17th century. A medical calm began to settle over the chocolate drug, not because the science changed necessarily. And as all of you know, caffeine was not identified until Goethe had coffee tested in the 19th century. And again, Colmenaro's theory of the humors is reproduced for decades and decades to come, but because empire had remapped the world. One of the revelatory appearances of the drink in the 18th century is the cameo it makes in Voltaire's satirical novel Candide or Optimism. When we meet Candide, he's an orphan of war who's been taken in and reared by his uncle, a baron of Westphalia. He's had the misfortune to fall in love with and kiss Cunegonde, the baron's daughter, for which he has been banished. As it happens, his philosophy teacher, Pangloss, master of metaphysical theological cosmologology, has also been ejected from the chateau following an affair with Paquette, the baroness's lady-in-waiting. Together, they journey far and wide, and that, as you know, is the plot of the novel. And chocolate appears as an import from South America that has made its way into Europe and into the habits specifically of the nobility and the clergy of Italy. Pangloss first invokes chocolate to explain the rampant and deadly spread of syphilis throughout Europe following Christopher Columbus's arrival on the shores of the Caribbean islands. Pangloss explains syphilis as a necessary sacrifice to the pleasures brought about by chocolate and cochineal, insects used to make the rich red dye worn by royalty and clergy, which of course also came to Europe following the conquest of the Caribbean and Mexico. At that moment of the novel, Pangloss's body is being ravaged by the disease, which his young lover Paquette transmitted to him. For her part, Paquette contracted it through a dalliance with a Cordelier, a Franciscan friar, who traced his infection back through a countess, a cavalry captain, a marchioness, and Jesuit, all the way back to, quote, one of the companions of Christopher Columbus. Overcome by the state of his friend and this wild tale, Candide wonders in the spirit of Sévigné if the devil could be at the root of such, quote, strange genealogy. In response, Pangloss explains that far from being diabolical, the deadly infection was a necessary ingredient in the overall plan to bring chocolate and cochineal to Europe. For if Columbus had not in an island of America caught this disease, which contaminates the source of life frequently, even hinders generation, and which is evidently opposed to the great end of nature, we should have neither chocolate nor cochineal. According to Pangloss's best of all possible worlds philosophy of life, something terrible on the surface must have higher purpose. Thus, having chocolate justifies having the pox, which incidentally calls out to a prevailing myth of the previous century that chocolate would cure the pox. The absurd genealogy notwithstanding, Pangloss makes his point. A drink, a royal dye, and a disease together constitute Columbus's material legacy, the booty taken from Mesoamerica for European consumption through the ongoing and relentless press of imperialism. Syphilis becomes Voltaire's continental symbol of the havoc and genocide and resistance, the colonial compromise, necessary to the arrival by the boatload of chocolate in Europe. By the mid-century, chocolate was firmly and more calmly identified with the realities of the colonial machine, the suppression of indigenous cultures and trade of enslaved people to farm it. And this piece by Gauthier Dagoty, this portrait of Madame Dubarry, shows her with her enslaved servant Zamor, who has brought her a cup of chocolate. And for the record, this could also be a cup of coffee. From the shape of the cup and its handle, also the fact that she's in her bedclothes, I'm going to presume for the moment that it is chocolate. Dubarry was Louis XV's chief royal mistress, and Zamor was, quote, gifted to her as her personal servant slave. His skin, composure, and purpose in this painting celebrate the colonial project. Critics note that he is dwarfed by Dubarry in the image. The expression on his face is also one of pleasure, as though serving her as a joy. Furthermore, chocolate is in his hands. He's a reminder that at both ends of the supply chain, the field and the royal table, Black hands made the global chocolate trade possible. A late century reflection on cacao rounds out this section, and it has to do with a caterpillar. Not every plant has a signature pest, but cacao does. Now known as the cacao armyworm, it was first depicted in Maria Sibylla Merion's 1705 Metamorphosis Insectorum Surinamensium. She's now known as both a landmark botanical illustrator and a foremother of entomology. In 1788, physician and botanist Pierre-Joseph Buchoz, whom you've already heard something about, talked about the bugs Marion found on the plants she studied in Suriname by way of opening his dissertation on cacao. There were the black and red striped caterpillars, the cacao armyworm, which is pictured here, and another species she chose not to depict in 1705, though it appeared in later editions. The magnificent woolly-haired megalopyge, a large green-yellowish and covered in sharp hairs, green-yellowish caterpillar covered in sharp hairs, is the star of the anecdote about what happened when Marion touched the cacao plant to inspect it. The caterpillar is strongly venomous, according to Miss Marion, and covered in hair and bristles layered thick and short below and thin and tall above. I'm sorry, I meant to tell you that I'm skipping a little bit here. Probably one of these black hairs broke and stuck in her skin, creating a kind of venom, which in fact, it is not. As history remembers, in Suriname, Marian documented the metamorphosis of caterpillars for the first time. What goes unspoken in those reports is that the cacao-eating specimen that hurt Marian had only recently arrived in Suriname with large-scale plantation farming a few years before. This boat was on a crop brought there with slave labor to expand the Dutch Empire. If Marian gave Ducos a welcome botanical anecdote for the chocolate drink he was about to describe in the 1780s, metaphorically, the worm is also worthy of note. It points to the ubiquity of cacao in the European colonies, the complications of large-scale plantation crops, and in the end, reassures us that while the cacao culprit may look like a kind of venom, like a syphilis that might give pause to the invasiveness of curiosity and the violence of global trade, in fact, it is not. So that's one trend through the 18th century. And I'll end with the second trend on the European tonic. 3 anecdotes, therefore, on the idea and this ideal of the tonic. In 1705, distiller Pierre Masson published a handbook designed especially for baristas hoping to profit from the sale of liquor, fruit confections of all kinds, along with coffee, tea, and chocolate. He calls it appropriately the master distiller. Masson gives the drinks pride of place, the hot beverages, that is, pride of place in his title, distilling down, as it were, a habit of clustering the drinks together that began in the mid-century, 17th century, and also by promoting them on the barista's menu as healthful liqueurs. The handbook draws on very recent wisdom about aligning each drink differently with the rhythm of the day for maximum benefit. If a Parisian followed the art of consumption, as Masson outlined it, and as this coffee man of the same period illustrates, she would take tea at the start of the day and after meals, coffee to fight fatigue and aid digestion, and chocolate for sustenance and overall good health. The role ascribed to chocolate here, not necessarily as a cure-all, but as a health supplement and a readily available liqueur, is one that would carry it into the future and firmly establish a need to import to Europe enough cacao for daily consumption. I want to briefly gesture now to Jonathan Swift, who, like his fellow satirist Voltaire, portrays 18th century chocolate in fiction as a commodity of sensuality and excess. But what you see here is that, like Sévigné, his personal correspondence also offers a window into chocolate on the ground, now as a European habit that had become a daily ritual. By his own account in letters from 1710 to 1713, Swift was one of those fellows losing money in chocolate houses that he mocks in his own literature. He sometimes catalogued the goings-on in and around London's chocolate houses, notably White's and Ozinda's. He bought quantities of chocolate for sick friends, this is what you can see here, drank it each day, and was known for serving it generously to visitors, a habit greatly facilitated by the eventual luxurious gift of a chocolate pot for home brewing. And finally, in the naturalist world of the Enlightenment that made health an elite priority, all that chocolate needed to go viral was a lot of plantations and the right sponsor. Sir Hans Sloane was in Jamaica at the time that Marian was exploring the plants of Suriname as physician to the governor, and he published his voyage to the islands in 1707. He returned, as many of you know, he returned to the post of royal physician and eventually president of the Royal Society and the Royal College of Physicians. While in Jamaica, he drank chocolate, already a plantation crop as early as the 1670s and 80s, and returned with crates of cacao to London. His stature in the medical community and these two facts allowed history to ascribe to him a key role in chocolate's success. Having decided that healthful chocolate was too bitter for his taste, it is said, he was the first to add sugar and milk to it, inventing milk chocolate and aligning it with the delicacy of the European palate. If Zamore was the mid-century face of chocolate, in Sloane, late century apothecaries and later history, because the story goes on, found a medical authority with Caribbean experience and a decidedly unexotic reputation in Sloane. His name would become the tagline of the European tonic, one that embodied the virtue of natural health, sourced from the global pharmacy that ultimately at this time had become, in Europe's eyes, its own. To end, after this romp through what I hope are a collection of instances that tell the story ultimately of European, specifically French and British marketing of the commodity. They show that chocolate, the pharmaceutical, because it was always a drug, embodies also the brutality of colonialism hiding in plain sight. The 17th century awe and angst revealed as much. Then this 18th century daily ritual that I've suggested ushered in a sort of calm around talking about the beverage, also ushered in what we might call a modern amnesia about how the Northern Hemisphere was and is still able to consume so much chocolate.
Thank you so much.
Excellent. Thank you so much for being here today. Thank you so much for organizing this panel. I appreciate it. My name is Scott Taylor. I teach at the University of Kentucky. I'm remaking early modern European historian. And today I want to talk about coffee, tea, and the morality of the consumption and production of drugs in early modern Europe. So as we know from the last hour, Western Europeans adopted coffee and tea, but not yerba mate, as part of everyday life, at least for prosperous urban dwellers in the late 17th and 18th centuries. During the same period, observers were taking note of the beginnings of consumer society. And in this new context, debates began about the morality of consumption and production. Were tea and coffee luxuries? And if so, did that imply Rousseauian decadence and corruption, or the civilizing grace of Montesquieu's du commerce? Did the money spent in the production and sale of these products help spur a Smithian virtuous cycle of increasing wealth and industriousness? Or did the temptations of the coffee house and the tea table pull men and women away from their work, creating sites of anti-industriousness in coffee houses and tea tables that dragged down the nation? Furthermore, tea and coffee were closely linked to their fellow soft drugs like gin and brandy, distilled spirits. Tea was allegedly a gateway to gin drinking for unsupervised women, and sugar, which made tea and coffee palatable to Europeans. This implicated tea in the gin craze that gripped early 18th century London. Sugar linked both tea and coffee to the transatlantic slave trade and Caribbean plantations that became controversial in the late 18th century, leading to anti-slavery boycotts, advocates boycotting sugar, making the tea table and the coffee house sites of contention. Was it ethical to consume these drinks at all? Historians have studied coffee and tea as commodities and the way that they were linked to the emerging masculine public spheres and feminine private sphere in early modern Europe. But evidence here taken from English, French, Italian, and Dutch sources will show early modern Europeans wrestling with the broader implications of their ever-increasing thirst for the caffeinated drinks in the emerging global world of commerce, where commodity chains linked Africa, the Caribbean, East Asia, and the Middle East to the tables of Western Europe. This paper is taken from a larger project on early modern European soft drugs: tobacco, chocolate, coffee, tea, distilled spirits like gin, opium, and sugar. All of these stimulants were either completely new to Europeans or newly available in mass quantities, and they raised concerns about the effects of drugs and alcohol on the body, on sociability, on the nerves and mental health, and on the gendered, racial, and religious effects on their users. Today, I want to focus just on the questions of their effects on the emerging commercial society. I want to first go over the defense of coffee and tea, then secondly, to those who believe they were unethical and corrupting, and lastly, those who believe they encouraged idleness. So first, the defenders. The time when Western Europe experienced the early beginnings of a new industrial capitalism, writers from Bernard Mandeville to Adam Smith celebrated what they called commercial society, or as Montesquieu labeled it, du commerce, sweet, gentle commerce. Enlightenment figures celebrated commercial society for its civilizing tendencies, believing that the market fostered politeness and liberalism, Markets, after all, brought people together peacefully to make agreements that were mutually beneficial, as opposed to the absolutist state or the corrupting established church that forces people to do things. The market is all about volition. As Bernard Mandeville put it in 1714, when he published The Fable of the Bees, selfishness of vice indirectly helped the public welfare and expanded the economy, creating public virtue. Philippe Sylvestre Dufour explained in his preface in his 1671, The Use of Coffee, Tea, and Chocolate, that divine providence had distributed certain plants and drugs to some countries, which she has denied to others, so that she might better promote mutual commerce between all nations and better cement civil society together. In 1700, William King also noted that the use of psychotropic drugs furthered other consumption and manufacture. I have been told, he said, coffee hath greatly increased the trade of tobacco and pipes, earthen dishes, tinwares, newspapers, coals, candles, sugar, tea, chocolate, and whatnot. James Bland noted much the same thing later in the century while defending tea drinking as an innocent pastime for women. The tea table is a promoter of several trades, nay, I may venture to say almost all trades in general. Not only did men benefit by the friendships that their wives promoted among tradesmen, merchants, and their wives, but grocers benefited through the sale of tea itself and sugar. While the silversmith and coppersmith must be employed, so must the Chinaman and joiner. The coal trade is augmented thereby, and those that sell snuff are never the worse. The milliners get by it, and no one can make it appear that any employment is worse for it. So he was thinking also that tea is a good thing for women to serve to people who come to talk about business, much better than alcohol. This is why he was saying this is a good thing. To these men, sugar, tea, and coffee were part of the alchemy that turned the private vice of luxury into the public benefit of spreading wealth around, creating jobs and opportunities for those catering to the tastes of the public. At the same time, some were concerned to make sure that their own country, not a rival, benefit from this increase in trade, just like we've been hearing earlier today. The Dominican planter John Ellis encouraged the cultivation of coffee in the British Caribbean colonies. As he put it, for a century to come, it is perhaps more than probable that the people of this country, England, will for one meal at least make use of either tea, coffee, or chocolate. Tea was the most popular, but Ellis argued that coffee was no less healthy. More importantly, coffee grown in British colonies could be paid for in manufacturers from Britain, ending the drain in specie that British merchants had to send to China to obtain tea. And coffee could therefore should be encouraged to become as much a part of domestic life as tea was, since it would benefit more aspects of the imperial economy. This kind of thinking that a country should produce as much as possible in its own territory and colonies, limit imports, and maximize exports fit well with contemporary mercantilist or cameralist theories. On the flip side, a French dependence on British colonial exports moved a writer who called himself Monsieur C. de Tay to recall in 1824 a German project to fight against the British, whom he called the tyrants of the sea. Sugar and coffee have become needs, so to speak, everywhere, and they exhaust the species of the nations which, having few or no colonies, are forced to purchase these commodities secondhand. He then went on to discuss homegrown substitutes for sugar, coffee, and above all, sugar, tobacco, and above all, coffee. He considered chicory, holly berries, almonds, horse chestnuts, and even a slurry made from potatoes. Throughout Europe, countries without colonies or much foreign trade encouraged projects for homegrown alternatives to the new exotic drugs. In 1799, the Neapolitan priest and natural philosopher Vincenzo Maria Santoli di Frugenti was experimenting with native grains to see if they could be suitable replacements for imported coffee. And later, the Venetian scholar Antonio Bazzarini published a plan for growing substitutes for chocolate and coffee, with the hope of decreasing the outflow of Italian wealth to the French, English, and Dutch. Regardless of the drug or its origin, every country had to weigh the benefits of its consumption and the trade, manufacture, and taxes it would bring in with the moral consequences of its consumption. As Everett Chamberlain proposed in 1667, England should raise heavy taxes upon all such commodities as occasion either excess or luxury, wantonness, idleness, pride, or corruption of manners. This is the same kind of logic that we should tax Yerba Mate and Santiago. Among these goods, he included all wines, all strong drinks, tobacco, coffee, chocolate, sugars, etc., in addition to many other imported goods, excuse me. The moral impact of the importation of corrupting luxuries had to be balanced against their economic impact on the nation. But there's a strong vein of thinking that coffee, tea, and the other new drugs of early modern Europe helped boost commercial society and the rest of the benefits that came from growing market forces. Moving on to my second point, there are critics who disagreed sharply with this sanguine view of coffee and tea and attack them as an unethical form of consumption. Underpinning the Atlantic economic system that was doing so much to enrich Western Europe in the 17th and 18th centuries were plantation slavery and the transatlantic slave trade. While there have been individuals speaking out against slavery since the arrival of the first enslaved Africans in the New World, the first truly popular movement dedicated to eliminating the trade did not emerge until the 1780s, when William Fox published an address to the people of Great Britain on the propriety of refraining from the use of West Indian sugar and rum in 1791. He turned the focus of anti-slavery activists in Britain away from legal challenges and towards the commodity change that drew enslaved Africans to the Caribbean to plant, harvest, and process the sugar that ended up on the tables of Western Europe. His aim was to make consumers mindful of how sugar was produced, thus linking the pleasure of coffee, tea, and chocolate in Europe with the suffering of the enslaved who would otherwise be out of sight and mind. The boycott he encouraged turned the tropes of the defenders of commercial society on their head. Instead of Adam Smith's celebrated example of how the purchase of a woolen coat in Britain brought people from distant lands together in a community of prosperity, you have the shepherds and the people who own the boats and the merchants and the weavers, right? This is all a good Smithian virtuous cycle. This, from prosperity and voluntary association. Instead, the purchase of sugar created links of slavery, oppression, and misery. Historians have celebrated the slave sugar boycott and the heavy participation of women, who of course were in charge of both the tea service and keeping the household stocked with groceries, including sugar, as the first humanitarian mass movement. But these ideas were not confined to Britain. For example, an anti-slavery article from 1775 in the Dutch newspaper The Patriot castigated the imagined reader of the piece, Alentera, a young lady drinking coffee with her lover. Not only did her purchase of coffee and sugar condemn others to slavery in plantations across the Atlantic from their homes, the author wants Alentera to imagine that she and her beau could be ripped away screaming from her house to be sold overseas. But everything about coffee consumption enriched foreigners and starved the Dutch poor. Even the Saxon porcelain in her hand, which she chose over china imported from the Dutch East India Company, or homemade Delftware. So she's combining the mercantilist, he's combining the mercantilist and the moral sort of objections to using sugar. The slave sugar boycott called attention to the supply chains created by early modern commerce, linking the choices made by consumers in Europe with the conditions of sugar production, of plantation slavery, and the Atlantic slave trade. Decades earlier, during the London gin craze, critics of gin argued in a similar vein. The distilling and sale of gin was a wicked endeavor because it promoted debauchery and vice among its consumers and destroyed the poor of England. Tea was implicated in this in the Netherlands and Britain because it was feared that for groups of women, unsupervised by men, tea drinking would lead to gin, gossip, and illicit sex. The Dutch critic Abram de Vries published a fictional account of women getting together for a tea party in Amsterdam in 1702. Clara hosted her four friends, telling them how she sweet-talked her husband to leave the house so they could gather together. This led to a discussion of the best ways to get their husbands to leave them alone and how helpful a maidservant could be for this kind of deception. Meanwhile, they drank tea, chocolate, and also brandy, and they ended up singing drunkenly until they left, and Clara's maid, Neil, had to help her get into bed. This is the same one who helped her deceive her husband, helped her into bed to recover before her husband returned, so he would be none the wiser. The next time they met at Mariette's house, where they discussed sex, both marital and extramarital, their husbands, and also gossip about their neighbors while drinking tea, coffee, and sack. The 1701 Debauched and Enchanted Coffee and Tea World, another Dutch publication, lamented that Dutch women had become entrapped into the water frenzy of hot drinks. The book featured fictitious tales of women who escaped the oversight of their husbands to drink coffee and tea together, and then brandy, then engaged in more scandalous talk and sometimes deeds of illicit sex. Another Dutch moralist, a physician, remarked that, quote, now that tea and coffee are in fashion, more whores are made in 3 years than before in 50. Tea was saved by a campaign to encourage consumers to exercise self-discipline, much the way that Brian Cohen has shown that coffee houses were tamed through politeness. And both the coffee house and the tea table were incorporated into polite society. But the troubling connections between tea and disordered gossip and sex lingered, just like the connections between coffee, tea, sugar, and slavery. Third and lastly, critics took aim at coffee and tea for encouraging idleness in an increasingly industrious society. Historians of the 18th century economic takeoff in Europe have long focused on the great gains in productivity, beginning in the late 18th century that occurred thanks to coal and mechanization, the spinning jenny and the water frame, all that stuff that we teach in Western Civ, the supply side of the Industrial Revolution. Recently, Jan de Vries has called our attention to the demand side, the increase in consumption from the late 17th century that helped spur the need for greater, more productive supply, and then industrialization. They call this process the Industrious Revolution, because the key to greater demand was the way that families reorganized their relationship to work and time, at the same time reorienting their consumption away from autonomous substance and barter and towards the market. The goods they were working to afford included cotton clothing, furniture and glass windows for larger and more comfortable houses, and various sundry items like clocks and candlesticks that De Vries calls the luxuries of the poor. And these luxuries of the poor also included soft drugs like coffee, tea, chocolate, sugar, alcohol, and tobacco, commodities that were vital for spurring industriousness. People are going to work harder so they can buy more tea and coffee and all this stuff. Defenders of commercial society like Mandeville and Smith claimed that the products of the 18th century represented new luxuries, different from the old corrupting forms of luxuries like fur, spices, and silk. Because the new luxuries are inexpensive, they were inclusive, bringing people together into a community of consumers instead of delimiting people by rank and wealth, as the old luxuries has done, the people who wore fur and silk up here and the people who wear rags down here. Commerce refined manners rather than corrupting them, and consumption and trade fueled economic growth and an increasing standard of living, instead of draining wealth as the old luxuries had done. However, in the eyes of critics, new drugs like coffee and tea that spurred people to become more industrious so they could buy it also doubled as anti-industrious agents, working to undermine personal time discipline and prosperity. For example, the journalist Nathaniel Mist reported that the French physician and man of letters, Samuel de Sorbière, claimed that the English were an idle people because they spend half their time in taking tobacco, seeing how the world stands, and settling the affairs of the nation. Even worse was Sorbière's attack on coffee houses, place of idleness. An author calling himself RT, who published a book about efficiency in 1675, warned coffee drinkers that although they may not spend much money in the coffee house, in smoking and talking consumes at least an hour in the morning and then 4 hours more in the evening. Adding up the value of that lost time, RT reckoned that it cost over 36 pounds per year, a great deal of money in a poor tradesman's pocket. Another anonymous author also castigated coffee houses for encouraging idleness via lingering over coffee and tobacco. At this place, a man is cheated of what? By far more valuable than money, that is time. The Dutch author RVN explained in 1701 that what had led to the emergence of the Netherlands as a wealthy power in Europe was hard work, frugality, and savings. As the local saying went, man and dog get out, woman and cat stay home. But since the introduction of coffee, tobacco, and tea, men went out to work less instead of going to the coffee houses, and women spent less time at the spinning wheel at home. And all the good habits that led to the salvation of the Dutch were in decline. The author of the debauched and enchanted coffee and tea world admitted that there was nothing so useful as worldwide commerce instituted by Western Europeans, and especially the Dutch, but even the best gifts of heaven can bring death through misuse. Men were led to spend their hours at the coffee house where they might be led into the arms of a prostitute. As for women, not only did they spend their hours idly meeting with other women and gossiping over coffee and tea, but they needed to spend their money on all the other things that went with them, including the porcelain tea service, which then you have to buy a new set every time the fashion changes. So it's wasting time, wasting money. Even the famous Dutch tea doctor Cornelis Bontekoe, big champion of tea, complained that people wasted time and lost their livelihoods thanks to tea. It's not really tea's fault, he said, but tea was the pretext for leaving home to shop, as well as a cover for drinking brandy and gin, or for going from drinking tea to for hours and then going to the tavern to gamble. So in conclusion, Western Europeans were ambivalent about the role of soft drugs in the economy because their use, manufacture, and sale forced them to think about the changing European economy and the role that European consumers played in the world at large. Perhaps their production and sale helped increase the common wealth of the newly commercial societies, or perhaps they eroded the time and work discipline necessary for continuing prosperity. In an age where Foucault, Weber, and Elias all tell us that self-discipline was increasingly insisted upon, the seductive qualities of coffee, tea, and their sister drugs were increasingly posing a real threat to self-discipline. And in an age when Mandeville and Smith told them that the private vice of greed led to the public virtue of hard work and prosperity, critics could draw a straight line between coffee, tea, and their sister drugs, and the misery spread through drunkenness, disordered sexuality, and Atlantic world slavery. So to the issues the coffee, tea, and their sister drugs raised about sociability, health, knowledge, and the body, all the things we've been talking about today, let us add one or two more. How people should orient themselves towards the market, how disciplined they should be with their time and their money, and whether the modelist capitalist economy could be ethical at all. Thank you very much. So I'm not Christine Jones.
No,
Scott's not here,
cover the hand.
so I'll do this. That's fine. It's okay. I'm Scott too.
There are two Scotts.
It's no big deal. I know my place.
Yes, please. Yes.
My questions. Thank you.
What I love is all research, all one make report, and we really present in cross. It's very helpful now that Hank has got it so well, I think it's so easy. And covering a lot of topics I don't know about now. My question is probably going to replicate some of the things that are ready. But one of the things that I just asked you when we were talking a lot about like I think you might have said it, I might not have grabbed it, but like I'm thinking like, hey, and I see, I saw in like Julia's presentation, you guys can do that. Like indications on the commercial element of it, right? The commercial element that made it so objectionable to the law to start out. And the other question I have for everybody is like, were there any regimes of regulation beyond commercial regulation where they tried to limit consumption of various types of these new soft drugs beyond just commercial regulation? But that could be.
See, I think this is good. This works. So that's a complicated question about the origins, the opposition to the consumption of coffee. I can really only speak to France. So I guess we've got multiple expertises here. Yeah. Well, so when coffee first arrived in France, so there's no natural caffeinated, there's no caffeine sources that are native to Europe. So coffee, tea, and chocolate were all startling when they first arrived. And the French had some context because they'd already, tea and chocolate had arrived prior to coffee. But it's still for many, these were all luxury objects, luxury foods or drinks. And the fact that they were hot and black, and of course they have the physiological effects from caffeine were very shocking to a lot of people. And so they were sort of frightening, each in their own way. Coffee's particular issue had also to do with it coming from Muslim lands, from Arabia, via Ottoman middlemen or French merchants who went to the Ottoman Empire and brought it back. So there was a great deal of fear, which you could see echoed to some degree in those early turn of the century, early 18th century moralist physicians I quoted, there's this fear that they didn't know if it was okay for Christians. And so I think some of the opposition arose from it just being really scary and strange, and some of it arose from the connection with Islam. And then, of course, chocolate had its own variant of that with Indians in this, or well, you know, Mexicans, native peoples here, it being their drink. And then, of course, coming from China, that also made it tea a heathen drink. So they were all scary in different ways initially. So you have different sorts of opposition. You've got moralists, you've got physicians, but then it's kind of funny, the apothecaries, I think, saw sales. So they wanted to push it in equal measure as a panacea, as a cure-all. I'll turn it over to you too. Is that one working?
Does this work? Yeah. So I'll just add a couple of things on that. I think it's very interesting to see all of these other papers too, because there's so many similarities across these different substances. And I would just reiterate that Europeans found these stimulants to be very strange, that they were, you know, dark in color. They were very different than what they had been used to. And so all of them initially were not embraced. And oftentimes there were ties to the devil or something anti-religious. So especially from substances in the Americas, chocolate, tobacco, and yerba mate, was that this was something, and they were also often used in ceremonies. And so there were a lot of religious opposition. So going back to regulations, there were the commercial regulations, also religious regulations. They tried to take it to the Inquisition in Peru to abolish and prohibit all yerba mate, and that clearly didn't work. Also, there were sometimes labor regulations, at least with yerba mate, because it was, and often the Jesuits were involved in promoting this, that it was very abusive, the labor, indigenous labor. And one last thing was with things from the Americas. Rebecca Earle's book, I thought, was really helpful in thinking about, you know, we think about the Americas trying to get all this wealth from the Americas and the silver and the gold and what other trade items, but not wanting foodstuffs, that the foodstuffs identified you as being Spaniard. And so there was a rejection of the foreign initially.
Unlike muslin or porcelain, all these things you ingest in your body. And so it can be scary. And so it's, yeah, it's going to change you're going to make you a heathen to drink chocolate. Is it going to make you, the stereotype of the Chinese is that they were effeminate. Oh, it's going to make you feminine if you drink tea. The Turks, they were obsessed with the harem. Men are going to become, although the Ottomans were somehow homosexual. This is going to it's going to decrease the virility of the men, but it's going to make the women oversexed.
They were debauched, we could say.
These are all the sort of things they're worried about. And all of them, they want to, yeah, it's bad, it's worrisome. Medicine makes it okay. Oh, it's a medicine. But then, okay, it's a medicine, but you shouldn't take it every day. You shouldn't take it when you're healthy. And that's what people are doing. And so someone was mentioning like the use and abuse. That was the big thing. Of course, we all know that tobacco cures cancer. That's great. But you shouldn't abuse it, right? Don't use it recreationally, as we would call it. But then also, and immediately, it's a moneymaker. And so James I, he wrote this big screed about tobacco within a few years after that. Don't use tobacco. It's like, oh, this is going to A, save the Virginia colony, but also B, in with the bureaucracies of early modern Europe where there's no income tax. It's very hard to do a land tax. Imports are very easily taxed things. So like we saw with Yerba mate, like, oh yeah, this comes in out of ports. We can tax it. We can make a lot of money. And they became enormously important for the fiscal health of early modern European governments.
I would actually want to add about, that made me also think in terms of not prohibiting, but rather promoting coffee. Louis XIV in 1692, he was at war with the Dutch and the Spanish. There's so many wars going on there. Yeah, everybody. And he he heard that coffee drinking was taking off to a degree that wine sales were down, and so the crown was losing revenue that it expected to get from wine. So he turned around and said, okay, well then we need to tax coffee. But he overestimated the demand, and he set the price, he set the taxes so high that then coffee consumption, legal coffee purchasing dropped, and people turned to illicit and smuggled beans. So there's a fine line that the governments had to walk in order to get the revenue that they saw was potentially possible while not turning off. That makes me think of Yerba Mate and then wanting to tax it. So I should let other people ask questions, but I was curious about this sort of contradiction of this is a terrible, terrible drink and it leads to vice and corruption. So we should tax it so that they won't drink it, but we should also tax it so we can get revenue. Can you speak a little more about that?
Sure. But here, let's get some another question.
You explained very clearly the obstacles, the commercial and marketing obstacles to the consumption of yerba mate. Whether also have you detected some cultural links or not? Why it doesn't spread as coffee or chocolate?
So I really think cultural links, I wouldn't say so, because coffee and tea and yerba mate were all really new to Europe at that time. And they all have similar, they're similar stimulants. They're also bitter. And so to me, I don't think that there was the cultural aspect. I didn't find that. And I'm dabbling in cultural history later on, definitely. And I think the way that yerba mate is shared, so they kept trying to promote yerba mate in the 19th century, even into the 20th century, as a cheap substitute for tea and coffee. And it never worked. And also sometimes trying to promote it as drinking as yerba mate, often not as the mate, shared mate, but rather as a tea or a coffee. And now it's embraced as it's something totally entirely different, especially in Germany and in the United States, as a healthy energy drink. And so culturally, I think that answers how it's globalized today. And about the taxes, I think it is a fine line. And my sense is that, there were officials, people coming in from Spain. They first were really didn't like yerba mate. And so it was easy for them to tax it and see this sort of social engineering thing. But again, it's an inelastic good, so they could raise the taxes, but there is a limit, like you mentioned with coffee, where it couldn't be taxed more. But it seemed like I haven't done a trade data to really see what the effects of these taxes were, but it was widely consumed. So it is an interesting, though, dilemma of taxing, and you want the money, but also socially you want to end the practice. It's complicated.
And as Christine mentioned, I think it was Christine and not Scott, about how in Britain there was manipulation with the English East India Company and Parliament in cahoots to make coffee unaffordable in order to teach people to drink tea instead, to prefer tea.
Yeah.
One last answer to your question of regulation, like what for both tea and coffee, what the solution became was self-regulation. So the coffee house is like famously this, we have this landmark on, Habermas and public spirit, all that kind of stuff. And Ryan Cow and other people have shown that's not really the way coffee houses were, not at first. And they were sized for dissension and religious and political uproar. And they had to be tamed through the culture of politeness. And so you have the Spectator and all these guys who say, this is how you should behave in a coffee house. First of all, the tradesmen should not be there. Get back to work. We don't want to hear what you have to say. Second of all, don't talk about religion and don't talk about politics. You can talk about art, poetry, and theater, and business, and insurance, and whatever. That's fine. And so they're taming it, right? And for the tea table, it's the same thing. That people would write these. It's like a little story of these women getting together for tea, and what they talk about, and it's like teaching young women what you're allowed to talk about at tea. Don't slander your neighbors. Don't get drunk. But these are the acceptable things you're allowed to talk about and how you should talk at tea tables. So self-discipline and politeness is the way that these things are supposed to be. You know, the rituals and ceremonies of it.
I'm sorry, this is not a question. I want to make the comment, for example, particularly because, Julia, you and I have been sometimes compare yerba mate with pulque. I work on pulque, right? This fermented beverage made out of the maguey plant. And it's very similar between how the Spanish crown realizes we cannot export pulque, it spoils. We cannot stop indigenous people and the different mixed races of consuming pulque. Let's tax it, let's allow it, but it doesn't threaten us outside. So I see these very interesting. And I'm thinking also the same thing with molasses and other non-completely distilled beverages made out of sugar that were also, because they were darker, they were not seen as suitable for Europe. So we will allow the lower classes that are our subjects in the colonies to drink that. Let's tax them so that we can make out of money, but it doesn't represent a threat for us in the metropole. How interesting, it's fascinating.
And I think that's totally true. And adding to that, what I found, especially reading this story with O'Higgins, is how repeatedly Spanish officials and colonial Latin Americans know that the Spanish crown spent so little money on the Americas, and so all these officials coming here, the Americas, were trying to scrounge funds to pay for the bills for different things. I think that Charles Walker does this really well in a book about earthquake and a tsunami that destroyed Lima, and there's no funds to rebuild, and so he's trying to find ways to rebuild the city. And so the Spanish officials have to get really creative at a local level how to get money, and something like taxing pulque, taxing yerba mate, which are things that they're not quite sure about or dislike. It's a great way to get money and also do potentially some social engineering, at least reducing demand.
So Daniel Lord Smale, in his book Legal Plunder, has talked about how the state gets involved in debt collection, debt enforcement in late medieval Europe. And they do it in this humiliating way where you go, if the constable comes, he drags your stuff out of your house in the view of all the neighbors. And this is what you do. If you really want your debt collector, you go ask them for money. If you know they can't pay and you want to humiliate them, you get the constable to come and do this. And so what you're really doing, and it's a big, the state makes a lot of money from this. The state is really taxing sort of the emotions of its subjects. And here it's the same way. If all these things like pulque and tea and yerba mate, coffee are ways for people to regulate their psychological states and their moods, then the state is making money by taxing the emotional equilibrium of their subjects. No Zoom, no questions from Zoom. Okay. It's about.
Well, thank you. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Lunch? Okay. Okay, we got it. Oh, which one?
So I was at Board One. What were the elements they were? What were they producing or what were they wanting to produce?
Nothing.
So they just wanted to be like pop farmers?
People who had wound up there by circumstance. And, I mean, by the time you're the type of coffee, so the first, second,
Yeah.
Good, Kelly? You can introduce.
Hi, everyone. I think we're going to get started. Welcome to this afternoon's panel, which is called Altered Voices and Minds, Thinking with Psychedelics. We are running a hybrid panel today with 2 in-person speakers and 2 speakers on Zoom. We're going to begin today with Clancy Kavner of the Chacruna Institute for Psychedelic Plant Medicines. And the talk is called Queer Aspects of Psychedelic Experience.
I don't know how this works. Maybe I do it. There you go. Okay. Oops. Okay. All right, thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here. I'm going to talk about queer aspects of psychedelic experience. So first I will introduce the psychedelic that I based my dissertation research on. It's ayahuasca is usually made from a combination of Banisteriopsis capri vine and Psychotria viridis leaf brewed together. It's a bitter tasting and it causes vomiting and diarrhea, but it is not lethal. It has been used by indigenous people for hundreds of years and by Christian influenced syncretic churches, Santo Daime, Barquinha, and the União de Vegetal since the 1930s. It is used for group rituals, hunting, sorcery, and healing in indigenous cultures and for religious visions, healing, and moral instructions in the ayahuasca churches. My thesis was that queer people who drink ayahuasca have positive revelations about their identities, even in homophobic settings. And I proposed to study that because I had that experience in the Santo Daime Church and wanted to see if others did as well. My dissertation was on gay identity and ayahuasca's effect on it. A change in perception of identity in the participants was a theme. Being rejected from traditional religious environments, they discovered a new value in who they were. Some said that they saw themselves with a mission on earth sent from heaven or outer space. One said that he no longer saw a need for being gay or straight, that he had passed beyond that identity. A lesbian said that drinking ayahuasca helped her accept her feminine side. Shamans shift identities and become animals or exist in 2 different places at once. Here we see that ayahuasca enables identity, alterations, and revelations. No participant in my research said that they had an experience of feeling their sexual orientation was wrong. Ayahuasca churches in Brazil have been known to recommend ayahuasca for the purpose of changing sexual orientation, but I did not study that population, and I believe it is a small and unhappy one. Finding a deeper significance does not have to be a religious experience, but it often is. Realizing one's true nature is the core of several religions, and it is the action that is said to lead to awakening. Discussion of identity parameters is relevant to LGBT people who are singled out for their identity, one that can sometimes be kept secret, one that can manifest in any family, and one that can lead to death if revealed to the wrong person. The struggle with identity is the struggle of queer people in the homophobic cultures, and the struggle to love oneself despite having had a reviled identity is the challenge of queer people in the 21st century. Psychedelics are here to help. Before talking about the ways psychedelics can help queer people, it's important to see the ways that they have been used to harm them in scientific contexts. Beginning in the 1960s, psychedelics were used to discourage homosexual identity. The idea that sexual orientation could be problematic is found throughout history, with some of the earliest references found in the Old Testament. Religious leaders like St. Thomas Aquinas denounced homosexuality as a sin. In Western culture, popular opinions against homosexuality began in the realm of religion, but quickly moved into the legal arena. In 17th century colonial America, homosexuality was a crime punishable by death.
Although the cultural shift to regarding homosexuality as an issue of mental health seems anachronistic today, it was once viewed as progressive. Fundamental Christianity is the main supporter of conversion therapy in the US today. Currently, only 4 countries ban conversion therapy: Brazil, Ecuador, Germany, and Malta. The US has regional laws, but only 20 states plus Puerto Rico ban conversion therapy. Oh, okay. So I'm on to the next one, I think. Yes, okay. Freud believed all humans were born bisexual and that their later preferences were the results of life experiences and conditioning from parents. He said, homosexuality is assuredly no advantage, but it is nothing to be ashamed of, no vice, no degradation. It cannot be classified as an illness. Kinsey also normalized homosexuality by creating the Kinsey scale and expressing sexual orientation on a continuum. However, in the 50s, with the advent of behaviorism, the idea that homosexuality was a learned behavior was introduced, and so treatment to cure it with behavioral interventions, including aversion therapy, the pairing of a painful event with the behavior that it is desired to be extinguished, were implemented. Electrodes were implanted in homosexual men's brains by Dr. Robert Galbraith Heath in an effort to change their orientation. And here are pictures of devices using electrical shock to change sexual orientation. Just to scare you. The American Psychiatric Association voted to remove homosexuality from the DSM in 1973. Thank you. Other attempts to convert LGBT people to heterosexuality have included methods like lobotomy, electroshock to the hands, head, and genitals, testicle transplants from dead heterosexual men, bladder washing, castration, female circumcision, nausea-inducing drugs, and beatings. In 2016, for the first time, the Republican Party in the US endorsed conversion therapy in their platform under the, quote, right of parents to determine the proper medical treatment and therapy for their minor children. Republican politicians in the US have recently started a movement to ban discussion of sexual orientation and gender diversity in schools and are attempting to categorize drag queens as groomers for sexual abuse of children, despite a complete lack of evidence. In response to growing acceptance of gender and sexual diversity among young people, religious factions have started to villainize queer people and to incite hatred towards them using legislative procedures. A study by Richard Alpert, this is some history, by Richard Alpert in 1969, later known as Ram Dass, was one of the earliest reports in literature on sexual minority experience with psychedelics. Alpert administered 200 micrograms of LSD-25 to a male self-identified bisexual volunteer who was dissatisfied with his attraction to men. During his 15-hour trip, the subject was shown pictures of women and encouraged to develop feelings towards them. In subsequent LSD sessions, a woman the subject knew was present and he had sexual intercourse with her. 1 year after the treatment, Alpert reported that the man was living with a woman, but had had 2 subsequent homosexual encounters, which the subject described as tests of himself to see if the changes he had experienced as a result of the treatment were real. Alpert explained that the use of LSD allowed the subject to take a broader view of the archetype of woman and find broader connections to primal desires within the archetype, which he could then generalize to all women. Stanislav Grof treated homosexual clients with LSD. He came to the conclusion that gay men's dislike of sex with women was related to images of vagina dentata and castration fantasies that were envisioned during LSD sessions. He related lesbianism to the desire to be close to the mother. Grof said that he had treated mostly homosexuals who were dissatisfied with their orientation and that a healthy adjustment to same-sex orientation is possible and may not represent intra-psych struggle. Grof also noted that subjects in LSD treatments often saw their sexuality in archetypal or transcultural ways, such as witnessing fertility rites, initiation ceremonies, and temple prostitution. Masters in Houston reported that 12 of the 14 male homosexual volunteers in a psychedelic experiment had distorted body images that the researchers contended to be causal to homosexuality, although they admitted they could not prove this. They found that by taking psychedelics, the body image distortion was corrected, and they observed a trend towards heterosexualization. They also speak stereotypically of the passivity of the homosexual man being transformed by psychedelic therapy, and attributed a deepening of the voice, greater vigor, improved posture, and greater masculinity to treatment with peyote. In the case reviewed by Masters in Houston, the researchers were discouraged by a subject's, quote, considerable investment in his homosexuality, and felt he was unable to capitalize on the gains made in therapy. A study by Martin, who recommended LSD as a treatment for homosexuality, looked at the effects of LSD on 12 gay men. Administering many low doses in a treatment known as psycholytic therapy and encouraging intense mother transference, Martin claimed that 7 of 12 achieved heterosexual orientation with only one, quote, slight relapse in a 3 to 6 year follow-up. Stafford and Golightly reported on LSD therapy for homosexuals during the 1960s. They reported that homosexual issues were often resolved using psychedelic therapy, and that homosexuals would either be at peace with their orientation after LSD therapy or decide that they were heterosexual. Stafford and Golightly viewed homosexuality to be a result of early childhood trauma and morbid dependency on their parents, both of which could be treated with regressive shock therapy with LSD. Stafford and Golightly recommended that LSD be used to treat transvestism, fetishism, and sadomasochism in the same way that it could be used to treat homosexuality. In a dissertation by Andrea Enns entitled Wish I Would Be Normal, LSD and Homosexuality at Hollywood Hospital, 1955 to 1973, she looked at treatments at a clinic where psychedelics were used to treat homosexuality. In, quote, first-person descriptions of why these men desired greater insight and or heterosexual conversion through psychedelic therapy, their self-reported concerns were influenced by both medical and social discourses on same-sex attraction in the cultural context of the Cold War, a time when ideas about global security, the family, sexuality, psychiatry, and psychopharmacology were in flux. Both Hollywood Hospital's practitioners and patients were influenced by this discursive blending of ideas. And I'm going to move into talking about the Beats and the hippies. In the late 50s and early 60s, William Burroughs and Allen Ginsberg, both queer members of the Beat generation, were some of the earliest reporters on psychedelic phenomenon, writing about their ayahuasca use in the Yahe letters. Prior to that, Burroughs introduced peyote to the Beats, but the experiences were not as profound as with Yahe. In September 1966, Timothy Leary gave an interview to Playboy magazine. In the interview, Leary claimed that LSD could be used to cure homosexuality, telling a story about a lesbian who became heterosexual after using LSD. He later changed his view to the belief that homosexuality was not an illness in need of a cure. So these are some personal reports outside of research. When sexual minorities have used psychedelics, the results are sometimes quite different in published reports published reports are mostly affirming of their orientation. Several forums on the internet ask whether psychedelics or marijuana can, quote, make someone gay. Anonymous reports exist of people temporarily feeling attraction for the same sex due to psychedelic consumption. There's been a recent increase in awareness around psychedelics and sexual and gender minorities, including the Queering Psychedelics Conference in 2019, and the upcoming Queering Psychedelics book by Belsner, Kavnar, and Labachi, which is in press. Reports by queer people using psychedelics outside of clinics are often affirming. One report made by a post-op transgender woman described her most recent experience using LSD. She and a pre-op transgender woman agreed to take LSD, and at the peak of their experiences, they agreed they would look at themselves naked, side by side in a full-length mirror. Quote, we would look to see whether we were monsters or whether we were God's beautiful creatures. And through the wide open doors of perception, we saw the truth. We were beautiful. There is a rich history of queers and psychedelics, most memorably in the 60s when counterculture ideas helped queer people to become aware of and advocate for their civil rights. Exiled to the cultural underground, queers had access to drugs and reasons to take them. The Coquettes were a theater group and communal living organization that implemented psychedelic use as part of their recreation and self-exploration. Another group of queer men, the Radical Fairies, also shunned conformity and basked in freedom to express themselves unconventionally, including psychedelic use as a way to deepen bonds and enhance intimacy. Queering Psychedelics by Alex Belzer, myself, and Bia Labachi will come out this year. I'd like to quote one of the authors, Didi Goldpaw. Here, she says, quote, I invite you to consider the psychedelic experience as having utility, not only in the context of the generative, the straight world of productivity and accomplishment, but also that psychedelics can engender an experience of ecstasy, of erotic embodiment and joy. Psychedelic privilege in a recreational setting means those in the privileged category will feel safe to explore or take heroic-sized doses without worrying about physical safety, the fear of sexual assault, or police violence. In therapeutic, recreational, and ceremonial settings, psychedelic privilege means that those often marginalized in society end up being the caretakers or the emotional laborers for other people during challenging psychedelic journeys and are often not met with the same in return. In another chapter by the irreverent Joey Wolfwoman, the author provides an account of the secret history of large-scale radical queer pagan psychedelic rituals during the AIDS crisis and in the decades since in the United States. These homocentric events are centered around Beltane, the annual holy day marking the first day of summer in the Celtic and pre-Christian Western European traditions, in which hundreds of queer people consume psilocybin mushrooms together before dancing around a maypole. To our knowledge, this large-scale psychedelic ritual practice has largely gone unrecorded and unpublished until now. Research has rarely focused on queer people, and in our books, authors explore what steps can be taken to include this often traumatized group in clinical studies and how to provide appropriate services in treatment settings. One point that has been implemented in ongoing MDMA research was the abandoning of the male-female dyad that was standard, said to represent the mother and father for the client. This standardization of heterosexual norms was found to be inappropriate for many, even outside of the queer community. In treatment settings, sexual orientation and gender identity needs to be taken into account. Statistics on these factors need to be collected, and environments that are inclusive need to be available, with trained clinicians comfortable with this population. Finally, familiarity with gay culture and an understanding of how psychedelics have been used in queer culture can give context and create trust with this population. As a cultural minority, queer people comprise a special group that diverges from the general population. Like other cultural, social, and racial minorities, these differences can create significant barriers to receiving services. Because of this, research on this population and how psychedelics impact them, how psychedelic services can be tailored to their needs, and production of data regarding this group is important if providers are wishing to help this group get the most out of any intervention. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you kindly for that talk, Clancy. Very much appreciated learning about this. I'm sure you have many questions, but just as a reminder, we're going to take all the questions at the end. And for those of you on Zoom out there, I know you're out there, you'll have the opportunity to put your questions in the chat as well. So make sure that you're keeping these questions in the back of your mind. So our next speaker is Benjamin Fong. Benjamin Fong is going to be giving a talk called "It's Different This Time: Why the Psychedelic Renaissance Can Expect to Become an Enlightenment." And I'll turn it over to you, Benjamin.
Hi, everyone. Can you see and hear me? Hello, could I just get a thumbs up or something?
Benjamin, can you say a few words?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you now.
Oh, great, great. Okay, I will go ahead and jump in, provided everyone can see and hear me. First of all, I just want to say Thank you to Erica and the other organizers for this conference. I was supposed to be there in person. I threw out my back a little bit ago, and making it through a plane ride to Mexico City was just not going to happen. So I'm very sorry about that. I'm actually quite sad that I'm not there in person. But, you know, in the grand scheme of things, it's not that big of a deal. But yeah, thank you so much for having me. Very glad this virtual option is available. I slightly changed the title of my talk. It is now The Psychedelic Renaissance on the Verge of an Uneasy Enlightenment. Before he turned his focus to psychedelic medicine, Dr. Germán Ascani had felt disenchanted with his psychiatric practice. Since the biological revolution in psychiatry in the 80s, after which most mental disorders came to be seen as chemical imbalances in the brain, psychiatrists have been talking less and prescribing more. The absence of relational therapy and the over-reliance on medications like Prozac made Ascani feel, quote, dead inside going to work. Exposure to the work of Philip Wolfson, who was experimenting with ketamine-assisted psychotherapy, provided a breath of fresh air. When an opportunity presented itself to work with Wolfson and Julaine Andries at the Center for Transformational Psychotherapy in the Bay Area, Ascani jumped at the chance. It was a game changer, Ascani explained. It really infused my practice and reinvigorated my curiosity for psychiatry and mental health again, end quote. He now works for the Wholeness Center in Colorado, where he does ketamine-assisted therapy and integrative psychiatry, which incorporates the use of natural substances into psychiatric care. It's so much richer and more fulfilling for me than the way I was practicing before, Ascani concluded. Like many psychedelic doctors, Ascani is not only expecting soon to add MDMA-assisted psychotherapy to his range of offered services, he's even actively training to do so through the Multidisciplinary Association for Psychedelic Studies, or MAPS. In Ascani's view, ketamine laid the infrastructure, the groundwork for practicing psychedelic medicine in general, but it will soon be one of many tools, including MDMA, psilocybin, and LSD, in the psychedelic practitioner's tool belt. MDMA, for instance, is on track for a 2023 FDA approval. As a reminder, MDMA, psilocybin, and LSD are all currently Schedule I substances defined as drugs with no currently accepted medical use and a high potential for abuse. It's thus natural to wonder, why are Ascani and other psychedelic enthusiasts so certain that all of these substances will very soon be legal prescription medications? It seems quite the gamble to be banking on drugs that are no different from heroin, at least in the official categories of the United States government, to be in the realm of the acceptable anytime soon, but that is precisely what practitioners and psychedelic investors alike are doing. Previous iterations of research into psychedelic therapeutics, like that on LSD by psychiatrists Humphrey Osmond, Sidney Cohen, and Oscar Janiger in the 50s and 60s, and on MDMA by psychologist Leo Zeff in the 70s, ended in heartbreak for clinicians. Some were bitter toward the countercultural excess that had invited reaction, others angry at the ease with which the general public can be worked up into a drug scare. Still others, like Rick Doblin at MAPS, put their heads down and waited patiently for the storm to blow over, knowing full well that a day would come when psychedelic-assisted psychotherapy would return in glorious fashion. It seems finally on the verge of doing so, though Dr. Ascani warned me that it was far from a sure thing. Quote, "There's no guarantee that this will happen. Prohibition was a political act. These substances were said to have no medical value and a high potential for addiction, when that's really not the case. A lot of these substances are safer than opiates and benzodiazepines and other things I used to prescribe every day," end quote. Ascani believes that it is the rigorous and transparent science behind the psychedelic renaissance, bringing to light the true nature of these drugs, that will continue to power what he called the whole psychedelic movement. Quote, "We're just very hopeful based on really good data and the open science that MAPS has pioneered," end quote. Unfortunately, Americans are anything but scientific when it comes to our opinions on drugs. US history is replete with examples of the dangers of certain drugs either being minimized and overhyped or blown way out of proportion and prohibited. In the early 80s, most still thought that cocaine was the benign drug that Jimmy Carter's drug czar said it was. Come 1986, under the name crack, it was a disaster of epic proportions. It doesn't take long to go from normalized to demonized in America. So why precisely should we be so certain that the current psychedelic renaissance will soon be an enlightenment? Today, 1 in 3 Americans suffer from anxiety, depression, or both. Globally, that number is about 1 in 20, and 1 in 6 is on a psychiatric medication. These numbers reflect the broader trend that about half of all mental illnesses go untreated. The sources of the current mental health crisis are twofold, the first being simply the current fragile state of American society. In the last 50 or so years, incomes have stagnated, personal debt has skyrocketed, politics and culture have become hyperpolarized, and communal life has collapsed, leaving Americans materially insecure, fearful, and atomized, all feelings exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. The second is the dysfunctionality of mental health care itself, a component of the broader absurdities of the American healthcare system, but also a problem with its own particular history. During the neoliberal period, Americans fell prey to what medical historian Edward Shorter calls neurotransmitter chatter. Psychiatrists came to agree that human beings were, from their professional perspective, no more than broken brains, and as Joseph E. Davis argues in Chemically Imbalanced, many of their patients so thoroughly absorb the language of the biological revolution that they can now speak effortlessly about dopamine and synapses as if they were describing human interiority as such. The convenient result for pharmaceutical companies is that the solution to every psychiatric problem is a pill taken typically on a regular basis. This model of care is reductive, callous, existentially insulting, and to top it all off, it doesn't even involve very good drugs. This is partially a result of a silly preference for site-specific drugs like the SSRIs and SNRIs over so-called dirty drugs with less specific actions, and partially of the industry's entire drug development model, which prioritizes chronic, in other words, money-making, over curative treatment. The case of Prozac is illustrative. In a majority of double-blind studies, sugar pills equal or outperform Prozac and similar antidepressants. Prozac also causes a small but significant number of people to become violent and suicidal, and users for whom it is effective also get addicted to and develop a tolerance to it. The drug that is virtually synonymous in the public imaginary with the profession of psychiatry is about as smart as the whole paradigm within which it makes sense as a miracle cure. Languishing in the desert of contemporary American society, with little to shade us from the sun, psychedelics seem like a glass of cold water that we can't get our hands on soon enough. This is what distinguishes the psychedelic renaissance from previous moments when America's dominant regime of punitive prohibition has relaxed. Americans like cocaine and marijuana. Today, from the sociological and psychopharmacological perspectives, they seem to need psychedelics. Of course, things don't always go as planned. Maybe certain big pharma executives decide that they don't like the threat of market disruption and muddy the waters of psychedelic research. Maybe psychedelics are absorbed into the culture war and a Republican president with Republican control of both houses goes on the offensive. But the social situation today, in combination with a failing mental health care system, almost recalls William Burroughs' description of the algebra of need in Naked Lunch. Leave a sick junkie in charge of drug policy, and only one result is possible. Of course, psychedelic researchers and enthusiasts do not talk about their project in this manner, but they are fully aware that they are speaking to the current moment, and that when it comes to legalization, the winds are blowing decisively in their favor. For them, however, a different kind of threat to the psychedelic renaissance is looming, one that promises not a new enlightenment, but a renewal of our commitment to medieval darkness. In Dr. Ascani's view, there are 2 tracks currently being laid for the psychedelic rollout. The first track is the one that he is on, a track devoted to, quote, fidelity to relationships, consciousness, exploration, and transformation, end quote. For him, the existing psychiatric model is essentially a suppressive one. Quote, you can maybe be a little bit more comfortable, not suffering, but you're still not better. You care less, perhaps, end quote. In his effusive description, characteristic of the whole psychedelic movement, the new model being pursued is almost diametrically opposed to the existing one. It's about using psychedelics not as maintenance medications, but in combination with talk therapy to transform people's lives through their own inner healing intuition and creativity. It's not about acclimating oneself to the existing world, but about being open to other realities and paradigms of living and being in the world. It's about leaving behind this capitalist model for a model that is true to what psychedelics are. And I didn't make this clear earlier, but those were all quotes from Dr. Ascani. The second track, by contrast, involves going along with the institutions that are already in place and co-opting this technology to fit the existing system in Ascani's characterization. After decades of drug development stagnation in the realm of psychopharmacology, the legalization of psychedelics promises something truly innovative for pharmaceutical companies to sell. The ketamine nasal spray Spravato, prescribed as an antidepressant, is an early iteration of things to come. Think of microdosed psilocybin prescriptions doled out in the same 15-minute sessions psychiatrists are accustomed to. Think of boomers dropping acid once again, but this time out of paper cups in their nursing homes. Think of Peter Kramer doing a find and replace all and re-releasing listening to Prozac as listening to ecstasy. Even more than the drugs that psychiatrists use, it's the reductive psychiatric paradigm that psychedelic practitioners reject today. While dismissive of the excesses of the 60s as having set back psychedelic medicine by a generation or two, they still maintain a certain countercultural ethos in imagining their practice as almost the exact opposite of the dominant model of psychiatric care. They know, however, that the same historical opportunity for a paradigm shift in mental health care also provides an occasion for revitalizing the existing paradigm with much better drugs. Sadly, for psychedelic practitioners, these two tracks will have to coexist for the foreseeable future. One might be open and transformative, but the other is ruthless and resourceful. A combination of traditional pharmaceutical companies like Johnson & Johnson and large market disruptors like MindMed and Compass Pathways are ready to capitalize on legalization. Peter Thiel-backed Compass Pathways has been aggressively cornering certain parts of the psychedelics market, including patents on synthetic psilocybin. Some estimate that the psychedelics market will grow to $69 billion by 2025, about 2/3 the size of the global craft beer market today. The traditional path also has many valiant defenders claiming the mantle of responsibility. In a 2021 article for the Journal of the American Medical Association, Doctors David Yadin, Mary Yadin, and Roland Griffiths warn that psychedelics and psychiatry might be going off the rails. They see the latter path described here as one of, quote, exuberance, utopian thinking, and uneven clinical approaches, while the former, a more careful and systematic one, involves the appropriate integration of psychedelic treatments into existing evidence-based psychiatric paradigms, end quote. Therapists Ross Ellenhorn and Dimitri Mugienis responded recently that it is precisely absorption into this existing paradigm that is the biggest threat to psychedelics. No doubt the flame wars are just beginning. In the coming years, there will be countless "a movement betrayed" kind of articles, lamenting how a spiritual, transformative practice could be so thoroughly commodified. For some, leading lights like Rick Doblin of MAPS have already sold out. In a 2018 interview, he publicly defended Compass Pathways as follows, quote, "The other concern you have with for-profit development is that this sort of critique of capitalism, that it's all about profit maximization, that it doesn't take into account human needs. It's all about money making. I think that's not the case. From all that I know about Compass and what they're trying to do, I think they have both financial and humanitarian motives. So I think we're in a terrific situation. I think we all have to give each other the benefit of the doubt and just watch what people do and watch what happens, end quote. And that again was a quote from Rick Doblin. Still, one could argue that from a macro historical perspective, all of these things are good signs for psychedelics. Drugs tend to be prohibited when enough powerful groups within the ruling class decide that the unwashed masses should not have them, and legalized when the opposite is the case. You can think Peter Thiel is an awful human being, but nonetheless be happy that he is a psychedelics investor. And indeed, it's precisely what psychedelic practitioners despise that offers the most convincing reason that psychedelics will soon be legal. It's not the studies on PTSD and depression that promise to usher in a new era of transformative medicine. It's the possibility of capitalizing on the current mental health crisis at a moment when existing psychiatric practice is in a decrepit state. New kinds of practice will undoubtedly emerge on the first, more transformative path of psychedelic development, but they will be predicated on the old structures renewing themselves and remaining in place. In brief, psychedelics today are first and foremost a market opportunity. A depressing conclusion, perhaps, but it's probably best to stay grounded in that fact in anticipation of the ethereal marketing to come. Still, it seems callous to toss aside the psychonauts as incidental to the movements of structural forces and large corporations. The psychedelic movement has demonstrated a commitment, patience, and discipline that most movements can only dream of. Where does credit for their dogged efforts lie in the present moment? The United States is notoriously a country of hucksters and charlatans, of quack cures and flim-flam. All of culture circles around a funnel, draining inevitably toward one weird trick kind of advertising. As a result, the United States is also a country of committed paranoids, always on the alert to suss out the latest BS, a tendency stoked and gratified in the partisan culture war. Anthropologist Joseph Dumit describes the contemporary patient's approach to making informed medical decisions as objective self-fashioning for the rationally paranoid. The phrase teems with broader significance. But as much as we don't want to be dupes, we also want to be taken in. We want to believe. We want what William James famously described simply as the more. American capitalism desperately seeks to capture this ever-elusive feeling, but its promises ring hollow and its visions do not compel. When it's business all the way down, no amount of dressing up the latest technology can rile us up all the way to belief. Thus, despite their psychotic enthusiasm for innovation, biotech executives are not going to give us the more, and neither are their billionaire backers like Peter Thiel. But Herman Ascani can. Talking with Dr. Ascani, his enthusiasm and authenticity were enlivening. There was no doubt that his own life had been transformed by psychedelic medicine and that he was 100% earnest in his belief that psychedelics could similarly transform the lives of his patients. In his cogent characterization, psychedelic-assisted psychotherapy promises a form of insight, healing, and transcendence almost wholly unavailable in existing models of psychiatric care. I, for one, was sold. And herein lies the uneasy contribution of participants in the psychedelic movement to the present Renaissance. Their unwavering faith in the consciousness-raising and emancipatory value of psychedelics, while paving a new and transformative path for psychotherapy, is also one of Big Psych's greatest assets. Compass and MindMed could not ask for better marketing copy than psychedelic practitioners provide. Thanks to them, psychedelics can float above the sea of snake oils, buoyed by the liberatory characterizations of the true believers. It is such believers who, in their own characterization, hold the antidote to the current trend of pathologization in the service of sales and thus they who will ultimately help depathologize the sale itself. The psychedelic renaissance is undoubtedly hurtling toward enlightenment, but as philosophers Theodor Adorno and Max Horkheimer wrote, enlightenment in the service of the present inevitably relapses into mythology. It's unclear what could alter this dynamic at this point. As Rick Doblin said, it's time to just watch what people do and watch what happens. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Benjamin. We appreciate that. And we'll have time for questions at the end, just to repeat myself. Which takes us to our third speaker in this panel. This is Eduardo Pirini from the University of Geneva. The title of the talk is Setting a Neglected Methodological Tool to Rethink the History of Drugs. So I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, thank you. I hope you can all hear me well. I'll try to share my screen.
We don't hear you.
Okay. Don't know why.
I can hear you, Eduardo. It's probably something in the room.
Sorry, Eduardo, we still don't hear you.
Now you can hear me?
Check your inputs at the bottom left hand of the screen.
Yeah. Wait.
Eduardo, I can hear you, so I think it's probably something in the room.
Okay, thank you. I'll try to, I don't know, to write them in the chat.
Hear you now.
You can hear me now.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, cool, thank you. Yeah, sorry for this inconvenience. I just want to thank you, everybody, for this wonderful conference. Really impressive. Thanks, Erica, and all the organizers. I'm sorry I couldn't make it, but finally, even COVID caught me, so it was kind of destiny. But yeah, let's dive in. So in this presentation, I would like you to show how a term which emerged in the field of the 1960s, the so-called set and setting, could be quite useful to contemporary historical research on alcohol and drugs. The question of concerning the non-drug parameters of psychopharmacology, or in other terms, to what extent the effects of psychoactive drugs are fixed and predictable, and to what extent they are a construction produced by the society and culture, has been debated extensively over the past century, yet it has still not been answered in full. For sure, now we know how the effects of drugs could vary significantly between users across societies and cultures, but we are still lacking a solid working theory as to how and why that happens. The politics of prohibition have plagued the history of alcohol and drugs, not only in discouraging research in this field, but also in providing a fallacious cultural context for the analysis of the consumption of mind-altering drugs throughout history. Also, the abandonment of the mid-20s clinical psychedelic research led to the marginalization of the concept of set and setting, which by consequence has never been integrated into historical studies. As a result, historians, following the pattern established by politicians and lawmakers, believed that the effect of drugs depended only on their intrinsic chemical and pharmacological properties. Now, let's give a closer look to this particular psychosocial approach, which emerged in the 60s, and showed the importance of the interaction between the medicaments, the individual biology, and the social-cultural background of the consumer. Drug researchers claimed how the effects of psychoactive drugs are dependent in large part upon the set, or the personality, preparation, expectation, and intention of the person using a certain substance, and of course the setting, the social cultural context and environments where the experience takes place. But the 70s following the abandonment of psychedelic drug research, the concept of set and setting almost disappeared from the literature. In 1984, however, this concept reemerged in the work of psychiatrist Norman Zinberg, who made an extensive research on the role of set and setting in shaping drug effects, not only with psychedelics, but also with drugs such as alcohol, cocaine, and heroin. However, the idea of set and setting appears to run contrary to a basic principle of pharmacology, that drugs exert basically conform effects on their users. It's hardly surprising then that this encompassing vision of the role of extra drug variables escaped historians during a period where the use of drugs was mostly prohibited and condemned. If sociocultural aspects of set and setting featuring prominently in sociological and anthropological accounts of drug action, now the application of this model in history could help to explain different unresolved themes in the history of drugs, such as why, in the ancient world, apparently there was no recreational use of opium and other intoxicants, or why did some drugs rapidly emerge as global consumer goods in the early modern trade exchange, whereas others remained restricted to a regional market. The selected cases I'm going to report today include the alleged opium addiction of the Emperor Marcus Aurelius and the ambivalent effect of the same drug attributed to Oriental peoples in the early modern materia medica, which allow us to trace the spread and evolution of the medical and cultural elements surrounding the consumption of drugs and to deepen our understanding of important historical processes. So let's start from the first example that dates back from the ancient history, the case of Marcus Aurelius. Well, in the 1960s, it appeared a famous article where the author claimed how the Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius, who ruled in the 2nd century, was addicted to opium. This article had a deep influence on the role of drugs in the life of important characters, like ancient rulers or philosophers, and depicted them as victims of some kind of bondage to these drugs. In the case of Marcus Aurelius, what we know is that he took daily a medical compound named theriac, which was composed by a variety of ingredients, such as cinnamon, viper flesh, and opium. This medicament was very popular in ancient Rome, but we don't have any other testimonies of its practical use, if not the one of the emperor himself, who was cured by Galen, who is probably the most celebrated physician of the ancient period. Indeed, the accusation of being an addict was deduced from the following quote of the work De Antidotis, where Galen reports an anecdote of his patient dealing with the theriac, and in particular with its opiate component. Galen tells us that Marcus Aurelius took theriac every day, but when he was fighting the Germans in the middle of Europe, he found himself sleepy during the day, and for this reason, his doctors removed opium from the theriac. But then, because of his habit of taking it, he doesn't manage to sleep at night and was forced to include back again opium in the theriac. That because it was age that did not give him any issue. Then, someone could interpret this anecdote in the way that Marcus Aurelius, too stunned and sleepy by the effect of the opium contained in the theriac, initially removed the opium from it. But then, because of this slight form of withdrawal that prevented from sleeping, he was forced to reintroduce opium in his diet. Another alleged proof of the addiction of Marcus Aurelius came from this other quote of Cassius Dio, a Roman historian, who stated how he could not stand the cold or even address the assembled troops. In fact, he was he never ate during the day, except for this medicine that is called theriac. So, because of all these quotes, in the second half of the 20th century, this quote stimulated a surprising debate between supporters of Marcus Aurelius' drug addiction and supporters of his kind of innocence. The famous French historian of philosophy, Pierre Hadot, in criticizing the article mentioned earlier, stated that Marcus Aurelius, when he reintroduces poppy juice in the Teriac, no longer finds the soporific effects of opium, because the Teriacs had now been duly aged. This, however, does not explain the previous drowsiness mentioned by Galen, that Hadot attributed to some unknown unforeseen. Given these sources, however, it seems more likely that the emperor may have suffered a temporary symptom due not having consumed his daily dosage of opium, which was probably rather low given the provocation with the ancient doctors, and Galen in particular tended to give the substance. To absolve Marcus Aurelius from the accusation of being an addict, it is enough to simply apply the concept of potent setting. We know that Marcus Aurelius took opium in the context of a strict and demanding regimen of health, a complex mixture of medicaments, diet, and physical and psychological exercise, with the aim of being physically and mentally healthy, so that he could best fulfill his very important function. In fact, Galen does not report any particular reason why the emperor took the Teriac daily, suggesting that his aim was just to kind of medicate his mind, as the emperor was very concerned about his health, and in particular he feared losing his reason and lucidity because of old age. Reinterpreting the quote in this way, it looks like that Marcus Aurelius, feeling excessive drowsiness during the day, decided to remove the poppy juice from the Teriac, but because of these abrupt interruptions, suffers from insomnia. This, among other things, could be a psychosomatic symptom that can arise even without the use of psychotropic substances, even by the suspension of a harmless and habitual habit, such as chamomile tea before going to bed. Beyond the different interpretation of Galen's quote, what emerged from this debate is the difficulty of some scholars in treating phenomena such as addiction or consumption of psychoactive substances. What makes this passage interesting probably is rather the recognition of how opium was perfectly inserted in the daily life of a serious psychotic man like the emperor, which certainly cannot be associated with the caricatural portrait of the lethargic and apathetic opium smoker of 19th century inspiration. In this sense, it is crucial to apply the concept of set and setting to understand how the effect of a certain drug is not at all static, but depends on a variety of factors. The other selected case study I want to show you today is the different effect attributed to opium to the Oriental people in the early modern period. This assumption, we find in Francis Bacon's History of Life and Death, synthesizes a view shared by the most part of the early modern Western physicians. They assumed that opium affected the Oriental people in a completely different way compared to the Europeans. Western physicians knew the effect of the substances derived by the opium poppy since the ancient times, as we find its first certain mention in the Hippocratic treatises, and they were well acquainted with this plant, which grew up spontaneously in Europe. Following the medical knowledge of ancient authors such as Dioscorides and Galen, as we have seen earlier, they prescribed the drug as a remedy against a wide range of diseases, including stomach disorders, vomiting, and cough. Considering the spread of these disorders, we can claim people used to take opium as a present remedy very often, and they were fully aware of this dangerous fact. Opium reflected perfectly the ancient Greek definition of pharmakon, a substance that, depending on dosage, could act both as a curative or a poison. This classification, however, seemed not to work for Oriental people as the Turks, Persians, and Egyptians, who were supposed to be immune to the poisoning power of opium. The aphorism of Francis Bacon gives us a very meaningful description of the state of the matter. It is very clear and concise in describing the innocent and cordial effect of opium on the Turks, who incredibly took it even before the battle, to become braver and scorn of danger. On the other side, we refer to us, a category we can include the British and probably all the Western people at the time, who is very sensitive to the same drug and should use it only in a small dosage and with strong correctives. In concerning why opium acted so differently, however, Bacon did not give us any further explanation. Some years later, Nicholas Culpeper, an English physician and the author of the famous Yerba, tried to resolve this issue. In the work School of Physics, he claimed the importance of the origin of the drug, because people should use only the ones which grow up in their homelands. He claimed that these strange workings and these foreign drugs in our bodies, and more gentle and kind working in theirs, does not manifestly declare unto us that they were not created for us. He noted that while for his patients he had to be very careful, as I had no more than 2 grains, cast the patient into such a deep sleep as he needed the tramp of an archangel to awake him. Now the same opium being taken of the Turks, Moors, and Persians brings to the weird and over-traveled bodies a marvelous recreation, in such sort as they ordinarily use it, therefore, as a present remedy, not only in the quantity of 2 grains or 20, but even a whole ounce or 2 at ounce. So, in his opinion, opiates do not work in the same way on his countrymen, because God created medical plants only for the peoples who lived in that specific land. This kind of pharmacoxenophobic theory emerged in the 16th century, when some physicians thought the American remedies were unnecessary. The status of opium is, in this sense, however, is quite ambiguous, as he reported in his herbal how opium poppy grows wildly in Ireland and in the gardens in England. Still, from the early 17th century onwards, opium imports remained an important part of the large-scale commerce with the East, and that was the reason why often people considered it a foreign drug. A turning point in the comprehension of this problem came only at the beginning of the 18th century, when the physician John Jones criticized the alleged danger related to the use of opium. He argued that all effects of the drug could be explained by the fact that it caused a pleasant sensation, which led to a relaxation of all sensible part of the body. Because of this kind of psychosomatic explanation, he believed that the Western physician should learn the true effect of opium from Eastern people, who is in non-medical context. Indeed, he observed that all our modern authors and physicians receiving the knowledge of opium, its effects and uses from those ancients, do use it only for the same ends and purposes as they did. And that our modern authors, living in the western part of the world, very remote from Eastern countries, where it was used commonly in large doses by people in health, to enliven, invigorate, and encourage them, and cause the brave, generous, and magnanimous effect that he mentioned earlier, such as courage, euphory, and so on. In this way, he recognized how central were the ends and purposes of the drug taking, which in this case seemed to be limited to giving pleasure and effort to the consumer. This new approach to this aspect probably derived from the enthusiastic auto-experimentation Jones had undertaken several times, which probably led him to appreciate the stimulating and euphoric effect of opium. He underlined, indeed, how physicians used to administer opium only to sick people when they are going to bed, denying any possibility of developing and observing those brisk effects. Thus, in his opinion, opium was just an empowered version of wine, with which it shared the same effect of causing swimming in the head. With these assumptions, we could claim how Jones recognized the importance of the set and setting and the role of intoxication, as even if he treated opium as a medical substance, he advocated its use on healthy people. He thought it was also a means to comfort and invigorate the sensitive soul, so that the psychotropy associated to the drug's use gain a specific psychological role. In conclusion, I just want to show you how this old model of the set and setting, taught for psychedelic research, could be applied to rethink the history of drugs, and could allow us to trace the spread and evolution of the medical and cultural elements which surround the consumption of psychoactive substances. That's all. Thanks to everybody.
Thanks very much, Eduardo. So let me ask, what time is it where you are?
Now it's
Where you are?
yeah, now in Rome, and so it's 10 p.m. and 40 minutes.
Well,
Kind of late.
thanks for talking to us at 10 p.m. at night. We appreciate it. It's
It was a
feeling
pleasure.
a little late here too. We've had just tacos in the garden, and maybe feeling a little like it's late here too. So thanks for
I'll
that.
follow you as far as I can. Thank you.
So our final speaker for today is Erica Dick. She's going to talk about psychedelic tripping, unsung heroes, underground voices, and wise women. Erica, I turn it over to you. Thanks.
Thanks, Luke. I'll wait till I get the cue from Kelly. I'm really happy to be here. Thanks, everyone. I'm excited to talk to you about this project, and I wish I had eyes in the back of my head and could cue my own slides, but I will warn you that this guy's recording me because it'll actually work its way into the presentation in a moment. You want me to just hold that, or I'll just not touch that? And you can yell at me if I start fiddling with it or something. I fiddled with it, sorry. Cool. All right, so like many of you, I was living during this pandemic thing, and I was trying to be a historian and I didn't know how. I was trying to figure out how to get into archives or how to get access to different stories to keep doing work on my historical projects, but it was really challenging to gain access to things as things were closed, including borders, but as well as libraries and archives. But for a rare moment in the fall of last year, things started to be lifting up. Sorry, can we ask you to either join the meeting or maybe speak in the hall? Is that okay? So I decided to go on a road trip. So I'm going to share with you some of the results from my road trip where I set off to meet with people involved in psychedelic history and perhaps some psychedelic future or psychedelic history making, I'll call it. And also partly what I was interested in was uncovering stories of people who've been involved in this past or this future who are not necessarily the Rick Doblins who you've heard of. Anyway, I'll get to who I talked to in a moment. Let's see. Nancy, how did you make this thing work? No? Yeah. What if I point it that way? Ah. Or can you advance the slide with me? Thank you. So I mostly drove, well, actually my friend Patrick drove most of the time. I sat and entertained him with singing and jokes. But we had to take a plane across the American border, but we drove about 35,000 kilometers, 3,500 kilometers. And I only got as far as San Francisco because I met some wonderful people there. And there were just so many exciting people to stay with that these two women let me into their home for one day, and it ended up 8 days later. But I want to tell you a little bit about the adventures that we had along the way and how it's made me think differently about being a historian in this space, and hopefully maybe ask some big questions about how we as historians might work on the history of psychedelics in the midst of a changing set of priorities, narratives, and contexts around a psychedelic renaissance. Now I still can't make it work. Oh, there we go. Did you do that? Okay. I did it. So the trip, which began at the beginning of September, went till the beginning of October, took 30 days, covered 600 kilometers, included negative COVID tests, some archival visits. We submitted a book along the way. And we met amazing people, and that's what I'm going to talk to you about. Here's some images from our trip. And now I can't go again. There we go. So in part, we were inspired at first to do this trip because the history of psychedelics has been infused already with some history of movement. And we know, for example, that the famous story of the LSD in discovery, so-called, by Albert Hofmann, the first intentional use of LSD was combined with a bicycle trip. And some of you may even celebrate your own bicycle days now. And we know that there are also stories of people moving around to investigate different kinds of plants, different kinds of substances, and also moving to engage with different groups of people to explore these sometimes clandestine worlds that psychedelics have involved in. I'm sure you've all celebrated the day the first woman took psychedelics, which was just a few days ago. And if you haven't, there's still time. Susie Ramstein, you can read about her on the Shirkuna website. We wrote an article about her when she, as the lab assistant to Albert Hofmann, took LSD, becoming the first woman to take LSD in the world. And she safely took a tram instead of a bicycle, much more publicly conscious, perhaps. But there are other stories that lead us to the world of psychedelics and the coining of that word. So psychiatrist, British trained psychiatrist Humphrey Osmond, who was in Canada in the 1950s, drove his car, much like the route that I took, except we only went through blue states because of the pandemic. He drove in a more of a hypotenuse. He went to Los Angeles to meet Huxley, Aldous Huxley. And this is, of course, where the word psychedelic comes from. I thought I had an image of the words, but you've all heard the word psychedelic. So we wanted to kind of retrace this idea that, you had to find underground networks perhaps, or you had to identify individuals who we would use to, or we would meet with to try to inspire these new histories. And along the way, we went to archives, we went to an incredible library, much to the chagrin of my wonderful hosts who thought maybe we'd go there for 20 minutes, and you take historians to an archive and library and they could barely get us out of the place, as we found original documents from other stories of sort of discoverers in this psychedelic landscape. The Gordon Wasson, I've had to, of course, show this image. Here we are in Mexico, and Gordon Wasson is one of these characters who, of course, travels to bring new knowledge, allegedly, to the world, or to bring knowledge, old knowledge, to a new world, we might say. And of course, psychedelics have also been bound up in stories of travel that are less perhaps positive, or have been sometimes framed in less positive ways, like dosing America through Ken Kesey and the wonderful acid tests that are inspired by his travels throughout the United States with a whole band of merry pranksters and other followers who then dosed America with underground acid, with black market acid, or with Owsley Stanley's Grateful Dead inspired acid. As we got to the archives in Oregon and tried to dig a little deeper into this story about Ken Kesey, and this in part was inspired by talking to his former wife, his lover, his daughter, we learned that there were other stories of this kind of family man, this Christian man, this man who first took LSD before he'd ever tasted alcohol or any other psychoactive substance. Well, probably he had caffeine, but his wife told me he had never been high or drunk in his life before he joined the Stanford experiments and took LSD for the first time. We heard stories about how he interacted with his children, how he talked to his children about drug use following that time. And it really challenged some of the narratives of this avatar of the counterculture, of American counterculture. And we wanted to dig deeply into this. And it also helped to remind us that actually it was the women who remained behind who held these stories. Stories that had not been captured in the archives, stories that have not been part of this kind of wondrous mystical tour, magical mystery tour, we might say, of discovery and the colorful characters that spilled out of it. But there were women who worked backstage, for example, at the Grateful Dead concerts, who told me that they had to remain sober enough to take care of the children. Or there were the children of Owsley Stanley and Ken Kesey and Jerry Garcia, who still are friends to this day and remember watching from backstage and listening to their mothers. These were the stories that we were keen to capture, these other bystanders and observers of a psychedelic past. Right, Grateful Dead guys. Somebody made a joke about the Grateful Dead before. You had to take pot, I think James said that. I'm like, no, trust me. Their wives assured me that they're still performing and they are still taking acid before their shows. So what do we do with these other perhaps competing stories, these other stories from people who have been left out or who necessarily didn't share these stories in the past? Those stories of children, the stories of mothers, sometimes the nurses in the free clinic in San Francisco. What do we do with those stories and how do they contribute, or should they contribute, to the psychedelic renaissance? Where I fear that sometimes we caricature the stories of the past, either to distance ourselves from a past that, or let's say ourselves, I'm going to try to be objective here as per our conversation this morning, perhaps some of the current enthusiasts within a psychedelic renaissance prefer to distance themselves from a past in order to suggest that we're on a better path this time, that somehow we can avoid the pitfalls of the past by distancing ourselves from those mistakes, so-called. I wonder whether it's time for us as historians and friends of history to update the histories that we tell about psychedelics, to think about a more inclusive, more thought. Sorry, Bia, it's the only picture I had of you interviewing Rick Doblin. I wanted to think about how we might change the way we do history of this past in order to think about what kind of scaffolding or what kind of foundations that allows us to sit upon as we think about a more inclusive psychedelic future, or as we think about the way that our work may be taken up or looked upon by future historians who think about this moment in a psychedelic past. Who should we listen to as we collect oral histories, either for our own services or as we consider putting our own materials into an archive for future historians? And Bia, despite your grimace as I showed the picture of you there, what I really love about this is that for those of you who don't know, this is Rick Doblin that Bia is interviewing or talking to about the new psychedelic justice book. And I love the way that this Harvard PhD guy, some of whom have referred to as the new Timothy Leary, is being taken to task by this incredible Brazilian academic who is bringing the South to bear on this discourse that seems to be unfolding in the North. And so thank you, Bia, for letting me. I actually didn't ask for your permission. I just showed it. We also went to libraries where it turns out people have been collecting psychedelic literature for years, some of which is known and some of which has been kept quiet, some of which is being preserved under very precarious circumstances, both financial and due to the fear of fires in this part of California. These are precarious stories that I think we as historians need to think about how we can participate in preserving and propelling these forward. And here I want to also give a sort of acknowledgement to some of the women who aren't necessarily the frontline names that we hear about when we think about psychedelic history. But if we scratch beneath the surface, we may recognize very quickly that these women and their contributions have been critical to the ways in which we as historians can begin to tell different stories and can begin to start piecing together different elements of this past. Kathleen Harrison at the top, who is the owner and keeper of the Ethnobotanical Library. Some of you may know her as Terence McKenna's former wife. She has been a fierce advocate for keeping illustrations, documents, books, archival records, and preserving these and cataloging these for future use for future historians. Stephanie Schmaltz at the Purdue Archive, the Psychoactive Substances Archive. Many of you may know her or have worked with her or communicated with her, who has the Betsy Gordon collection in amongst other collections. These are, in fact, when we interviewed her about Betsy Gordon, who died before I started working on this, it's interesting because Betsy Gordon was not really a household name within the field of within the field of psychedelic studies. And yet she has collected an incredible array of sources and is connected so deeply with a whole network of people that it is to her it is a testament to her efforts in this area that we have access to a lot of these materials. Asking different questions, I think, and looking for different sources as we maybe fill in some gaps or maybe challenge some of what we thought we knew, myself included, about this past, I think is also perhaps creating space for new stories to be told from even older actors. I say this as Bob Dewar, who's 93 years old, had never told anybody about his LSD experience. He heard me on the radio and sent me a message and asked if I would like to talk to him. And so he was one of the first people we interviewed in Calgary, Alberta. He continued his career as a psychologist and worked for 30 years. He never mentioned this to his colleagues. He didn't talk to his kids about it. He kept his story quiet. And we recorded him telling us his story about his first LSD experience. Yes, there were several. His first LSD experience in 1957 on Sandoz LSD with Humphrey Osmond, the guy who coined the term psychedelic. He said nothing was really happening. He thought that this would be a good experience. He was a psychology student, and this would be a good way for him to understand his patients, is what Osmond suggested to him. But he didn't really feel anything, he said, so they decided to go for a walk. And it was about half an hour later when he looked down and realized that his arms had become snakes, that he thought maybe he was feeling something. he talked about how Humphrey Osmond helped him to make sense of this and that it wasn't scary, that it was really kind of an incredible experience and one that he cherished and that inspired him in many times during his career, but he never openly spoke about it for shame. He felt that this would be a shameful thing to share with his children. So I think that some of the histories that we're telling and some of the ways that the narratives are changing are allowing for these other stories to be told if we are open to listening to them. So here's a bit of a collage of some of the people we met. And what I want to express here is not only that it was really fun, because I'm smiling a lot in those photos, but there's kind of a diversity of experiences or even attitudes towards psychedelics. And just to help you out, so this was not planned. Rick Dublin happened to be in San Francisco when I was there. I wish I could say I, called Rick and he decided to come when I called. No, he did not. It was a coincidence. Thank you, BF, for inviting me to that party. And I also met with underground therapists, some of whom do not want to share their full names, including though Dr. Maria Mangini, who co-wrote the article on Susie Rammstein with me. These women who have been working in an underground space, in their case in California, for decades, and who have been aware of and practitioners of a kind of harm reduction in psychedelics, who feel that there's actually a risk of losing that kind of knowledge as their knowledge gets usurped or taken over by a more corporate or perhaps a more legalistic agenda that maybe undermines or even pushes against some of the work that they've been doing for decades. Some of you maybe have seen the images of Alexander Shulgin's lab. Petter, we can chat later. He's a historian of ecstasy. So it was pretty fun to see the actual lab where some of these hundreds of substances had been released into an underground scene. Michael Horwitz and Cindy Horwitz have written about women in psychedelics. They've also written about experiences, all sorts of drug experiences, but perhaps more critically for me, is they have been keepers of books and archival material, including Leary's archives, and including, if any of you've been to the Harvard Ludlow Library, it is due to Michael Horwitz. They also happen to be Winona Ryder's parents, so that was also fun. They did not have insight onto Stranger Things or how it concludes. Don't tell me, I haven't seen it yet. But these people who have been, in a sense, kind of hoarding or even preserving material and finding the right times to release this material to the public. And that time seems to be now. Sasha Shulgin, I mentioned being at the Shulgins. Kathleen Harrison, I've mentioned. You will all know Bia in the next hour. Eric Davis, if you haven't read his work on high weirdness, we met him at the Shakuna lunch. Sunshine Kesey and Carolyn Garcia, or Mountain Girl, we met in their home and learned about their sort of back scenes from sort of backstage from the Grateful Dead, but also their witnessing of the whole psychedelic scene as it was unfolding in a countercultural space, separate from some of the medical space. But there are also new players in this field, some who are moving in from cannabis circles, some who are moving in through educational lines or institutional lines, people like Zach Walsh, who's a psychologist, who for a long time was working with recidivism in penitentiary spaces, and is now thinking about the role of cannabis and psychedelics in areas of penitentiary control. There are also a number of players who at first did not identify as related to psychedelics, but as we continued our conversations, they felt that they had something to share in this space as well. And here again is where I think we as historians could do a good job of thinking outside of the kind of typical frames and asking different questions or seeking other kinds of knowledge keepers as we explore this more diverse, potentially more diverse history of psychedelics. And I just give a shout out to a few of the people who consented to interview with me. Michelle Johnson Jennings, who is a psychologist and Choctaw First Nations woman who's actually lived in a variety of different places. She's now in Seattle running an Indigenous psychology program, and she speaks about sacred plants and plant knowledge and was really keen to participate in some of our conversations about this, yet said she didn't want to talk about psychedelics, and psychedelics had no place in her teachings, but her whole conversation was about why we need psychedelic teachings in Indigenous psychology class. David Wood is a biochemist and a lawyer for Scigen in Canada and has a lot of opinions about this space. I do not share many of his opinions, but nonetheless, I wanted to be open to those who also see commercial opportunities. And there are a number of people who are opening therapy sessions, including David and Natalie, founders of sorry, I should say David and Natalie Harder, founders of Atma Journey Centers in Calgary. And I'll just acknowledge Steve Kruszyniski, who is actually from Saskatchewan, but he has been living in the Sacred Valley of Peru for the last 10 years, working with veterinarians who are using psychedelics. So again, sort of off the mainstream or beaten path in some respects. There's a number of students who are working with First Nations communities, and it's the students who I was speaking to initially who are also broadening, deepening, and challenging some of the foundational knowledge, even in areas like in the Stolo First Nation in British Columbia, where psychedelics were not natural plants growing in that area, and yet are brought into different kinds of ceremonies and different kinds of worldviews around transition ceremonies in particular. And Jesse Donaldson and I wrote a book, but we'd never met each other, and we finally met in Vancouver. And he's now a screenwriter trying to bring some of these stories to life. And so we had a really interesting conversation about how do we participate in a kind of ethical dissemination of psychedelic history as we think about our position as either perhaps, whether intentional or not, aiding and abetting in a kind of psychedelic renaissance. And as we heard about from Benjamin, there are some real consequences and some real pitfalls. So how do we participate in this space, even if we're looking back, even if we are trying to participate in creating psychedelic history? We know that people are going to use that, or we hope that people are going to read our stuff and use it in some way. And it may help to harness certain avenues that we are not as comfortable with. The other aspect of this was actually inspired by meeting with the first man in Canada to be legally approved for psilocybin therapy for his end-of-life care. Thomas Hartle was a 52-year-old man with an IT specialist who was approved for psilocybin. He's still alive 5 years after his stage 4 diagnosis. And he has become a real spokesperson for thinking about psilocybin in a medically approved environment. And his story really contrasts with some of the other people we spoke with who were really connected to a deeper historical appreciation for psychedelics. For Thomas, this is entirely a forward-thinking project and something that he admitted he knew nothing about this history when he started. And yet there are now swelling groups of people, particularly in end-of-life care. And in Canada, those are the only spaces where approvals have been made. So I want to conclude by perhaps making a challenge to us. I don't know, I could probably be challenged back. I don't know exactly what I think about this yet, but I wonder sometimes now, and inspired by this road trip where I was really challenged to think about the ways that I've conceptualized psychedelic history, and maybe also how this history might be used or utilized by people going forward. How can we do this in a collaborative way to begin to really think broadly and diversely about some of the pitfalls, some of the voices that we should be using to calibrate our histories? Do we have to rely exclusively on archives? And I think I'm convinced from speaking to some, especially those women who were sort of backstage or behind the scenes, that the archives are only a slim piece of this story, and that we have to broaden beyond the archives if we want to build a more inclusive foundational history. Forbidden history, this could be a whole talk on its own, but I just want to push it out there as something to think about. The ways in which people are seemingly willing to talk about this history that for a long time was forbidden, or for some, considering their professional positions, was forbidden or risky, is beginning to change. But I wonder if it's changing evenly. And I want to be sensitive to how this might not be changing evenly for all people, and thinking about the diverse ways that we allow or we help to create safe space for people sharing those oral testimonies, or even donating their photographs and archival records. And what kind of ethical questions should we be asking ourselves as historians? Because I may get struck by lightning for saying this, but I don't think that research ethics boards are really concerned about us. I don't think they're there to make sure that we are being good historians. I think they're worried about liability, but I think we should be thinking carefully about the kinds of questions we ask and how we knit together these narratives as we move forward in this space. So how could we imagine as a group, how would we want to be careful about how we proceed? And we touched upon this a little bit in the teaching and pedagogy session this morning, for those of you who are there. But to what extent should we be aware of the present debates in a psychedelic renaissance? When I started work on psychedelics in 2001, this wasn't really a concern. There were very few people, at least I wasn't plugged into the right groups then. But now, as we mentioned earlier, you can find psychedelics on Netflix or Crave or all over the place. And now, the terrain has changed sufficiently that we have to be aware, I think, or sensitive to how our work might be used in that context, even if we don't ourselves push it there. So the answer, at least I think, is that we need to talk to a diverse group of people. We need to search for diverse stories and challenge the kinds of narratives that have made us maybe more comfortable in assuming that we can move beyond this history, or that we're comfortable with particular characterizations of this past, and think more broadly about how we might move things forward to get a more diverse foundation. Whether people use it or not, I think there's a better chance of creating an inclusive psychedelic future, or an inclusive set of conversations about the psychedelic renaissance, if we historians can help to point out that this wasn't something that merely came from Timothy Leary in the past. Sorry for picking on Leary. And I've been really fortunate to work with an amazing set of people who've been helping to contribute to trying to enrich these stories in interesting ways. And so here's some examples. Thanks.
So we have plenty of time for questions, and I'm positive that a lot of questions have been generated, and I'm just waiting for the microphone, but down here first. You just want to raise your hand if you have a question. There's a question. So down here first, and then this fellow right there. Both microphones are out.
Hello. Thanks for a fascinating group of papers. Really interesting to hear a variety of very different perspectives on psychedelic drugs. And I actually have a question for all four presenters, but I have one question for three presenters. I have one question for Clancy, Benjamin, and Erica, specifically on, so I feel like this panel specifically is probably the most positive panel in terms of tone, and it kind of made me reflect on the overall historical narrative, not just the historical narrative, but the recent narrative on the psychedelic renaissance being it's quite positive, isn't it, compared to how we talk about every other drug. Even like, I mean, well, I guess I can't imagine, talking about cocaine the same way, for instance. And I was wondering if you had any thoughts on it. Do you think that's largely due to the relatively low level of harm and addictiveness of psychedelic drugs compared to other illicit substances? Or is there maybe a much bigger reason? That's my first question. And my second question was for Eduardo, if you can hear me. It's not so much a question. His talk reminded me of, I remember reading that, I can't remember the author, but there was a psychological study in the 40s in America where it compared heroin use on the streets versus in a clinical setting, and how that had significant differences in the effects of the drug. So I wonder if you had any thoughts on that, or I can't think of the author, but I'm happy to send him an email later on. Thank you.
I think to the first question that you asked about the level of harm being the reason that it might be more acceptable, I think it's not, that's one factor, but I think a more, as a psychologist and working with people who take psychedelics on their own, not with me, but then come back and talk to me about it, it's the ability to connect. You can interpret this what you want, but with the spiritual side of life and the healing capacity of spiritual connection. And I think psychedelics are a direct route to that. And as a member of an ayahuasca religion, I've learned that. And then I see it for people who are not in any religion at all, but just take it and have an understanding of that. And I don't think there are any other substances that really make that connection.
I'll just quickly add that I don't study cocaine, so I can't compare it with some of these other drugs necessarily. But I think for me, when I came into this history, it was an intellectually rich area and an intellectually generative substance or set of substances to work with. And for me, it's always been a means rather than an end. So it's not, psychedelics aren't the answer or they aren't the thing, but, thinking with and about psychedelics allows, I think, us to ask different questions about the stranglehold of the DSM, for example, or thinking about big pharma or thinking about clinical trials. To me, it opens up the possibility of using that to think big, sometimes existential questions about the language and the codification of certain ideas around consciousness and evidence and science. And so in that way, I find it difficult not to be positive in the kind of generative sense. But again, it's a doors of perception, right? It's a tool, I think, more than an end in itself.
Eduardo, did you have a response to the question?
Yes, many thanks. Very interesting question. And yeah, the study that you mentioned, it's very, very interesting because it shows basically that people who used to use morphine in hospital, for example, or also in a non-hedonistic way, basically had much lower possibility to develop an addiction. And this was explained by, that could be explained also by the certain setting, of course, but also they can add that there is an interesting thing, this kind of triggering in the brain when you associate a kind of positive experience to the assumption of the certain substances, then you for sure you are kind of pushed to repeat it. And by the way, for example, American soldiers in Vietnam who used a massive quantity of morphine, but they ended up developing less addiction that they should do, reporting to statistics to the street tyrants, for example, because it's thought that they associated the use of morphine with the horrible experience of the war. And so that's why this explains this difference. But by the way, thank you for this reference. It's very, very interesting.
Thanks, Eduardo.
I just wanted to add one note about the previous question. Sorry, this is Ben. I'm not sure you all can see me.
Yeah, we can.
Okay, great. To the question about why the discourse around psychedelics is so positive compared to that of other drugs, I think it's absolutely true that that's the case in general. And I think that if I were to come up with an explanation for that fact, it would have to do with institutional and class factors. So for one, there are a broad set of institutions that are pro psychedelics, both research institutions like MAPS that I think most people in the room know. But now a lot of these psychedelic startup firms, Compass and MindMed, are just two. I think they're both billion-dollar market capitalizations at this point. Johnson & Johnson as well, which is sort of well established. So there are enough institutions that want to frame psychedelic discourse in a different way than most drugs. And then I would say the second thing is just the class background of people who are psychedelic enthusiasts. Not a lot of drugs get written up in a positive way in the Financial Times, but psychedelics is one of them. And it's Silicon Valley tech people wanting to be more efficient in their work and sparkling at various dinner parties and whatnot. And so the sort of uses that are talked about in mainstream press and in various Netflix documentaries and whatnot. It's a very different class background than that of the traditional drug user in the media portrayal.
Thanks, Benjamin. So before we get our next question from the audience, I thought I would just interject and do the sort of chair's prerogative thing for a second. And I think it's such a provocative panel that it got me thinking about some of these new stories that could be told and how they might be told, and the type of collaboration that would be required to tell these stories. But there's a level of assumed knowledge, I think, that maybe we should just take a step back and maybe reflect. And Erica, you've been in the field since 2001 doing this history, and maybe for those not initiated in this sort of literature or not like steeped in this historiography, what is the state of the literature now? And sort of, or just sort of in broad terms, how has it developed since you've been in since 2001? What are some of the angles that need to be dealt with in your view? Just so for everyone, we're on an equal playing field with what has been written so far.
Can Clancy answer?
Anyone could answer.
In an attempt to answer this very briefly, for something I've been studying for 20 years, I mean, totally huge generalizations and making some gross analogies here, but I think there is a sort of tendency to see this as a discovery period of psychedelics that begins in 1943 with LSD, but this kind of discovering of things that, of course, if we think carefully about this isn't a discovery. This is a particular white or Western discovery of a whole variety of psychoactive experiences and encounters that gets reified and kind of ricochets through a Western knowledge network, including a medical one. And then there's a kind of rise and fall narrative that moves through some fairly, I think, caricatured characters, whether they are physicians and chemists or ethnobotanists who are sort of bravely, boldly discovering these exotic substances, bringing them into a pharmaceutical space. They get churned out, whether as synthetics or as, born synthetic substances like ecstasy or MDMA. And they move into this kind of countercultural space that, I think suggests a kind of recklessness or reckless hedonistic use of psychedelics that, to Ben's point, are used by a particular class and a very white society that is, flamboyant display of privilege in some respect. Throw some CIA stuff in there, throw some paranoid, mind control, Cold War context. And I think that story is beginning to unravel as people like Ian Baker in the audience and Timmy Villegates and Peter Clark, I see you all working on these stories from different parts of the world, stories that are challenging that narrative of sort of like discovery and bringing this to a kind of Western knowledge network. That it has actually, stories that are helping to challenge that a little bit and show that it's not just that this was discovered and then those other stories ended, but there are their own stories in parts of India and in Africa and in rave scenes. And there are other ways that these experiences should challenge our understanding of how psychedelics have been packaged. Okay. In a nutshell. Yeah, is that better? Sorry, it's buzzing. I don't know what to do.
Thank you. Hello. So I had, and this can kind of go, I had originally sort of thought of the question listening to Benjamin's paper, but I think it goes just for everyone. And it actually dovetails with what Erica was just saying about trying to, address more global histories of psychedelics. I'm curious. So, like, when talking about the psychedelic renaissance, and this is specifically in Benjamin's paper, it seems like there's, like, for one, there's a very Americentric sort of frame of reference where it's very focused on like United States actors, and the other aspect of it that I thought I'd just be curious to hear you criticize it. You've already addressed race to some extent, but with this sort of like focus on individual cures, as like the solution to the mental health crisis. I mean, the optimism about psychedelics is very appealing, but at the same time, a lot of these mental health problems are driven by the structural and material conditions of industrial capitalism, rather than just being like something that can be treated on an individual case-by-case basis. And so I think that, like, for one, if we think about this in a global context, internationally, if this is being concentrated by, is being funded by an American bourgeoisie that has been historically involved in like interventions in the global South, that has been historically like embedded in like the exploitation of natural resources from colonized countries, and it's coming from that legacy, what does it mean for these kinds of treatment models that end up being almost like sort of like I mean, like, you could think of them most as a non-invasive surgery. They're very profound treatment models. What does it mean for those to be then something that is being concentrated and developed and celebrated among this sort of like relatively elite social class? And like, how do we sort of, if we're thinking about psychedelics, how do we think about the like larger structural issues? And I mean, maybe like looking at the idea of the Renaissance. Historically, the Renaissance was like, you know, coincides with the extension of like Spanish colonial power into the Americas, Portuguese colonial power into the Americas. So there is like a colonial side to the Renaissance, historically, a colonial side to the Enlightenment. But I'm just curious how we reckon with that. And yeah, I'd be curious to hear all of your opinions on that question. I think it can be kind of a general question.
A lot of thoughts, but I don't want to monopolize this buzzing mic. I mean, we should have 3 beers tonight at the Modelo thing and keep talking about this, but I'm sort of troubled by the notion of Renaissance for some of the same things that I think you're implying in what that word means or what that concept means. And I've been sort of playing with, I don't know that this is a better term, but I sort of embrace a kind of psychedelic reconciliation as a way of perhaps facing some of the past challenges that psychedelics represent, and even the word psychedelic becomes anachronistic as I use it here. But maybe it's, a way of thinking about the way that psychedelics have been woven into different power structures. And again, if I go with the same answer I gave to Rio, which is that this is a means, not an end. It can be a particular lens for understanding those power structures, whether they are colonial or capitalist or Western or medical, the whole variety of them, of course. I think that we can use psychedelics as a generative landscape for understanding some of those power structures, and then unpack it to understand what the psychedelic renaissance, reemergence, reconciliation might represent about how we would think about this going forward. I don't think that simply legalizing, whatever that might mean, I don't think legalizing psychedelics or getting them approved as a particular indication for a specific kind of mental disorder or something in the DSM will solve anything. I don't think that those are the kind of goalposts that we should be aiming at as a society, as humans. I don't mean as historians. I think, there are bigger questions at stake here. And it's nice to see that there's a psychedelic kind of landscape that allows us to bring those questions to the fore. And I think engage in ways that sometimes we don't get to do as humanities scholars, as social science researchers, as storytellers of the past. We don't always get to engage in some of these debates. So maybe it kind of presents an opportunity, but what we do with that is something that I haven't figured out, certainly. Sorry, Timmy, that's a rant.
I think as a psychologist, I have more individual relationship with each person that I know that it's taking psychedelics, and also as part of a ayahuasca religion, we have our own ideas of why ayahuasca is being spread throughout the world now and why more people are drinking it. But I've also seen how it can feed people's egos and make people think that they're greater than they are or go in the wrong direction. But in general, I think it's not to sound whatever I sound like, but that it's like on an individual basis, it gives people an opportunity to deconstruct those ideas, to back out of those corners that they've been forced into by culture and by insecurity or by their parents and by the patriarchy, which I've recently started to recognize as a major flaw in, yeah, well, since my last ayahuasca trip. But I think it's like on an individual basis, people are awakening to their own value. And I don't know if that's the mind of ayahuasca or God, or I don't know, because I'm as ignorant as many other people about that, but that's sort of my hypothesis.
If I understood the question, there are a number of much bigger questions involved.
Benjamin, we don't hear you. We have another question though.
Hi, can you hear me?
No.
Hello?
Taylor, go ahead.
Okay, I am.
Eduardo, can you hear me?
Oh. You go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Can you all hear me now?
Yes.
We can.
Okay, great. Sorry about that. Yeah, no, if I understood the question, it has some pretty large implications. To some extent, it's a question about just what the function of drugs are in a capitalist society. And, you know, it's probably beyond the purview of this panel to answer that one. But, you know, as much as we'd like to think that it's about fun or transformation or transcendence or something like that, you know, adaptation to a fundamentally exploitative and alienating society might be the right conclusion there. But and to that extent, you know, I think that the questioner's right to just wonder about the implications of the medical use of psychedelics in a context like that. It would, of course, be much better to change the conditions of exploitation, alienation, oppression, et cetera, that give rise to, you know, the mental health crisis in America, rather than just sort of like cover it over with psychedelics or psychedelic medicine. That said, I do think that there are implications for the ways in which we treat individuals within this system. That yes, changing the system should be the first goal, but that individual treatment paradigms and styles really do matter. And I'm sorry, I'm only seeing you all in a small Zoom box, but I think it was Erica, you said that you know, it won't really matter, or it won't solve anything to just integrate psychedelics into the existing psychiatric paradigm. And I'm not so sure about that. I mean, I think for someone like Dr. Ascani, who I interviewed, he's, you know, he really laments that fact. You know, I'm thinking about, you know, parents I know who have struggled with their teenagers, you know, going in and out of anxious episodes and depression and whatnot, and trying out different things and really being frustrated by psychiatrists and psychiatry in general. You know, I mean, there's a broader crisis in America of mental health care, and I think that the availability of psychedelics for psychiatrists, even within the existing paradigm, is really going to change a lot of people's lives. And you know, it's an undergirding, it's a reinforcement of the existing system. But I think for people who are not, you know, clued in or very focused on this field as we are, just having better drugs is going to be kind of a revelation. The question is what happens to the, you know, more transformative, in my mind, practices that are being developed outside of that dominant model when mainstream America comes to see that MDMA, psilocybin, LSD are just much better than the existing SSRIs and other treatments for common mental health issues.
Thanks, Ben. Sure, let's do 2 questions at a time.
I can be really quick. I also wanted to reaffirm Timothy's question and the kind of question of like, what are the places in which narratives of psychedelic history take place? I'm also a Latin Americanist, so have questions about terminology. And Erica, I was interested in the group of people that you interviewed who didn't immediately identify with the set of questions that you asked. And one of the reasons that I was thinking about this is because a lot of my actors don't use the term psychedelic. I don't use it in my work up until the period at which it becomes like appropriate for my actors to use. I have similar troubling questions about like the term Renaissance and Enlightenment. And I guess I'm just wondering if like, in thinking about like more collaborative and inclusive histories, that is like maybe one that appeals to a certain intellectual, social, economic class and is not as accessible to people for whom the relationship with these substances is different.
Just say in short, yes.
I just wanted to ask, I guess, a real quick question. We've been talking a little bit about optimism here related to psychedelics. And I'm wondering how much you all think that psychedelic exceptionalism plays into the optimism around psychedelics. So we've compared them to Prozac, we've compared them to cocaine, and kind of said, those are bad drugs, here are good drugs over here. Or we've said, we're doing, legitimate institutional science. We're not like Timothy Leary. We're not like the Grateful Dead. We're not like the hippies back then. So how do you think that comparison and contrast towards other drugs and the history of psychedelics is fueling a type of optimism around what's going on right now?
Yep.
I would like to make a comment about this question of psychedelic exceptionalism and your question about what's different about psychedelics and the fact that psychedelics are used by much less people and have not been the target of the drug war and is not responsible for millions of people being incarcerated and forced migration and imprisonment and countries invaded in the same level as other substances. It's telling of the impacts of psychedelics. So psychedelics is locked in this kind of, it's a smaller population and smaller of a public problem. So in a way, it's a paradox because there's not so much attention to psychedelics at the same time. And so I think it's not just because of the privilege, but there is a concrete history on why, psychedelics are not stigmatized and outlawed as the way that other substances have been. Let's make that comment.
How do the other panelists want to respond?
I mean, yeah, I do think that there's a risk of exceptionalism. And I think there are some, lots of sort of elite figures that give voice to that and have given some of the language of that. And this sort of comes to Taylor's question as well, or a comment that I think that the language has codified it in certain ways, associated with certain pathways and certain people and certain kinds of privilege, but also romanticized communities, particularly in the global South, thinking about shamanistic uses in perhaps more romanticized and exoticized ways, that is also damaging. So I do think, well, I will just say again, like, I think we need to listen to diverse voices. I need to learn some languages, or at least like raise some money to pay for translators to bring other kinds of voices, other perspectives, and other vocabulary to the table. Because I think some of that vocabulary itself is destabilizing and helps to sort of trouble some of these categories, to maybe make us think about some of the edges of where those questions might come from, why some people don't want to talk about psychedelics, but they want to talk about sacred plants. That's just one quick example, and it's still fairly tightly conceived, but I think there's room there. And I think that the field of psychedelic history has grown to a point where we can start to get past establishing a narrative, and we can start to challenge that narrative and start to think about some of the things that have been left out and what that represents about the larger power structures at play that have framed this past. And I know Petter he's like jumping out of his seat trying to ask a question. So I don't want to answer anymore.
Just
whether it's relevant. I kind of drift in and out with that stuff, whether this is a relevant point or not. But anyway, I'm just kind of spitballing here. So there's this like Hamilton's Pharmacopoeia episode, I think, where he tries to find a like a positive PCP story. So obviously, you know, PCP is this kind of yeah, we definitely put that in the category of the bad drugs, right? And he tries to go out and find a positive story of PCP and doesn't really succeed. But I don't know. I guess to me that like it's a, you know, silly TV program in some senses, but it's quite instructive to me in terms of, I think, you know, as a field, and certainly for myself, I think like we can start to see certain types of drugs as good drugs and bad drugs. Maybe that actually relates to the kind of, you know, pedagogy session that we had earlier, where, you know, certain historical characters are heroes and villains, and maybe we're doing the same for certain types of psychoactive substances. You know, on the one hand, we have LSD and mushrooms and ayahuasca, and you know, these are the good and useful ones. And then on the other side, there's the those that yeah, kind of beyond the pale, you know, the sort of heroines and cracks of this world. And obviously all that's tied up in long histories and class and inequality. And yeah, anyway, as I say, I'm just spitballing here. Thanks.
My favorite.
Asking a question.
Hi, can you all hear me?
We're done. We're timed.
So unfortunately, we've arrived at time, and I'm on the ball as chair in closing down this session. Thank you to everyone for your active participation, and I hope that we have more lively conversations after the fact. Take it easy.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks all.
That was cool. Oh man, she has crutches, dude.
40 minutes of talk and 20 minutes of questions and answers. Where should I put this?
Just hold that for now and pull it through. And I'll just put it inside. I'll put this inside your car.
But what about this?
That just goes in here.
Oh.
You can just put it in the lines. But I'll have to turn it on.
I think you're gonna have to hurdle people.
Just put it back. Maybe just do it there. That's fine. That, and then I'll just come where she goes up and then I'll just start.
Welcome, everybody. If I could ask you to please take your seats, we're going to get started right away. Just a couple of housekeeping or laundry list appointments, or as Paul calls them. For those of you coming to the Modelo Brewery opening reception, please make sure that you have shoes on. No toes exposed except for me. I got to get special permission. And the bus will be leaving promptly at 6:30. So we have time here for the presentation and some chatter afterwards, but if you're not on the bus at 6:30, you must find your own way there, and don't ask me the address. I do not know. Ask someone else. Ask Paul. He's putting his hand up so everybody can swarm him. Are we ready to go? So I don't have to do my sit down. From here, the bus will be leaving from here at 6:30 sharp, correct, Cecilia? Excellent. All right. Yes? There is a bus going back to the hotel. There are a few different buses going back to the hotel, leaving at 9:30. Any other questions? Oh, shoot. Sam. No, it's not a very long Uber ride. It's fairly quick, but the bus from here will go to the Modelo Brewery for the opening reception, and then there will be 2 buses from the Modelo Brewery reception going back to the hotel. Rio. There's food and drink. Not sit down, but okay, I'm not even gonna ask if there are any more questions. I'm scared of the answer. All right, I wish I could stand up and deliver this introduction to Dr. Bialabate, but I'm going to sit on the edge of the stage and avoid going up the stairs. First of all, thank you all for being here. This has been a wonderful day so far and one of many more to come. It is truly my honor to be here, partly sharing a stage with my friend, my collaborator, a woman who's inspired me to think differently about the world of psychedelics and the world of psychedelic science and the role that culture has to play in that conversation. Bialabate may be known to some of you, but I'm going to read some of her long and illustrious career. She's a queer Brazilian anthropologist based in San Francisco. Bia has a PhD in social anthropology from the State University of Campinas in Brazil. Her main areas of interest are the study of plant medicines. There's thunder. This is ominous. Plant medicines, drug policy, shamanism, ritual, religion, and social justice. She is the executive director of the Chacruna Institute for Psychedelic Plant Medicines and serves as the public education and culture specialist at the Multidisciplinary Association for Psychedelic Studies, or MAPS. She's also an adjunct faculty at the East-West Psychology Program at the California Institute of Integral Studies, CIIS, and a visiting scholar at Naropa University's Center for Psychedelic Studies. In case that isn't enough, she is a member of the Oregon Psilocybin Advisory Board's Research Subcommittee and an advisor at the Synthesis Institute at the Intertrek. She's the co-founder of the Interdisciplinary Group for Psychoactive Studies in Brazil and the editor of its site ever since. In her spare time, Bia has written 24 books, written or edited or collaborated on 24 books, one of which we launched, 25 now? 25, I'm sorry, I can't keep up. One was launched last night. She's probably got a few more that she hasn't even told me about. Always, she is a leading light in the space of social justice and psychedelics. She brings culture and diversity to this space, challenging us to think differently about the flows of information, the flows of plants, and the flows of knowledge that move both north-south and, importantly, south-north in this conversation. Bia.
Buenas tardes, super gusto estar aquí. Good afternoon. What a huge pleasure to be here in this beautiful land, ancestral lands and heart and spirit that is Mexico, that I consider kind of a second home to me. I'm going to tell a little bit about my story and my move from academia to nonprofit, or some kind of para-academic movement that I'm trying to do, a balance between the world of academia and social justice. And I hope this is useful for everybody having career issues or, as academics struggling with the challenges of being an academic in the 21st century in an ever competitive landscape and fast-paced world. I share my story humbly. It's a huge responsibility to be sitting in this very important academic setting with some major monsters references of bibliography listening to me. So thank you so much for your time. I want to start by sharing that when I was 19 years old, I was studying social sciences. In Brazil, the career is anthropology, sociology, and political science. And I decided to spend a month of vacation in Mexico, which was kind of innovative, as Brazilians were very much taught to go to Miami or to Europe and not so much to Mexico. And Brazil is a bit stuck up and doesn't consider the Latin brothers so, peers, and is more oriented towards the global north. And my dad took me to the airport and he said, "Are you coming back?" And I said, "Of course, Father, what are you talking about?" Because it was a 1-month vacation, but I think my father kind of realized that my spirit was hungry and I wanted more. And in fact, I didn't come back for 1.5 years because I just started to backpack in Mexico. And the Mexicans here will understand that I would go into a little town and everybody would ask, "Güerita, güerita, ¿dónde vas tan solita?" Like, "Little white girl, why are you hanging out so alone? Where are you going?" And then I would say, "No voy sola, voy con Dios." I'm not going alone, I'm going with God, because that put a lot of respect into all the, predation. And I just lost myself in Mexico, and I went from town to town, and quédate un poquito más para la fiesta de San Juan. And there were so many activities and parties, and the people were so incredible, and the food was so nice, and the landscape was so magical. And then psychedelic drugs. And I just experimented with everything, and it just blew my mind. So I started I did the classics. I ate mushrooms in Huautla, and then I ate peyote in Real de 14, and I had LSD in different places, and was hanging out with a bunch of hippies, and became a vegetarian, and just didn't want to leave. And this was the beginning of my path that turned into this career. And so it all started in Mexico. And for that, I'm eternally grateful for, I think it was like the best year of my life. We got so much, it was the beauty of youth. It was also less violent at that time. And there was that purity of just being a backpacker traveling and just wanting to discover the world. And then this plant that for me were always related to the people and to the land, and this chants, this music, this healing, these visions. What is this other world? Does this exist? What is a hallucination? Is this real? Does this exist in another reality? And then hanging out with indigenous people and hearing their stories. And this became a lifelong passion dedicated to the study of sacred plants that for me has always been related to the study of shamanism, of ritual, religion, traditional uses as this interface with a foreign Western interest in the substances, and how did people make sense of it. And for me, this curiosity, this pursuit has always been one, the personal one, and the curiosity about what are these worlds and what are these things that people say about it, and the academia and the curiosity, the intellectual quest. I have never seen anthropology as a kind of divide with a spiritual pursuit, because for me, there has always been together this hunger for knowledge and for understanding and for experimenting and for living. And so, yeah, many of us are a bit, anthropology is our religion, and trying to experiment to find meaning. Why are we here? what is this all about? What is the invisible world? Where are my ancestors coming from? Where am I going to go when I die? Is there a beyond? What is time? What is space? And culture can't be dissociated to any of that because we are cultural beings and we understand reality through culture. So the study of culture is the study of life. And this substances really open the door to think about all of these things. So I want to fast forward to, I am here today, 31 years later, 32, I'm 51 years old. And yes, I have published 25 books, and this is the time that I'm going to throw my joke that I published 25 books and came to the conclusion that nobody reads. Not sorry, academics. No, it's not really true, but I know we all read, but not everybody reads. You find in the library, oh, it was you that read my dissertation. So I lived in 3 countries. I learned, proud to say that I speak 5 languages, lived in 4 countries, killed myself to do all these books and all these publications. And I kind of got really exhausted of academia and a bit bitter, but I'm here not to give a bitter message, but a positive one. I just got really bitten off by academia and decided to kind of go para-academic and sort of do my own academic movement. That's what Chacruna is about. I was really intrigued by who is reading what we do and making these books that take 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have a book that took 7 years to make and that costs like $200 and that like 200 people read. I got to really question that and decided to start doing shorter academic articles on the internet. And then you put a flashy image, do a sexy title, and boom, you go to a party and somebody starts telling you a story and you're like, I know where this person read this. It's in my site. And got really contagious about the power of impact. Started to strip down, So I started to first make academic articles that were shorter. And then from that, trying to make little blurbs of 30 to 50 words. So you get, with my own books, get the authors and say, look, make a shorter article and now make a blurb, 30 to 50 words. What are you trying to say? And it has been really interesting because the blurbs repeat the author's personality. So the author that is prolix will have a prolix blurb. The other one that is satirical has a satirical blurb. The other one that is confused has a confused blurb. And then you're just watching what people want to say and how are they saying it? And from that migrated to video and shortly understood that it's the same thing with videos. Started doing 5-minute videos, then 3-minute videos, then 1-minute video, and then a clip. What are people trying to say? And Chacruna has been this effort to do a balance between media and academia. So not so hermetic, so hard to read, so expensive, so obscure behind a paywall that nobody reads or understands, but not as media that can be good, but also sometimes shallow or very glorifying or mystifying or stigmatizing or more shallow. I think the challenge of this transition that has been that on the academic side, I feel this happiness that I can publish and make impact, but also if you want to be competitive and take this internet publishing business seriously, I like to say that you get into another jungle that is more dangerous than the Amazon jungle, which is the internet jungle, is trying to publish things online and getting to learn about all these other things that exist on internet publishing. That is something that nobody ever talks about in academia, at least in my time. Okay, I'm old enough to have been educated without internet. When I was 26, I had access to internet, so probably it's all different now. But for me, I was never taught anything about internet publishing in school. And then if you start to take that seriously, and then you have to think about the titles and what is the SEO, and then you have to dialogue with a creature called Google algorithm that, you know, depending on what you put on your title, your article will have a certain impact, and you have to have certain keywords that are strong, and you have the titles and the subtitles have to be strong as well. And that can be quite frustrating and quite idiotic at the same time. So you start, if you really want to take that seriously, so I'm saying it's kind of sexually and appealing to want to have impact and publish on the internet, but at the same time, it can be kind of really suffocating and frustrating and mediocre if you start to think related to the Google algorithm and how you build your knowledge to satisfy this robot. And so this is a bit the dilemma we're in. We're trying to do something that has rigor, that is coming from a place of serious research, but at the same time, you know, we're not just following into the clickbait and resisting that pressure to follow the formats of internet publications. And so this is a little general comment, and I wanted to talk a little bit more about what is it that we do. And this is what I feel is a big challenge for, you know, everybody. I mean, anthropology, you have, I think, in Brazil, maybe 200 PhDs that are being delivered in the market every year. And then everybody's like not proactively wanting the elder professors to die, but waiting them to see what happens, to see if there's going to have new vacancies, because there is just no jobs. And that's it. We are all stuck in this like hunting of openings in university. And what can we do as anthropologists, as historians, as political scientists, sociologists? How can we contribute? And this is what I'm trying to build in my career and with my organization. I'll tell very briefly what Chacruna does. So obviously we're dedicated to creating education. That's a big piece of our contribution, and making these bridges north and south, English speaking, non-English speaking, or the world of shamanism, ritual religion, indigenous people, the global south, and the emergent field of psychedelic assisted therapy, psychedelic science. And we have created, I mean, we didn't create this concept, it already existed, but we kind of appropriated and developed this idea of psychedelic justice. And so we're very much focused on issues of race and gender, mainly trying to platform minorities and voices that are normally left out of the mainstream conversation. So women and people of color, indigenous people, people from the global south, queer people, immigrants, and they are kind of the stars of our publications and our conferences. We like to say that we have a few white male tokens in our conferences. We like them, and I am surrounded by many wonderful white straight males, but the stars of our conferences are minorities, are people of color, and we try to elevate them and kind of, you know, give a push and launch people into the circuits of conferences and of speaking careers and consultancies. And the other piece of our work has to do with this protection of sacred plants and cultural traditions. And so we have been promoting the proactive defense of the rights of religious freedom and of shamanism or religion or ritual uses, and promoting a series of materials. We have just published the guidelines on Religious Freedom Restoration Act, and we also published information about legal rights and sexual abuse in ayahuasca circles, for example, or reflections on the commodification of ayahuasca. So trying to create some kind of harm reduction towards this globalization that is happening with these traditions, peyote, ayahuasca, mushrooms, because whether we want it or not, and whether we can sit in cool academic conferences and drink cappuccinos and reflect about life, right now, there's gallons and gallons of ayahuasca being brewed to be exported all over the world, whether this is cultural appropriation, whether people like it or not, whether there's a new LA celebrity talking about it, or not. It's just happening. And so we're trying to create some kind of protection and safeguards and critical thinking around this expansion. And the last piece of our work is what we call this project, the Indigenous Response Initiative of the Americas, where we partner with 20 indigenous organizations across the Americas in 7 countries. And we have created this program that either, from the individual psychedelic drinker or enthusiast to the big new psychedelic business, they can donate to this program. And we redistribute this to our 20 partners. And we depart from this idea of like a decolonized philanthropy where they don't have to show us that, sexy fundraising decks or materials, because we want to support people where they are at and believe that they know what they're doing. And I want to invite everybody to watch Joe's presentation tomorrow. He's going to talk more about this project. This is a bit the core of what the Chacruna Institute has been doing. And I want to talk about a few challenges that we found along the way by doing this process. So mainly we're trying to advocate for the voice of social sciences in the public conversation around drugs. And although everybody repeats over and over again that it's setting and the substance, and it's a kind of common sense that you have to take into account, set and setting, and besides the actual effects or the properties of the drugs, we all know that the public conversation is pretty dominated by biomedical discourses. And it's pretty like symbolic, like the contribution of social science is like, how cute, bring that person to talk about this cute thing, but that doesn't really matter. And then you get the medical doctors and, the lawyers and other powers to be, and then the historian and the anthropologist, they're frequently like the kind of outsider to the main conversation. So trying to show that culture really matters and setting really matters. Things that for us are quite obvious, such as where you take the drugs influence how you experience the drugs. That's a kind of very obvious thing, but it's still pretty exogenous to clinical trials and to the way that science is built. And they do all these tests to come to the conclusion that setting really matters. Obviously, we know if, depending on where you take the drugs, with who, it's going to have a different impact. And so one of the main challenges that we have found along this way, and this is really incredibly obvious, but forgive me, for saying the obvious, like, how do you measure the value of ideas? And how do you show to philanthropists that culture and education matters? And that's just huge, because you go to this philanthropist, and I have a hard time sometimes in my fundraising meetings, and I think the Chacruna board thanks Bia for not attending any fundraising meetings on behalf of Chacruna. Reminds me of the joke of Charlie Brown that got a note from his editor thanking him for not sending any contribution in the last 2 months. That's me trying to attend fundraising meetings, because I get so nervous and desperate, because the whole nonprofit like system is geared towards measures, deliverables, impacts, concrete, tangible things. And the thing is, how much does an idea cost? And how much does it cost for you to put an idea on somebody's head? And how much influential is that on a person's life and career, and on a group setting, and on an institution, and on an organization level? So that has been one of the main challenges, to prove that, knowledge and culture and education matters. And then why? Why does it matter? Why is this relevant? And why should we be talking about this? Although everybody is like an anthropologist or a social scientist or a historian, when humans gather in a bar, everybody has theories about everything. That's what everybody does all the time, is try to figure out reality and to have conversations and create meaning. But when you want to do that as an organization, it's a big challenge. And then the way the psychedelic field is going is is growing a lot, and there's a lot of investors and a lot of new money and a lot of corporate new players and a lot of opportunism and a lot of fake experts. And it's just a fact that, you know, a lot of people are coming into this space and they're like, should I invest in Formula One, basketball, or psychedelics? Like people, like you have so many investors that never took a psychedelic. And actually the stock market of psychedelics in part crashed recently because people didn't anticipate that there were like bad side effects to psychedelics, that maybe sometimes it doesn't work and it's not a panacea and it's not for everybody all the time. And there is cases of people that go bad. So when some research institutions published first results contemplating, you know, a few people had suicidal thoughts or this or that, the markets went down because people are very unprepared to understand the complexity of psychedelics. And so there is this emergence of this corporate world and all these new business experts. And then that's, you know, how do you remain a grassroots nonprofit that has roots in Mexico and Brazil, that half of the team makes mistakes in prepositions in English. I'm working still on them. Extremely challenging. And just to navigate this environment, so should I join this corporate events or not? That has been a huge dilemma for me. And I just, you know, the most ridiculous events, sorry, it's not being filmed, I guess it is, but some events that, you know, are not the greatest, there are like shamanic ways of investing. And you just want to vomit and say, what are you talking about? But should I go or not? Should I attend or not? And, you know, again, I'm not American, so my respect, I'm married to one, my respect to the United States, but, you know, it's very intense, the cultural adaptation to the United States. And what comes across as normal for Americans, for me, is not. And so whether I join corporate events and what kind of money do I take or not. And I was pleased to interview Ethan recently that was telling me there is no bad money because you get any kind of money and you transform it into something good. And I was like, okay, but you know, the bases sometimes criticize you for taking certain kinds of money. So, and now that I got the blessings of Ethan, I'm more relaxed to taking different kinds of money. And also which money is dirty or not is very relative, considering a lot of the wealth of philanthropy is based on extractivism from the global south as well, or oil money, or all kinds of industry that have all kinds of dilemma. So we have been suffering with that. What kinds of money to take, participate or not participate in corporate events. I was just invited to attend a conference in Davos, and I was making fun because two team members were like, no, we're never going to go there. And in the end, we're all going there and having a blast and trying to like see, okay, maybe if you go to these events, you can connect to people on a personal level and you can influence the CEO of a company. Oh, that's so naive. No, but maybe it's true. Companies are made of people. It could be worse. It could be much worse. So these are like the day-to-day dilemmas. And the other one is a dilemma that is exogenous to academics, which is how about trying to work and asking for honorariums. In Portuguese, in Brazil, we say vale coxinha. Coxinha is like a empadinha. It's like a little bakery thing. Like, so when you get invited to be on the committee of a dissertation, you say, do I get vale coxinha? It means, do you get, you know, do you get paid a little snack? Because that's about it. For reading a 400 page dissertation. And so trying to play this game and trying to talk the same language of these businesses. Okay, so if I'm going to go to your organization, I want to be paid. I need to be paid. And then again, all the challenges related to philanthropy and to behave well with big donors has been a big challenge so far, to say the things they want to hear, because also people don't want to hear something negative. They really don't. And so I have been really reprehended of saying, we're really broke and we're grassroots and we're a very modest organization. No, people don't want to hear that. They want to hear we're a thriving organization and it's an incredible opportunity for you to give us money and, to make it happen. And I also had philanthropists saying, Bia, you're not going to guilt trip me to giving you money, because it's just, I was having this meeting with this guy, and before I Googled it, and he had just sold his company for $250 million. And so then we were talking about reciprocity, and he was like, well, if I give you something, you give something back. That's reciprocity, right? Like, no, reciprocity is not that. Reciprocity is the idea that a lot of has been taken already. And there's a huge legacy of colonization and a huge legacy of, there's a current genocide for indigenous people, and there is a huge legacy of marginalization and oppression, and reciprocity is giving back unconditionally. And so all of this has been very much part of the challenges of running Chacruna. And despite all the challenges, it has been a really, really nice process. And I feel that we have been quite influential in launching tendencies. And I have also taken this task to try to measure impact beyond being upset about it and saying, I don't want to know how I make impact. I just want to do what I think is right. I have also tried to start learning, how do you measure impact? So of course there is, the elements of your numbers on social media, or Chacruna has currently about 100,000 views a month, our website. You can measure those things, but how do you measure other things? Like, how do you measure changing somebody's life? The recent story of this woman that is Navajo, Dine, and she was participating in our Patreon membership system. And she said she was so touched and so inspired, and that helped her apply for a scholarship in public health in Berkeley. So that's a concrete story, influencing people's lives, changing their stories, changing their futures, has been a huge pleasure. And then also having our books being quoted in syllabus of academic programs, and trying to create, for example, we make these community forums that are almost weekly. And, I still have my teaching gig. And so when I teach courses these days, I'm trying to give references and bibliography that is more diverse. So not just anthropologist authors, but also podcasts, videos, lectures, events are part of the references. So we can create references that are like that are speaking more to the younger generation. And I want to invite all the academics to think about this. Like, how tuned are you with what's happening in the world? And how tuned are you with the new generations? And we also have had this experience of having like a younger millennial on board, or, now it's more like Gen Z. Have a young person on your board, on your group of advisors, and run your ideas by them. I have here Alejandra, she's 26, and she's my super partner in Chacruna. And it's a great blessing to be able to be connected to this new generation and to pick their brains and think what you're doing. What are you creating? So if you're creating your books, are you also creating some side product that is a shorter video or a cool blurb or, a comedian version of that for a larger dissemination of your ideas? And when you create your references, are you just quoting your peers, or are you trying to put people from, people that gave podcasts, or how diverse is your bibliography? How diverse is your set of friends? Do you have African-American friends? Do you have indigenous friends? Do you have gay friends? Do you have young friends? Do you have friends from other cultures? Do you speak other languages? And that diversification creates a kind of creativity and a freshness to the knowledge you deliver that really speaks to the soul of the people. And that is something that has a huge, like, spiritual and personal satisfaction. It has been really huge for me. And although there is this temptation of the sexy elite, global elite, and the cool ideas, I feel that behind a paywall and on the ivory tower of academia, I think, you know, this knowledge is kind of perishing. And I really urge everybody to think about that. For me, it has been really important. And also in terms of the United States, I think I'm inverting this hierarchy's global South. Again, I've never seen such an ethnocentric place like the United States, like this idea that the world equals the United States. Of course, it's not the case for historians, but, you know, in general, like each state is one country of the world or something. So just going beyond, you know, English speaking and looking on the global South and inviting diverse speakers, diverse literature, I think makes academic knowledge much more accessible. And again, advocating for the role of culture and the role of social sciences, like protecting this field and celebrating this knowledge. And I do think that in ways that we don't anticipate, this starts to really make a difference. I think Chacruna has been making a huge difference. We're now doing our trilogy. So I said I didn't do any more books. That's a lie. I do them still. So we have published this Psychedelic Justice, and we're publishing Women in Psychedelics, and our next book is Queer in Psychedelics. Always trying to bring in these diverse voices in texts that are shorter and more accessible, and have a commitment to having some kind of impact on the public space. And so I also think that it's been so, I think for history, maybe it's harder. I've to be honest, I've always been admiring historians. I think it's a kind of level above anthropology because it's so abstract and thinking about the past and archives. But is your research relevant to people? Are you doing research that is community-based? When you do your research, that's harder for historians, but do you deliver this back to the community? So how about partnering with people and asking, how can I use my power and my privilege to help you and help these minorities voice their concerns and do research that is collaborative, research that is community-based, research that is relevant for a certain group? Do you deliver back the results of your research to your local peers? And do you invite them to be interlocutors of your research? All of this is things that I feel with, you know, the pressure of academic life and publication and productivity gets lost on the way. And so these are a little bit my ideas. And, you know, as I said, I was intimidated to give a talk. Erica said, no, you have things to say. Share your life, share your experience, what you're doing. And I mean, I'm just a modest contribution from my life story and what I have been trying to do with Chacruna. And also want to say a few words about, you know, I was really like, as they say in the United States, in the closet. So I had my girlfriend for my whole life, and I lived and worked 8 years in Mexico, like hiding her. And then, like, I don't think psychedelics cured me, but California cured me. And I decided to like come out, and now I'm enjoying so much, and you know, feeling this liberty, like being Brazilian and living in Mexico and feeling so oppressed as a woman and always wanting, like, having to wear something I didn't want to wear and having to like behave in ways that I didn't want to behave. And migrating to the United States, I consider I am kind of a queer refugee, and I feel much more relaxed. And coming back to Mexico now and being able to share this is just a debt that I had with myself. So thank you very much.
Okay.
Yeah, I was, so thank you for sharing about your life experiences and all. I was wondering if you can maybe talk about like how, because you talked a little bit about like the reception of your work in general. Do you feel like it's been received differently in like Brazil versus in like the United States, or how do you feel like it's been received by different audiences? And has any of that like surprised you with the way it's been received? And I also with that, like, do you have any like stories about like how people have responded to your work that you've produced online that kind of like give meaning to that project?
Yeah, thank you. So, you know, the work that we do, like Chakruna is a social justice organization, you know, led by a queer couple based in California. So we're very much in the trenches, and we have been launching a lot of ideas that we're pioneering. For example, we held this conference called Queer in Psychedelics in 2019, which is a pretty obvious idea, but nobody had done it. You know, this intersection between the queer movement and the psychedelic movement and how they coexisted historically, and what are specific needs of queer people, and what are the specific potential healings of psychedelics for this population, all that kind of dialogue. When we launched this conference, we had a huge backlash, and being on an organization on social justice on social media is very taxing, and there's a huge hatred on social media these days, and there's this horrible thing called Twitter cancel culture, and it's very real, and we have a lot of haters. And so it was really intense. This conference had a lot of opposition, a lot of people, oh, you queer people, you think you're different, you think you're special, and you know, why do you have to do things for this? What does psychedelics have to do anything with this? And why do you think that psychedelics have to do with gay people? And so we try to, like, we're thinking, oh, maybe straight people are feeling alienated, and we launched this little campaign. Not gay, not a problem. There is a voice, there's a space for you in queer psychedelics. Show up as an I. What does an A stand for? Stand for an ally. Show yourself as an ally. Then we got a huge new wave of hatred, like, these straight people are trying to hijack our spaces, and this is pink washing, and you know, what about the undocumented trans population presented here? So got a lot of opposition on that sense. I mean, I think identity politics has been really intense in the United States, and there's a lot of virtual signaling. And also, like, yeah, I feel trashing people on social media is the kinds of easiest and laziest form of activism. And there's a lot of people, activists, that have a lot of trauma and use social media as a way to cope with their own trauma. So it's hard, you know, the same things we have done works about. We have a video called Debunking Racist Myths and Psychedelics, this idea that you take psychedelics and we are all one, and we are all part of the same humanity. And why does race matter? Or I don't see race and I don't see color. And oh, all these people, all your haters, your Marxist, communist, you know, intersectional cult, you all want to talk about race, but psychedelics is about transcending that, and we are all one, and we are all part of the same human race. Yes, it's true, but you know, we are all live in a concrete world where race matters, and people do get judged by race, and there is a very concrete legacy of social, economic, and all kinds of things that play a role. So we launched this on our social media. We get, again, a lot of hate, but you keep on doing that work and you see it starts to penetrate. And now people talking about racist myths in psychedelics. And I mean, not that we invent everything, of course, everybody, a lot of people are doing a lot of work, but just this month, it's Pride. I see a lot of organizations are talking about psychedelics and Pride and race issues. I see a lot of conversation. So I think it's about, you have to keep on planting these ideas and like watering them like plants itself, and then they flourish. And if you don't pay attention, you know, the good thing, time passes, the tree grows, your plants, they grow, they expand. So I feel the work is expanding. And what we've done is highly influential in Brazil. For example, this topic of sexual abuse is a huge one in Brazil. It's huge. There's a huge, I mean, people get upset if I say that because we don't know the number. So is it prevalent or not prevalent in ayahuasca circles? How much spread is it? But there's a lot of shame. People don't report it. And it's hard to talk about it. It's hard to measure. It's a taboo topic. We have launched our guidelines raising awareness about sexual abuse. Today, there is at least 2 or 3 organizations in Brazil talking about this, and also about queer issues. And that is also why I feel happy in the United States, because I kind of say whatever I want and I don't feel that my survival is at stake. Brazil is, I think, #1 mortality of trans people. It's very violent and people don't like to talk about these topics. It's hard. So I feel it's helping and I feel it's advancing. And I hope more people can join this movement and keep on having those conversations.
Is this? Oh, yes. So you said that that psychedelic stocks crashed recently, and I was curious: is that good news, or is that
not for
like
the
what-
business people?
But I mean, for as you see it, for the future of psychedelics that you want, is it good news for that to crash, or is that bad news?
Yeah, a really good question. I talked to this business people and they start talking about their financial problems. And I almost say, hey, you won a 20? Like they start to talk about their whole, how is it going bad for them? I just made 150 million instead of 500 million. I'm in another level. I mean, frankly, I think it's kind of fun. I am not really, I have never invested in any stocks. I don't know what stocks are. Actually, I was visiting my father in Brazil recently, and his friend that works on stocks, he was telling me about stocks, and I went all the way, like listening everything. And I went and met my father and said, I don't know what he does. He invests in stocks, and it's like, you don't know if it's going to go up or down, and it's like invisible. And then you make this bet, and then my father's like, wow, that's so exotic, isn't it, Bia? Normal is to go to the Amazon to drink hallucinogenic drugs, right? I said, exactly. So I don't know. For me, I'm not particularly troubled that, people like the mainstream narrative is these drugs are saving lives. And the more people we can give these drugs to, the more people we're going to save lives. And we have to spread this. And this is the new solution for everything. I think there's a lot of naivety in that. I don't think it's for everybody and it doesn't help everybody, and psychedelics is not going to save the world. And I take a kind of more distance approach. It's not my job to like, do you want it or not? I'm interested in the critical reflections and conversations. So I'm not, I wish that this movement that are mindful. So I wish that the CEOs and the new business people that are participating, that they get interested. And that's what we're talking to them. Like, hey, this didn't start, in the counterculture or with some white scientists in the 50s. You didn't, like Erica said, you didn't discover, like you're learning something that comes from indigenous people. Indigenous people have found these substances. And, if you consider the Amazon forest and the millions of plants that you have in that forest, and how did they combine this to create ayahuasca? And that's the true discovery versus somebody that is on a laboratory trying to make a variation of a synthesizing of a, psilocybin. Like, who's the true discoverer? So we have learned this from indigenous people. We have imitated their behaviors. We have seen what they do, and we have tried to create inspiration, learning with Erica's work as well. Psychedelic researchers were sitting on teepees with Native Americans in Canada, and we study the substances, we create variations, and then we create our own healing modalities. So I'm interested that the people that are wanting to invest in this have an idea of this history and have an idea of this invisible voices of women, of people from the global south, of indigenous people, and that they try to create models of treatment that are more mindful. And then the question is, okay, are the psychedelic businesses, do they have psychedelic models of business? Are they trying to create business models that are innovative, creative, that are not just the more hang-glowing fruit of capitalism? Can they create businesses that are, that have other aspects to it? And that's what we're advocating. I was hired by one business to be a consultant, and they wanted to work with mescaline. And I said, why don't you put a percentage of that back to giving to indigenous people? And they liked it. And I mean, it was not just me, a group of Chacruna. And then they created a company that has a trust to give back to indigenous people. And so there are new models, there's people that are putting caps on how much you can invest, and you can make projects that are more collective, businesses that are collective owned, that give back to the community, that have a diverse team. I think that what we have to do is to try to advocate for psychedelic businesses that have psychedelic teachings in them. And that's all we can do, and try to influence people on a personal level, to think about what they're doing and why are they doing it. And it's ultimately the problem of capitalism. It's not just psychedelics. Can we have another system for everybody? That would be ideal, no?
Ibia, wonderful to see you again. I have a question. So you talk about trying to bridge academia, to para-academia, or however you put it, and also about how the internet is a kind of, jungle and horrible, especially social media.
Totally.
So what are your strategies to try? So, one of the virtues, ideally, hopefully, of academia and scholarship is the peer review process and keeping those standards high. What do you do for these publications on the internet to try to maintain that standard without being in formal academia?
It's me, the reviewer. Yeah, I think the topic of peer review is really, really interesting and fun. And, I had a phase that I was obsessed with peer review. I have different phases. Anyway, there's not a lot of peer review, right? Like, it's crazy. If you think that the whole truth of academia is based on peer review, how much peer review have we done of the peer review system? And I'm sure you all know there's a huge movement questioning peer review, and they have done all kinds of experiments. Like they throw a paper, the same paper with two authors with two institutional affiliations. One is like Yale and the others like Tribeca Soul Institute or whatever, the author, and then they submit it. And then one journal gets more acceptance than other, or they make like brutal mistakes inside a paper and threw it to peer review, and the paper passes. And the whole thing of peer review, sorry, it's a total roulette. I mean, it can work or cannot. We all know as authors that it's totally random. Sometimes you get a nice reviewer and sometimes you get one that is just really problematic. Not to talk about mean people that have a grudge, and we all know who can about what because the field is so small. So I think that is a lot of wishful thinking that peer review is excellent. I think it can work, but it cannot work as well. And there's very little critique in academia about the whole peer review process. And in our site, we are the reviewers, and Erica has a series that she reviews, and I review other articles, Clancy reviews. It's our own, knowledge. So we are the reviewers of the work, and we publish things that are of our knowledge. So I'm not publishing, I publish on my areas of expertise. And sometimes I ask friends, and we're trying to do that process by ourselves. And also there is, there is a variation. There's room for, sometimes we let some articles that are not completely fantastic, because you also have different things for the audience. The audience also wants some more. I mean, people really like new age kind of thing, kind of self-help. I hate to publish those things, but once in a while, integration. It's very popular. Everybody loves integration. We publish some articles like that, but it's like a conscious choice. So yeah, I don't have any more secrets to that. Okay. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Thank you for sharing your story, Bia. I wonder you can say more about the book that you presented last night in downtown. How many people showed up? How was that received? I was very interested in going because there has been recent protests down in the Zocalo against violence against women. And how was that received, and what's the central message of the book, and what do you think is going?
Yeah, thank you. As I say, for me, as I started my talk, and also told the officer in the immigration when he's had me, and I said, because I'm a resident, a permanent resident, and I told him, México lindo querido, si muero lejos de ti. For me, coming to Mexico is coming back home in many ways. It's hard for me to have like an objective assessment. I just have a lot of real love for this land, with all the paradoxes and all the violence and all the corruption and all the problems. Tom Jobim, he had a phrase that I think applies to Mexico as well. He talks about Brazil. He says, o Brasil é uma bosta, mas é bom. Os Estados Unidos é bom, mas é uma bosta. So what does that mean? He says, Brazil is a piece of shit, but it's good. The United States is good, but it's a piece of shit. So for me, that really explains everything, The third world, the developing world, it really sucks, but it's so great, and the United States is great, and it has economy, but it sucks. So to me, being in Mexico it's so relaxed, and I mean, it's so fun, and people are just so normal for me, and it's just a relief. Like there's something that I just feel so good. So I don't have objectivity to say how it was received. I was extremely happy. And I was extremely at, I think for me, it also has this personal debt, as I was this closeted, queer woman hiding my American girlfriend and coming back and as queer and living in the United States and talking about women. And I think Mexico is so patriarchal and so machista. It's so machista, like it's hard for women here. And so to come and to talk about women, you know, and our leadership, it's like picking shit for me. It's like happy, you know, happy. Like, I think the men that are chill, they take that well. And that's what, you know, it's nice to be like a influential woman with a big mouth and talking about the topics I love and in Spanish. And we're doing first in Spanish, then in English. And it's 40 articles talking about all kinds of aspects, you know, but also trying not to reify, like essentialize women, because there's also, gender is not binary and there's many ways of being women. So we want to celebrate women, but we also don't want to essentialize women. And we're going to talk about women as healers, women as mothers, women as patients, women as people advocacy, and this people that have been behind the scenes. Okay, so do I take or not? Can you read it for me? Of psychedelic principles. I don't know. I think for me, psychedelics is really about like rethinking the paradigms and the categories through which we think reality. So it's about learning new ways to think. And it's also about learning with different cultures, new ways to understand reality. So for me, the experience of psychedelics is not dissociated from learning with indigenous people about other classifications on, you know, categories that are central to us, such as nature and culture, body and spirit, mind, time. These big categories that we understand reality, they are very limiting. And other cultures have developed other theories of reality, and we should learn with them and learn those traditions. And psychedelics allows you to see beyond these visible categories and understand this how everything has this common essence of being alive and with intentionality and with agency. And this, it's very related to this understanding that this division between nature and culture, how we were taught, is very limiting, and that there's many ways to understand reality that is not just the rational awakened state, but other dreaming and intoxicated, imbibed, mareados states are states of knowledge as well. And so it's a big invitation to rethink. It's psychedelics is good to eat and to have experiences and to think as well. Thank you.